I'm part of a team working on a first for mining in New South Wales, turning this coal mine into a new hydro power plant and solar farm to generate renewable energy for families and businesses. Projects like this show our industry will keep working to reduce its emissions, already down by 38% since 2005, all while contributing billions in royalties every year to fund our public services. Because here in New South Wales, we mine responsibly for today and tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm getting it. M1. My B was already turned off, but I did hear you earlier when you tested it on B. all good. I can live without it.
I studied business and commerce at uni. After graduating, I joined the New South Wales mining industry. And my job is to find smarter, safer and more sustainable ways of doing things, like world-leading remote vehicle technology, building renewable energy to power our mines and communities across New South Wales, and using drones for remote seeding to restore the land and protect our ecosystem. Because in New South Wales, we mine responsibly for today and tomorrow.
The Westpac Rescue Helicopter is here for our community. And this holiday season, we will be ready to respond 24/7. Please stay safe and thank you for your support. To donate or for more information, visit rescuehelicopter.com.au or call 1800 155 155.
Our organisation represents the mining industry in New South Wales.
Welcome to round one of the New South Wales State Titles here in Lake Macquarie Motorcycle Club. Motorcycling New South Wales would like to welcome everybody and thank our major partners of the New South Wales State Titles. New South Wales Mining is a leading industry association representing the state's minerals industry, providing a united voice for their members. They work closely with governments, industry groups, business and community leaders to ensure their members continue to operate as part of a strong, responsible and sustaining mining industry in New South Wales. Also, Gore Brothers Medical are specialists in measuring, fitting and repairing, educating athletes about joint support bracing. Be sure to drop by the display marquee this weekend to check out their different sets of safety gear and knee braces. Out there at the moment we've got the first practice, which is the MX3, and these are the riders that are towards the end of their junior lights career and will be heading, some of them, into seniors MX2 in a year's time, and a lot of these riders are also competing at national level as well. A few of them were last weekend in the first round of the Pro MX that was in Wonthaggi, and Max Compton, Jack Devison, just a couple of riders that were down there for that. Devison finishing 9th overall and Compton 11th overall. So great to see our New South Wales riders competing at national level at such a young age and finishing well within inside the top 15. Up next practice will be the junior 9 to under 12 85 cc's. So we're back here at round one of the New South Wales State Titles at Lake Macquarie Motorcycle Club. And Motorcycle New South Wales would like to thank some of their other major partners like Sideline Sport. Sideline Sport is our live streaming and production service dedicated to sport at all levels. Sideline Sport platform aggregates all event content on one channel to provide greater exposure and insights to sporting organisations and competitions. And we'd like to thank them for our live stream today. We're in the commentary booth. I'm here with my friend Jules Roberts, and right now we've got the 9 to 12 85 riders out there.
Yeah, thanks for that, Mikkel. So up here in the commentary position. Looks like out in front there, out there on the Yamaha. From Port Macquarie's young Blake Bannon, supported by the Yamaha Junior development team.
Yeah, look, Blake, he had a rough year last year, coming back from injury, and his confidence was down. He struggled at the Junior Australian titles, and we know that he's a former champion at state level and a top, at least top 5, but definitely top 3 national level rider. And everyone was wondering how he was going to bounce back this year, and he has. He's definitely shown that he is the guy to beat. He's currently leading the East Coast MX Series, the Finance My Bike East Coast MX Series, and he will be, I'd say, the favourite in this 85 class to take out the win.
Yes, Mikel, I definitely agree with that. I was talking with the family last night, and they're definitely taking this series pretty seriously. So young Blake was off to bed early. We're just seeing plenty of the other riders coming past our commentary position here now.
Yeah, look, you know, there's a lot of other fast riders that can easily take the win in this class. You've got Liam Millard, who's always done well at Lakes as a track, likes this track, and has, you know, finished second in the Australian titles last year in Northern Territory, so he'll be one to watch. Kai Sproul is very explosive off the start. He's a good starter and likes to get out front and check out, so he's another one that can definitely contend for the win as well.
Let's also not forget young Heath Davey, also from the Yamaha Junior Racing team. He should be pretty competitive under these conditions as well today.
Yeah, no, Heath definitely will be in the older 85 group in the 12 to 16s, and I think he's also on the bigger bikes as well in the 125. So he will definitely be right up there competing for the podium. You've also got some riders from out west as well, and north, the Fergus brothers from Port Macquarie, Maxie Harris from up there as well, and then from out west, Ollie Cale. So there's a bunch of riders that can get a whole shot, get out in front, and contend for the win. Also, with the conditions being a bit sort of muddy in the morning, which you kind of need for the track to stay good and not dry out too quickly, not get dusty. Also for the lines to form up in the morning. So as we see a rider down who's sort of tucked the front, wondering what happened, he's probably wondering what happened to himself, as are we here in the booth.
Yeah, that's right, Mikel. The conditions are a bit heavier, and of course, in order to maintain the riding conditions throughout the day, they need to have plenty of water on it from the start of the day. But for the most part, these riders are at the more experienced riders that we've got in New South Wales, and as you've mentioned, some interstate riders here as well. But for the most part, these riders seem to be handling these conditions pretty well.
Yeah, you see another rider down in an awkward spot there, a bit of a blind coming over that jump. You couldn't ask, as much as we're probably shivering a little bit in the commentary booth here, you couldn't ask for better race conditions. With the moisture in the track and this overcast weather, it's not going to dry out, which means that the track will be good for most of the day, where this time of year it's quite sunny, and unless, even if you do try and keep the water in the track, it tends to dry out by lunchtime, which makes it very challenging for the riders, changing from those muddy conditions. As we see a rider across from us, they're just sort of stuck on the side of the hill. He might be having some mechanical problems. So he's got a marshal heading over to him now. Hopefully we can get him going.
And just for everybody listening online, we've got our two cherry pickers here on track to bring you these good quality footage that you can see here. So we've got coverage from the top of the hill down to the bottom. So if you're not here live today, you're still going to have the opportunity to see some quality racing throughout the day, and best images brought to you.
Yep. So checkered flag out for the end of the Junior 85s practice, 9 to 12s. Up next, we've got the MX1 A and B grades. Those are the big boys, our premier class here at the New South Wales State Tiles. Great to see the juniors and seniors combined again. I think that the junior kids, as we see another yellow flag out at the top there, sorry Jules, a couple riders have sort of struggling in the, I wouldn't say wet conditions, but a bit slippery out there, and until the lines form up, these younger riders are going to find it a little bit challenging. But as I said, our premier class coming up next for their practice, and they're the guys that really cut the lines in on the track, sending the big boys out. They cut in the ruts good. The bigger bikes, the 450s, really dig down into the corners and clean up the track. So normally the best practice is the one that gets the head out after the MX1.
Yeah, that's true, Mikel. And pretty stacked field here we've got in MX1 A and B. A lot of high quality national riders, as well as some top ranking New South Wales riders here today as well. So great to see that Hayden Mellross has been able to make his way up from the young region, come up here to Lakes and see what he's been doing in the off season, Mikel.
Yeah, look, Hayden is a factory rider in his own right, and look, Blake Fox out there as well, Ben Novak. Quite a few of these riders were competing at round one of the Pro MX, so I didn't actually get to see, and Riley Fitzpatrick as well, but I didn't actually get to see Blake Fox's result at Pro MX. I didn't see him in the top 10, but he is, in his junior years, he was fairly unbeatable in his junior ranks, and has had a bit of bad luck, but well supported in as a rider throughout his career, and has a bright future ahead of him. Benny Novak, he was up there in the MX2 class at Nationals, and he'll be racing today. Expect to see him on the podium, or at least competing for it. Cooper Holroyd is such a fantastic starter. As a privateer, he was inside of the top 10 at Pro MX at the start of every race, and managed to hang on for a top 15 finish in both races. So watch Cooper on the start. He'll be gunning for that whole shot, and look, riding great this year. Cooper's leading the also leading the MX1 class and MX Open class as well at the Finance My Bike East Coast Series as well. So, though, being that sort of state level and New South Wales state titles, I expect to see him up there competing not just for a podium but for the win.
And plenty local riders here too that are born in the Hunter region, from the likes of Cameron Steele and Blake Walden, Aaron Parker, involved with the Cessnock Club up the road. Also put plenty of laps around here, so a bit of local knowledge could be in their favour too throughout the day.
Yeah, look, Jackson Mitchell, also a great starter. Josh Whitehead, good to see him back. He's been doing a lot of the off-road racing. So, he's won a lot of races out here, Josh. He's always been up on the top, in the top three, and especially at local level. So I expect him to be up near the front, and even riders like Riley Stevens. Riley's local to the Hunter, been racing pro for a while. A few of the older guys in the class too. I see Colby Campbell out there, and I've raced against him in the vets class. So, Colby can hold his own with these guys, at least at the beginning of the race, and it'll be good to see how he goes today. Brock Ninnis is another one. Wollongong local, but has done some Pro MX and is always, even juniors and seniors, been up top 3, top 5 at local level. So,
yes, had the opportunity to see Brock Ninnis last year down at Nowra, and he definitely had a lot of pace on board, which is good to see. There's a pretty stacked field here, Mikel. So I think we're in the box seat here to see some great racing and see some of these talented riders mix it up. Seth Hardman's one of the boys that's been local Pretty much rides all the series he can get. I'm not sure if he's in the East Coast series.
Yeah, no, he is. He actually went off track through a set of Alpine style banners, unluckily, and got it caught up in his front wheel, and that actually caused him to DNF, unfortunately, at round 1 at Coffs Harbour. But we saw him again at round 2 at Nowra. He come back and turned up, even though he had a difficult round at round 1. But and great to see him follow the series and not just do one round. A lot of the riders, they sort of base their result off their first round of a series, and then if they have a bad first round, then they maybe don't turn up for the rest of the series and try again the following year. But it is a championship. It's not just a single race, as the state titles is a championship. So, you know, you may have a difficult first round, but doesn't mean you can't make up the points at round 2 and 3. So looks like Cooper Holroyd trying to win practice at the moment, getting out front, and that's really just so he can get clean tracks, stay clean himself, and get to see all the lines in front of him, not having to worry about any roost. Josh Whitehead, and that looks like the 252 stroke of Joel Campbell on the 52 out there trying to ride against the big 450 machines. So a couple changes to the rules this year with the 252 strokes not being able to ride in the 254 stroke class, or what they'd call the MX2 class. Now having to ride against the bigger bore 450s. So the 252 stroke will have its advantages in spots on the track, but I think that it's harder for them to compete against the 450s. So we'll see how Joel goes today.
Yeah, some pretty good points you raised there, Mikkel, and particularly again talking with the Whitehead family last night. Josh certainly put a lot of laps around here as Aaron Parker goes past our commentary position here, another rider that's put plenty of laps around here. So Josh Whitehead, parents, former president and on the committee here at the Lake Macquarie Dirt Bike Club. So look out for Josh later on in the day. No doubt he'll be, whilst he's working as an adult now, doesn't perhaps get to train and practice as much as he'd like. He's still pretty talented and puts it all together on race day.
Well, that's the life of a local pro, isn't it? You know, go to school, finish your year 12 or stop at year 10, do an apprenticeship. I remember Ryan Marmont, we're going back a decade now, but Ryan Marmont did that. He finished his school at year 10, did an apprenticeship, all whilst continuing to race, and not just at local level, actually went to national level and won back then Pro Lights, as they call it, national championship. So just goes to show that you can do it all, go to school, do an apprenticeship, and still be a factory rider and race at the highest level.
Well, I think you're right, Mikkel. You know, it's such a long journey. It's a 10-year journey to get to the sort of the pointy end of the sport, and it's a financial cost for all families to wear. So it's, you know, good that young Josh and plenty of these other riders now are starting to kick in the kitty a little bit and help mum and dad out with a bit of the finances there. So now we're with Fitzpatrick, and that's Blake Walden, another local hunter kid. We're just getting roosted here in the commentary position, Mikkel. We didn't quite think we were going to get this dirty, but
well, I think I got the better seat, Jules. I got a pillar in front of me, so I'm a bit protected at the moment, but that's okay. I think as it starts to dry a little bit, it won't be as bad. As we see some of the riders negotiating their way around the track. A lot of them sticking to the outside lines where they know they're going to have a bit more grip. Those insides still a bit wishy-washy until the ruts kind of form up. As we see Blake Fox come past us, Seth Hartman, and then on screen, Yamaha rider number 98 it looks like,
That's Blake Walden.
It is
local.
Blake Walden. Yeah, he's such a big rider, isn't he?
Oh, for sure. Like it'd probably be pretty handy playing basketball or football, the size of the lad, but he definitely knows how to twist the throttle. He's also put plenty of laps around these local 100 tracks, so look out for him later in the day too. As we're following with Hardman down the back of the track there, coming up the old triple. As we heard earlier on, he's been throwing his hand in any series he can at the moment just to get bike time and continually be on the bike and pushing for that constant improvement. So with Hardman now, got the checkered flag, so at the end of this practice session, this Holroyd comes through.
Yeah, and you can see the number 25, Blake Fox, just kind of cruising around this last lap of practice, having a look at the track. It's interesting to see how some of the riders approach their practices. Some of them look at it as I need to get into race mode and just blitz 3 laps of practice or 4 laps of practice, try and get that lap time, that race lap time, and then others sort of might put in a good couple laps and then they slow down and have a look at the track. Others will cruise for the whole practice and scope out the track, look for lines. But your local riders are the ones that generally are charging hard in practice because they know the lines, they know how the track's going to form up. Most tracks will form up the same way, but the lines, the ruts, even though they form up the same way, some of those ruts might get slightly deeper than normal, and that's where they've got to look for that alternative line, either to the middle or middle outside or outside berm.
But we definitely are seeing a lot more lines available to the riders since the track's been, let's say, rejuvenated. So it used to be a little bit of a speed track, a one-line track. So it's definitely great to see the riders, early on in the day, searching for those lines that they might be able to take advantage of later in the day.
Yep, so we got a green flag now, junior lights. Not junior lights, Division 250cc up next. Junior lights in a couple race practices time, but we've got our smaller bikes, our youngest age group out there on the start line, the Division 250cc. As the starter lets them go, let's hope that they can all make it to the first turn without any riders going down and a clean start. Let's hope for that. Nothing worse than crashing early in your practice and getting mud all over your grips, and it just puts a downer on things straight away. And unfortunately, commentators curse. I've put 2 riders down in the first corner already. And you can still see the tracks forming up and the dirt a little bit soft and loose. These little 50 riders, as much as the bikes are small and underpowered to the bigger bikes, the power to weight ratio, they're actually really powerful. And you can see as the riders accelerate, the back wheel just wants to wash out and spin because it's got so much power off the back wheel. Got a few Cobra riders out there leading the way in practice. Seeing young Mason Little on 25 heading up the hill and getting just almost stuck. That's again the conditions. You back the throttle off and the bike just wants to stop. You've got to keep the throttle on, keep the bike moving. And Mason just taking it easy, having a look. Got a lot of skill and technique, and then out come the training wheels for the ruts. And puts it down in the turn. So yeah, got to keep your momentum up on when the conditions are like this. And Harrison Rex, one of the top 50 riders as well, out there just going past on the 84 machine. So Motorcycling New South Wales would like to thank some of their other major partners here at the State Tiles, the National Motorcycling Alliance. It's Australia's best and most affordable roadside assistance for your vehicles. You can pay just $57.50 annually for your motorcycle or $70.50 for your car. It's not just for motorbikes, for cars as well. and you visit the motorcyclingalliance.com.au or call 1300-WE-RIDE to get started. One of the big assistances for helping our riders when they get injured is the Westpac Rescue Helicopter. Westpac Rescue Helicopter's mission is always to be there for the community, delivering the highest standard of aero medical and rescue services to those in need across New South Wales, northern New South Wales, and your support of them and donations saves local lives.
Plug some of these on ground.
Alrighty, guys, Motorcycling New South Wales would like to welcome and thank our major partners for the 2024 NSW State Trials. Plenty of sponsors have jumped on board and been able to make this
So yeah, a bit of a yard sale around the track. Marshall looking a little bit overwhelmed there as we've got the assistance of one of the Motorcycling New South Wales official team just trying to get the kids going. And again, I mentioned the track conditions a bit tough start of the day until it starts to dry up a bit. But this is what the track should be for this level of competition, state title level, and it definitely separates the more competitive riders from the lesser skilled riders. As one of our kids just tucks the front off to the right there, and one of the keys to the races in these classes is just stay on the bike. You know, the rider that can get a decent start and not crash don't necessarily need to be the fastest guy. Just got to be the rider that stays on the bike. So one more lap to go for the 7950cc class. Up next, we've got the MX1 C-Grade Open there on the start line, ready to go, and we'll be going to ad break soon as we see bikes smoking at Marshall Point 10. That's been a common corner for a hangout for the riders in this class, get to catch up with each other. Not in the way they'd like to though. And that's the way to do it. You see one of our riders coming down the hill, standing up on the pegs and really just trying to dodge and weave his way through the riders that are stuck in the mud. You see the bike smoking there, that's the engines running hot. The slower they go, the more the mud sticks, and these little 50s motors really struggle in the thick, muddy conditions. You see the lines on screen coming out of that turn. You've got your main inside rut, outside. It's actually got two lines, one down the middle, one down the very outside, and then everybody funneling in. Well, the little bikes prefer the outside, heading into those rollers, but there's a couple good ruts there on the inside line where, it's to see another bike just not dealing too well with the conditions. The other thing is the practice just seems like an eternity with the little 50s. It takes quite long for them to negotiate the track. And we'll hopefully be able to clear the track after this practice so that the next riders can, if we've got a bit of a steam train in, I think that's turn 11, as there's a rider sort of stuck in the front. That's marshal point 7 actually, and just waiting for the guy in front to go so that the rest of them can get going. A couple parents and Lakes members helping clear the crowd of riders in that corner.
All right, here back at central commentary position. We just saw the Divi 2 kids out there. Pretty tough going for these riders with such little wheels, but it's good that they're a part of this.
We're going to take a look at some videos, Jules, of our sponsors coming up.
That'll be
and
great.
just a reminder to everybody about the New South Wales state title merchandise. It's going to be available, T-shirts, hats, limited amount of stock. So if you're here today, don't forget to go and buy some, but I'm sure the merchandise will be available at other rounds as well. As we're about to go to a break to some of our sponsors, an ad break coming up.
I'm part of a team working on a first for mining in New South Wales, turning this coal mine into a new hydro power plant and solar farm to generate renewable energy for families and businesses. Projects like this show our industry will keep working to reduce its emissions, already down by 38% since 2005, all while contributing billions in royalties every year to fund our public services. Because here in New South Wales, we mine responsibly for today and tomorrow.
I studied business and commerce at uni. After graduating, I joined the New South Wales mining industry. And my job is to find smarter, safer and more sustainable ways of doing things, like world-leading remote vehicle technology, building renewable energy to power our mines and communities across New South Wales, and using drones for remote seeding to restore the land and protect our ecosystem. Because in New South Wales, we mine responsibly for today and tomorrow.
The Westpac Rescue Helicopter is here for our community. And this holiday season, we will be ready to respond 24/7. Please stay safe and thank you for your support. To donate or for more information, visit rescuehelicopter.com.au or call 1800 155 155.
Our organisation represents the mining industry in New South Wales. We have nearly 100 member companies and we represent the mining workforce of over 30,000 people that work in mining in New South Wales. Over 800 people work in mining in the Lake Macquarie region and over 160 local businesses in the Lake Macquarie region are part of the mining supply chain. And around $200 million each year is spent by the mining industry in the region. It's an important part of the mining industry in New South Wales. It's an historic coal mining region with coal-fired power stations and coal mines located in the Lake Macquarie region. Well, our organisation and many companies in our industry support local community teams right across the state. And we have a long-standing partnership with the Newcastle Knights, obviously based in the Hunter region, that has endured over 12 years or more. Through the highs and lows of the Knights seasons, through the highs and lows of our industry's fortunes as well. It's an important demonstration of the partnership between our industry and sport and local communities, particularly in the Hunter region, and our support for this event today is part of that too.
So we're back here in the commentary booth at round one of the New South Wales state titles at Lake Macquarie Motorcycle Club, about to get underway with our next practice section, which is the MX1 C-Grade Open class. Mikel Constantino here with Jules Roberts, and we will be calling the racing this weekend. Looking forward to a great weekend. Started well so far, and seen some talent out there already. And the little 50s just got the last few stragglers off the track as we're about to get back underway. Motorcycling New South Wales would like to welcome and thank some of the major partners of the 2024 New South Wales MX State titles. New South Wales Mining is a leading industry association representing the state's minerals industry, providing a united voice for their members. They work closely with governments, industry groups, business and community leaders to ensure their members continue to operate as part of a strong, responsible and sustainable mining industry in New South Wales. Jules, you mentioned the Black Dog Institute already, but great to have them on board. Non-profit institute, researchers dedicated to understanding, preventing and treating significant mental health challenges that we face, not just in New South Wales but across Australia. And the Lake Macquarie Motorcycle Club probably haven't given them enough of a thumbs up yet. About I was speaking to you earlier about the venue, how the venue's been upgraded. The club, the committee has put a lot of work in, and it's noticeable. It's a great track. Improvements to the track as well as the facilities, and a big effort for them to host the opening round. I always find the first round of any series or championship to be the most challenging, and one of the things that can make or break that is the weather conditions. I know it seems trivial, but it does. Great weather means great racing and a great weekend. On the opposite side, difficult weather can make your day very, very hard to run, and everything being covered with mud, and you can't see the sponsor banners, and can't even see the bikes. It's very hard to call the racing as well. But the Lakes Club and the committee need a big applause and pat on the back for the amount of work that they've put in. So it looks good.
Yes, we've got the drone flying above now, Mikel. It really gives a big overview of how actually big the block of land here is, and I don't think we've had the opportunity to have a drone so high up in the air, but it really shows you how large the track is, and as you've mentioned, there's been quite significant changes both on and off the track, and the club were lucky enough to take out New South Wales Motocross Club of the Year last year, so we've continued to raise the bar and challenge ourselves, and really listening to the motocross community and try and make those improvements to the track just by listening to the local community and the members. So it's great to see that the start of the year's kicked off so well for us. We've had quite large numbers in the summer cross that we had earlier in the year, and it's all testament to what the members' feedback we're giving, and we're doing the best to deliver that. So
yeah, well, talking about the rider numbers, the entry list, I did a sort of manual count with my abacus, and I think I counted just over 340 entries for the weekend. So that's a fantastic turnout for round one. And just from that drone shot, as we have a look at a shot of the start line, you can see the riders lined up getting ready to go out for their practice. But from that drone shot, you could see where the main part of the track crosses the start straight, and you're going to see it get a little bit rough there when the riders go off the start. They've got to cross that main race line to get into the first corner. Then again, when they go through the first turn and the main part of the track crosses over again, you're going to have lines crisscrossing. So riders got to be careful heading down that start straight. Often you see riders crash mid-straight going down the start straight, and you think, how could you crash here? It's just flat and straight, but at a glance you can't actually see where those lines crisscross, and that's where the wheels get cross-rutted and the riders go down, especially the smaller bikes.
This is the first opportunity today we've had to have a look at the MX1 C-Grade guys. So typically speaking, these guys are their first year as a senior rider, which means they're over 16, so they start out in C-Grade. They go into open meetings such as this, they earn points, which will then see them progress up through the ranks into B, then onto A grade. So typically the C-Grade ranks are pretty hard to get out of because everybody's at a fairly similar pace. But yeah, once again, it's, you know, these guys are now often competing against adults, a lot more experience and probably heavier riders. So yeah, it's a good opportunity for these guys to get out here, and first time in an open meeting for some of them, get out there and earn some points.
Well, you get a rider like Lucas Stevens, who's a top junior lights rider, just moved into the senior ranks, and Rory Clements is another one that's behind him. He was racing juniors last year as well. That's just what you were saying, is that these are young riders that have moved up, and there are some older riders in the class that haven't done open races. You see Kane Novak out there as well, another top junior racing, as well as Tyler Easel on the number 3 machine. You get some older riders that have been in C-Grade for a decade, and that's mostly because they haven't been racing open events, and they're also quite fast, but you get the young kids coming through as well, which creates a different dynamic and makes it harder for those riders that have been in the class for 10 years to actually score points and go up to B grade and then A grade as well. Lucas Stevens was on Husqvarna last time I saw him ride last year, but looks like he's switched up to the KX. Not sure if he's on a 450 or 250 in this one, but looks like a KXF 450, but he's in the lights group as well. So yeah, it'd be interesting to see if he's got the 250 and 450 machine, or just riding a 250 in the MX1 class.
I think it's a 250 you'll find. He's done a few of the Oakdale rounds last year on a Kawasaki, so he's probably getting pretty familiar with that Kawasaki now, and he'll be up towards the front end of this field. I think you'd expect to see Mikel today. He's been at the pointy end in the club rounds for quite some time. I think he prematurely jumped up into MX3 straight after turning 16 at the end of towards the middle end of last year. So he'll be definitely up there towards the front throughout the day. Also, Rory Clements looks to have some pretty good on-track pace there, and I wouldn't mind thinking that there'll be a couple of other guys there as well later on. Kane Novak particularly is also from your home club there. Mikel from down there at Oakdale, sorry. So again, once a good opportunity to see some of these riders looking for some different lines.
Well, you mentioned some of these riders stepping up to MX3, and one of the most challenging things is the age difference. You know, the MX3 class being a 14 to under 18 class, and the mental and physical development of these riders from being 14 years old against 18 years old. It gives the superstars that are coming through, you know, riders I can think of like Hayden Mellross, who actually got an exemption to ride up so that he could go to MX3 a year early, and then also Hayden actually got an exemption to go to MX2 a year early as well. just so that he could be challenged against the older, more experienced riders. But I'm sure that we will see Hayden Mellross moving overseas to race either in Europe or America at some point.
I think he might have already had a stint overseas in the States earlier this year. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Yes, I'm not sure. I didn't see when or where he went, but he's raced the World Juniors. He raced last year in the World Juniors and ended up, I think, definitely round about the top 10 or back of the top 10 in that. So riding against the best riders in the world. I expect him to have a successful overseas career, and you know, everybody obviously would love to be at the level of the Jet and Hunter Lawrence. They are just fantastic for the sport of motocross and supercross in Australia, just paving the way for young riders to go overseas and race. And it's great to have the best riders in the world coming from Australia.
For sure, and you know, I definitely feel that the Lawrence boys are the pin-up boys of the supercross motocross sport, and you know, with them coming from our shores only makes us be more fond of them. So it's really a pleasure to watch what the younger brother Hunter, and often you do see that, Mikel, that in a lot of families that the younger sibling often tends to go on to end up being, you know, the faster, the quicker of the riders. What do you sort of put this down in, Mikel? Do you think it's you know, the younger sibling always in the shadow or always trying to chase? We see this a bit in our sport.
You're kind of on the right track there. When you get brothers racing, they push each other. You've seen it with the Moss boys. You've seen it with the Marmonts, Ryan and Jay Marmont, and especially when the riders are relatively close in age, at sort of anywhere 3-year age gap, 3 or 4 age gap is, and any less than that, they get very competitive with each other. They push each other. But as far as the younger sibling is concerned, they've always got the older brother to chase, and more often than not, the younger will surpass the older, but not always. Not always. I think with Jay and Ryan Marmont, although Ryan had Jay to chase, Jay won more national championships, and I would say was more successful in Australian motocross. But take nothing away from Ryan, they were both Australian champions, and I think Pete Marmont would be proud of his boys. They've had a very successful career here in Australia.
Yeah, recently was chatting with Pete Marmont and had an opportunity to hear about some of the stories that those guys had back in the days. But there's another local brothers that are probably, we could say the same, the Anderson family with Craig and Danny, young Diggsy. Probably a larger age gap than what you referred to just earlier on there. But Craig is probably an example of one of the older siblings that went on to be multiple-time national Australian motocross champion. Whilst Danny did quite well, perhaps never, you know, achieved quite as much as what Craig has achieved in the sport. And he's also a recent inductee into the Motorcycling New South Wales Hall of Fame for motocross, which is good. So
yeah, Craig Ando definitely multiple national motocross and supercross champion in Australia. I'm not entirely sure how many championships he's won, but I dare say it's close to 10.
I think it's actually 12. I've done
10 or 12.
On ground trivia, and I believe it's about 12 times National Australian Motocross.
So there you go. Apologies, Craig. Thanks for the update on that, Jules. But yeah, Craig Anderson, an iconic rider in the sport, and now a full-time coach and coaching many young riders coming through the ranks, a lot of them racing today, and this is one of Ando's home tracks. I remember racing against him here at many summer cross and state titles in the past. So we're close in age. I'm a little bit older, a couple of years older than Craig, but we raced in the same era.
I can still love to add there, Mikel, that one weekend we're having a bit of a clean-up here, doing a bit of tidying up. We found some old records, and I've got to say I was pretty proud to say that back in the early 80s, I think it was, we found an old program with Mikel Constantino's name in the program. So no doubt yourself, Mikel, you've done plenty of laps around this track as well, you know, racing with the likes of some of the Marmonts and the Andersons. in the past years.
Luke raced against one particular year before Chad Reed went over to race in Europe to go and win a world championship, and there was the Lake Summer Cross, and you had Chad Reed, Craig Anderson, Paul Broomfield, a good friend of mine who unfortunately passed away about a decade ago, and it was very, very competitive. There's very few tracks in the country that are national size, national level tracks. I'm actually surprised we haven't seen a Pro MX here at the Lakes Club, Jules. It's massive car park, great viewing. It'll be interesting to see what the lap times are when we get access to that, but I dare say we're looking at a 2 minutes lap time, or 2 minutes plus.
Yeah, I think around about that sort of time, but it is something that's going to be, we'll be able to share with you guys quite soon about the ability to jump online and look at the live timing. But it's really great to be sitting alongside such a sort of a legend of the sport that's raced against some of the most notable names in the sport, and also a pretty handy riding himself. I recall a few years back lining up next to yourself and over 35s past and thinking, oh no, what am I going to do? But it's an honour to be sitting alongside you. You're also a very handy coach yourself, and doing what you can now to give back to the sport. I believe you're also a former director of Motorcycling New South Wales, so it's an honour for myself to be sitting alongside you and bringing everybody this weekend.
No, look, Jules, we all put in what we can, and I've been fortunate enough to make a career out of the sport with my coaching and my events as well, and it's a pleasure to be involved, and also, like you mentioned, being involved with the organisation as well, trying to make a difference there. We all love the sport, and we just want what's best for it, and just try and work together with everyone as best as we can. I think we've got the Junior Lights 125 out there right now as we look on screen. The number 25 rider on the gas machine, looks like. Drew Kremer, yep. And he's actually one of the taller riders in the class, and it's actually easier for him in these conditions, having that reach, a bit more balance, and also got the longer legs to help him through the rutted turns, and you also find the shorter riders don't tend to lean the bike as much in the corners because they're worried about dropping it, where Drew would have no problem stretching out those long legs and leaning it right over, knowing he's got the fallback of putting his foot down. As we see a checkered flag, it's amazing how much quicker that practice was, Jules, in the 50 cc's that we saw go out. Like I said, it felt like an eternity.
I think it's possibly a combination that, like you mentioned earlier, that was going to take a few of these practice motos for some of these lines to form. And as you mentioned, with the bigger riders, that tends to be the riders that will set the lines that end up being the competitive lines and the quicker or the preferred lines. So I think you'll find as the qualifying continues to go on, I think we'll see these lap times come down.
Yeah, absolutely. The track's only going to get better as the day wears on, and by the first race, because they're doing practice and a race today, so and then a couple races tomorrow, I believe. Yeah,
it's probably worthwhile that we clear that up for all the listeners, because we do have such large numbers. And you've also mentioned earlier, it's great that the juniors are now doing the state titles again with the seniors. So there's plenty of young kids here that would look up to the likes of Hayden Mellross and the Novaks and the Whiteheads of the likes. So it's great that they've been able to do it over the 2 days. So what we're seeing is a practice today, and then tomorrow we'll be following up with the Motos 3 and 4. So plenty of big numbers. You did, I think, just about every vantage spot in the car park. I think that drone shot earlier really captured how far people are spread and wide with their parking. Could be a potential challenge for the club in the future, but we've got a few things up our sleeve where we could expand the car park if needed. But it would be a wonderful opportunity. But we're pretty rapt just to be involved in the state titles again. I think it's been about 7 years since well, thereabouts since the Lake Macquarie club's hosted a round of the state titles. So this has been enough of a challenge for us at this point. It's been every weekend for the past month or so. So we're all looking for a well-earned break after this.
Well, I think the last time I saw or was involved in a state title here was was when I remember watching Kai Woods and Ryder Kingsford, and they were on 65s. I think it was the older 65 age group, and I was commentating that day. It was quite a muddy one, and I remember them being first and second in their race, and then both of them crashing just at the end of the back section, the bottom section there where the tower is there, and they were both stuck in the mud, but they both got going pretty much at the same time. So that's going back a few years now. As you see, those riders are now full-time pro, pretty much, riding in Ryder Kingsford in the MX2 class, and Kai Woods hoping to take a championship in MX3. Unfortunately for Kai, fortunately he had a fantastic first race at the Pro Mex at Wonthaggi, winning that first race, but a crash in the second race forced him out of it, and he DNF'd. So a little bit of an uphill battle to start the year for Woodsy, but it's a long series championship and in the Pro Mex, and I'm sure that he can make up the points just by putting in a few good results.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that, Mikel. He did look pretty quick in that first moto, but unfortunately had a little bit of an off, sustained a bit of an injury to the foot, so which is another reason why we're not seeing him out here today. He'd been up to the Lake Club earlier in the year and really liked some of the changes that you've spoken of, that some of the track changes that he really liked it. He thinks the track's changed from being a ride park to more of a racing track. So we wish Kai all the best and hope to see him at the next round 2 in Horsham, I believe, in a couple of weeks' time. So on the start line now, we got the looks like
well, we've got the 7 to 10 65s out on track at the moment.
It was the first time to see the women.
Be followed by the junior girls. Yeah. Yep. So this younger 65 age group, kids as young as 7 and as old as, I know it's an under 10, but there are some 10-year-olds out there that have got an early birthday early in the year, the age group based on their age as of the 1st of January. So some riders fortunate enough to have an early birthday allows them to stay down in that younger age group, and it's almost like they get an extra year in every single junior class. So having a look at the riders out there, a lot of these riders riding the 50cc group as well. Interesting to see who comes out on top in this one. And we are here for round 1 of the New South Wales State Trials at the Lake Macquarie Motorcycle Club. Round 2 and 3, not too far away to round 2, end of April, 27th, 28th, at the Hastings Valley Motorcycle Club. They've seen a few state titles in the past years, and we'll be looking forward to round 2 in about a month and a bit's time, and then round 3 at Wagga in early June. Motorcycling New South Wales would like to thank their major partners of the 2024 MX titles. Holshock Graphics, specialise in custom motocross graphics, jersey printing, seat covers, plastic kits and accessories. The organisation produces high quality MX decals and products for riders in Australia and worldwide. Gall Brothers Medical, one of the trade stalls here today, as well as a partner. They are specialists in measuring, fitting and repairing mainly the knee braces, one of the top knee braces in the market, and custom fit to the rider's legs to give them the most protection. So Sean is here today, and If you don't have any knee braces yet, you need to get them. One of your legs are one of the first thing, your feet's first thing to touch the ground in the corners. If you start to lose it, as we see a rider sort of towing his way around, and then just tuck in the front on the outside of the corner there. It's the number 17, not Austin Woodbury. That's the 50cc class. It's Liam Freeth, I think it is, that tucked the front there. The 212 on screen is Ryan Eastgate as he makes his way around a fallen rider and then down the hill. And just like I mentioned in the 50cc division, these 65 riders, you don't necessarily need to be the fastest kid, but get a great start and clean track and stay out of trouble, stay on the bike, and you might find yourself winning the race or even winning the weekend's racing. Z65's on their final lap now. And up next we'll have the junior girls. The Lakes Committee very actively involved in this event today, helping kids, and as Jules and I were saying earlier, the track will get better, the lines will form, and the riders will be able to negotiate the track a lot easier as the day progresses. So as we come to the end of this practice, we're going to go to an ad break shortly, and stay tuned for more action from round one of the New South Wales state titles.
I'm part of a team working on a first for mining in New South Wales, turning this coal mine into a new hydro power plant and solar farm to generate renewable energy for families and businesses. Projects like this show our industry will keep working to reduce its emissions, already down by 38% since 2005, all while contributing billions in royalties every year to fund our public services. Because here in New South Wales, we mine responsibly for today and tomorrow.
I studied business and commerce at uni. After graduating, I joined the New South Wales mining industry. And my job is to find smarter, safer and more sustainable ways of doing things, like world-leading remote vehicle technology, building renewable energy to power our mines and communities across New South Wales, and using drones for remote seeding to restore the land and protect our ecosystem. Because in New South Wales, we mine responsibly for today and tomorrow.
The Westpac Rescue Helicopter is here for our community. And this holiday season, we will be ready to respond 24/7. Please stay safe, and thank you for your support. To donate or for more information, visit rescuehelicopter.com.au or call 1800 155 155.
Our organisation represents the mining industry in New South Wales. We have nearly 100 member companies, and we represent the mining workforce of over 30,000 people that work in mining in New South Wales. Over 800 people work in mining in the Lake Macquarie region, and over 160 local businesses in the Lake Macquarie region are part of the mining supply chain, and around $200 million each year is spent by the mining industry in the region. It's an important part of the mining industry in New South Wales. It's an historic coal mining region with coal-fired power stations and coal mines located in the Lake Macquarie region. Well, our organisation and many companies in our industry support local community teams right across the state. And we have a long-standing partnership with the Newcastle Knights, obviously based in the Hunter region, that has endured over 12 years or more. Through the highs and lows of the Knights seasons, through the highs and lows of our industry's fortunes as well. It's an important demonstration of the partnership between our industry and sport and local communities, particularly in the Hunter region, and our support for this event today is part of that too.
Hi, I'm Sean from Gorbros Medical. We specialise in joint bracing for knee and wrist bracing, as well as other compression bracing. We specialise in measuring, fitting, repairing and servicing bracing and making sure the support is optimal for your unique anatomy. Three main products we do is CTI knee braces, pod knee braces and All Sport Dynamic wrist braces. We specialise in the knee bracing, which we've done for over 30 years, doing CTI knee braces since the late 80s. We've taken on pod in the last 10 years, which has been an amazing product for entry-level riders up to your pro riders. And also we have our wrist braces designed to stop hyperextension of the wrist, and we've been partnered with them since the 90s, so a long, long time. We specialise in measuring and fitting for them all, where they even CTI and ASD have custom wrist bracing and knee bracing. So full custom bracing for your unique anatomy that fits like a glove. We're partnered with Motorcycling New South Wales as we want to go to all the events and display our product, personally fit people and give them the best service possible. We're very happy to join Motorcycling New South Wales this year and partner with them. It's been great working with the team. It's been easy, smooth, and getting to the events, working out how to get to the events, all the information I require to be on ground and help my customers. It's been a very, very simple process, and it's been a joy to work with Motorcycling New South Wales.
For over 20 years, the Black Dog Institute has been trusted to listen to the experiences of real people. Every day, we work to uncover data, patterns and insights into mental health to develop actionable, practical solutions. It takes pushing boundaries to be an international leader in digital health. Not only researching and developing the technology, but also making it accessible to everyone. From clinical treatment and online support to early intervention and prevention programs, we're on the cusp of a new era of mental health science and action. As our technology advances and our scientific research continues, our ability to innovate and impact does too. with the ripple effect of our work being felt for generations to come and bringing hope to millions more. Together, we can continue to tackle the big issues in mental health.
So in the booth with me at the moment, I've got Blake Bannon, and Blake, saw you out there on the 85, looking pretty good. You got out front in the practice, and how do you feel about today?
Oh yeah, I feel pretty good. I think the track should be good later on. I can't wait.
So Blake, you had a rough year last year. You struggled back from a wrist injury, and I was saying earlier on the live stream when we were talking about you in practice that everyone was interested to see how you'd bounce back from that, but you've shown everybody that you're the guy to beat.
Yeah, it took me a while to get going again, but I eventually got going, and I'm nearly my pace again. So yeah.
So, and riding for the Yamaha junior team, you've been with them for a few years now, and they've been good to you. They've supported you through your injury, and how do you like racing for the Yamaha team and the Yamaha bike?
Yeah, I feel good about it. The bike's really good and stuff, so yeah. And
your home club, the Port Macquarie club, is that your favourite track?
Yeah, I'd say so. I don't mind the track. I don't really like the dirt there, but the ruts are pretty good there.
So you're looking forward to a home advantage for round 2 of the New South Wales state titles, hoping for a good result today, obviously, but I think you're probably going to go to your home club with a lot of confidence.
Yeah, hopefully I come out with the points lead.
Well, is there anybody you'd like to thank, Blake, before I send you out on your way? I know you've got another practice coming up soon.
Yeah, I'd like to thank my mum and dad for bringing me here, and Yamaha Australia.
Okay, Blake, well, best of luck today, and, go have a good one. Good. Cheers.
Well done, legend. Don't forget the water, Brad. Good job, mate. Good, Michael. Just get some bit.
So we've got the junior girls out there on track at the moment for their practice. Almost stuck in the front wheel there. I think that one of the Cyprian sisters, I think that's out there right now, and got through okay. Sarah Perry, one of the girls to beat in this class. She comes charging over the finish line down the main straight.
Yes, Sarah Perry's also one of the locals from the Lakes Motorbike Club, so no doubt she'll be one to look for in this race. Not one of the biggest fields, but I'd like to sort of get Mikkel's point of view over this. Over the past couple of years, we've seen a rise in professional women's sport, and it's really good to see that motocross has also had their fair share of lots of ladies and junior girls trying to take their hand and tackle on motocross. So I'd like to see your views on that, Mikkel, because it's something that I know you've been really pushing in your own series over the past couple of years to increase the numbers of females. And where do you think we're situated now, and what do you think the future is going to look for us with junior women in motocross?
Well, I actually think it's very positive. If you have a look at the numbers, just like you were saying, the numbers are growing, and more girls are getting involved, and it would be great to see them start to have more of their own classes. Obviously today or this weekend, we've got the 85 girls and the junior lights girls, but a lot of those riders are actually riding both classes, so it would be good to see some of the girls in the younger age groups also have a class to be able to compete, although it's not in the national class list, national or state class list, to have the 50s or 65s or even young 85s as an age group, but they prefer obviously to have their own group. I think that it gives them a lot more confidence when they're not racing the boys as well, and you know, the only way that we're going to grow the sport is to start to encourage the girls more in a mostly male-dominated sport. But there are, as you mentioned before, a lot of good riders that have come out of Australia in the past. Megan Rutledge is probably one that comes to mind. She finished second in the World Championship, very close to winning World Championship race. Won X Games. And was very competitive for many, many years. Even after she retired, she come back and did a few races and still schooled a lot of the girls on how to ride until we started to see new, young, up-and-coming superstars coming through. And
yeah, we've also seen the likes of Mackenzie Tricker have a pretty successful overseas career in the women's ranks. Also, Charlie Cannon in more recent times has had a bit of a stint overseas with Honda. So, you know, the women's ranks are equally well stacked as the men's ranks are, and you know, we're also seeing at the national level as well that the prize money is being now matched, so that we're seeing the equality of the women in the sport, which is really great. And you know, it's great to be a part of the growth of the female side of the sport, and you know, with what the clubs are doing and the opportunities we're giving for the girls, it's not being so much of a male-dominated sport as we've seen in the past.
Yeah, definitely, and we'll hopefully see more and more of that. Hopefully Charlie continues to go overseas and race. You mentioned Mackenzie Tricker racing in America, doing a lot of the amateur national stuff over there in the motocross, a little bit of enduro. Taylor Jones is another one who went over and is racing enduro in and the Grand National or the GNCC Grand National Cross Country Series over there, being very, very successful. A few local riders as well that have like Tori Dare, who's won I believe state titles, quite a few East Coast Championships as well, and done a little bit of national stuff, but just mostly kept it at state level. But did not do any overseas racing.
So that brings us to the MX women. So these are the senior women that will be racing over the weekend. So it's a pretty good throw in there, Mikkel. Good lead in there. That this is the first opportunity we're going to see. You know, some of the likes of Taylor Thompson, Danielle McDonald, backing it up from last weekend down at Wonthaggi. So those two girls, I think, finished second and third for round one in the Pro MX. So we're quite fortunate to have the opportunity to see Taylor Thompson and Danielle McDonald today. Mia Tung and Sienna Gudis were also out there last weekend and backing up again this weekend. So it's a good opportunity that we've got today, that there's plenty of ladies in the senior women's class here, and no doubt they'll be pretty competitive amongst themselves. So I think we're in for a bit of a treat today, Mikkel.
Oh, definitely, and it gives those junior lights girls not just here to see some of the pro MX1 riders, but to see the riders that they're going to be racing against in the MX Women's when they move up to this class. So some of the names that you mentioned will be, I think, the podium contenders this weekend. Taylor Thompson, Mia Tung, Danielle McDonald. I'd sort of think if you asked me who my top three picks would be, I think it would be them three. But don't discount any of the other riders. We've got some Queensland riders here as well. Amanda Cyprian and a lot of local talent. Sienna Gudis, Bella Arnott, local to this club. So as well as Mia Tung, her dad being parents being on the committee as well. So
yes, we also had the opportunity to see me. The NBN came out here on Wednesday. We had a bit of a press day, and the kids got interviewed, so it was a great opportunity for the... Yeah, anyway, bit of a case of the commentator's curse there, unfortunately, Mikel, but we did see some of the Hunter kids, the committee kids came out here and had an opportunity to be on NBN and the news on Thursday night.
So we're well into our practice sessions now, as I'd say 2/3 of the way through, and with this MX women's class, up next will be the junior girls 85 class. So three classes of girls out there, 2 so far, and then our junior girls 85s have just a lot of them backed up from being out there on the junior lights bikes. So as we see number 25, I think it was, going over the Sienna Gadis, going over that centre jump up the hill. And looking very clean, not making any mistakes in this practice. And that's what you start to see happen as the lines start to form. Riders will go outside of the lines, as Sienna did there, and actually cut across the ruts just to try and find some clean real estate as they go around the track. A lot of those ruts will be all twisted and pull the wheels in all sorts of directions. So starting the rut early and then getting out of it, just trying to find some clean track. As Sienna heads into that back section of the track down the bottom there, that's one of the best passing spots I found at this track, where the slower parts of the track, where you can cut inside or go outside, take a different line, and a lot safer to make a pass at slow speed, where when you get to the high speed parts of the track, it's the opposite. It gets very risky to make a pass. Everybody's going fast. A screenshot there of Samantha MacArthur on the Husqvarna as she goes down the main straight. And Sienna Gadis again going through the roller section, just sort of casing through, trying to keep her momentum up. And Taylor Thompson on the number 8 Husqvarna, flying over the triple step down and railing that burn, launching it over what used to be the Lakes Centre tabletop. It's centre step up now. Actually a lot safer as a step up, I feel anyway. So Bella on the 112. And Bella Brownlee. So 2 Bellas close in number as well. They're I think Brownlee on the 12 Honda machine. Taylor Thompson heading towards the finish jump. We'll get the checkered flag to end the practice for the MX Women's. Just slowing down there for the track exit. Up next, we're going to have the younger junior girls on the 85s, 12 to 1685 girls for their practice. So that brings us to the end of the MX women's practice. Up next, we're going to go to an ad break, and then we'll be back to the action at round one of the New South Wales State Championships at Lake Macquarie Motorcycle Club.
I'm part of a team working on a first for mining in New South Wales, turning this coal mine into a new hydro power plant and solar farm to generate renewable energy for families and businesses. Projects like this show our industry will keep working to reduce its emissions, already down by 38% since 2005, all while contributing billions in royalties every year to fund our public services. Because here in New South Wales, we mine responsibly for today and tomorrow.
I studied business and commerce at uni. After graduating, I joined the New South Wales mining industry. And my job is to find smarter, safer and more sustainable ways of doing things, like world-leading remote vehicle technology, building renewable energy to power our mines and communities across New South Wales, and using drones for remote seeding to restore the land and protect our ecosystem. Because in New South Wales, we mine responsibly for today and tomorrow.
The Westpac Rescue Helicopter is here for our community. And this holiday season, we will be ready to respond 24/7. Please stay safe and thank you for your support. To donate or for more information, visit rescuehelicopter.com.au or call 1800 155 155.
Our organisation represents the mining industry in New South Wales. We have nearly 100 member companies and we represent the mining workforce of over 30,000 people that work in mining in New South Wales. Over 800 people work in mining in the Lake Macquarie region and over 160 local businesses in the Lake Macquarie region are part of the mining supply chain. And around $200 million each year is spent by the mining industry in the region. It's an important part of the mining industry in New South Wales. It's an historic coal mining region with coal-fired power stations and coal mines located in the Lake Macquarie region. Well, our organisation and many companies in our industry support local community teams right across the state. And we have a long-standing partnership with the Newcastle Knights, obviously based in the Hunter region, that has endured over 12 years or more. Through the highs and lows of the Knights seasons, through the highs and lows of our industry's fortunes as well. It's an important demonstration of the partnership between our industry and sport and local communities, particularly in the Hunter region, and our support for this event today is part of that too.
So we're back to the action in the round one of the New South Wales MX State Championships. Got the junior girls 85s out for their practice. Shot us Syra Perry there, coming back towards the main straight, up over that double jumps or step up and double and out of where the first corner would normally end, heading up the straight. She's got one of the other competitive riders in this class, trying to ghost her around the track, just maybe match her for pace, trying to match her for pace, maybe follow her lines and learn from one of the best riders in the junior girls class. Sarah heads towards that triple step down and not quite getting it on the 85, but you saw Taylor Thompson fly over that on a 250 machine. At full throttle on that 85 to get that Lake Centre step up. Mia Kazi on the 85 by 226 machine. Definitely got the pace to win. Just got to try and get right up there with the start. And start crucial in any race event, I'd say, Jules. 80% of the race is in the start. I know it's cliche when you talk about keys to the moto, get a good start, but a lot of these riders all going the same speed, same lap times, or similar lap times, and track position of getting out front. You can't beat that. Even if you're not one of the faster riders, you can get out front and hold your own, and still going to finish a lot better than starting in the mid-pack or back of the field. So you can see the riders a lot cleaner now as a lot of that mud is dispersed and the lines are formed and the riders sticking to those main lines. We got a great shot there of Mia Kazi. As I said, trying to keep up there with Syra Perry and match her for pace. They'll be battling each other in the race. But everybody pretty spread out in this young girls 85 class. Some of the other 85 riders in this class: Jayla Parker on 58, Ada Harris 219, Sienna Cyprian, the Queensland rider, on the 459, and Mia Cameron on 588. See Syra coming up that hill, sitting down, trying to get as much traction up the hill as she can. You see some of the riders standing, some sitting. When the track's smooth like that, you can get away with sitting down to get that extra traction, but once it gets rough, they kind of have to stand up a bit more. So checker flag out now for the junior 85 girls. And that brings us to the end of the girls' practices. Next up will be one of the premier junior classes, that is the 250s, 13 to 16. So these are the kids that are racing, a lot of them racing the MX3 class, and sort of getting their feet wet in the pro ranks against some of the older riders. But they're obviously top of the fishbowl here in the juniors in that 13 to 16 year 250 age group. So I'd like to see the lap times of these riders versus what the MX1, MX2 Pro guys are doing. I dare say they're going to be pretty close.
I'd like to think that the lap times will be pretty good. We've already seen some of these riders out already for a practice sessions, such as the likes of Drew Kremer, 25, so no doubt he'll be fairly competitive once again in this class as well. I've got a bit of a live track update for the listeners online. Mia is okay. I believe she lost the front end and the bike's come down and knocked her in the neck, so I think she might have had a slight concussion, and they're taking her down to the medical for further examination. But for everybody listening online, Mia is okay.
So Junior Lights 250 out there, and Max Compton, he's a great starter, but diving out to the early lead in practice. Again, I mentioned it earlier, getting that clear track, no roost, and staying clean, literally. Being able to look at all the lines on the track. Drew Kremer was battling him for the lead, for that same advantage of being out front. And Max was very successful last year in the Junior 85, ended up winning almost everything there was to win on the Junior 85, but unfortunately ended up second in the Junior Australian Championships in Northern Territory. Had a chance at taking the win, and unfortunately second place was the result, but we backed him all the way, and he has just come back from Pro MX last weekend as well. He rode very, very well up there, top 15 overall. I think he ended up 11th.
No, I believe Max was around about that 10th, 11th place. Cooper Rowe was also see on track. Was down there also at Wonthaggi last weekend. So as was Jack Devison, I believe might have finished in around about the 8th spot thereabouts from memory. So yes, it's good to see that some of the local riders have been mixing it in the Pro Series as well as doing this State Series as well. One of the bigger fields we've seen this morning so far, Mikel.
Yeah, it is. It's good to see as well, especially post-COVID. I think we saw obviously a big drop-off leading into that and after that initially, but the sport has definitely rejuvenated since then, and we're seeing not just in the, like you mentioned, the 250s are full of grid, but right in the younger scale, in the 50cc, 65s, we're seeing much fuller grids, and that's very promising moving forward, because those riders you've not only got new riders coming in, but those age groups, those full age groups are going to progress into your older 65s, your young 85s, and so on. So very promising for the sport of motocross moving forward. There's a rider there at Marshall Point Town, unfortunately fallen, and because that corner is a hill, just can't get his bike up. So hoping for some attention. You see Compton there. There's that main inside rut, and at the start of the rut, he cut out of the rut early so that he's not stuck in that deep rut coming out of that turn. So interesting to see how some of the top riders choose their lines and find sneaky little inside lines or middle lines just outside of the main line. Your main line's going to get the roughest as the day goes on. Like obviously early in practice, everyone's just taking the main line, that's your fastest. But as that main line gets deeper, that's when these more experienced A-grade, you could say, junior lights riders start to dissect the track and find those better lines. So both, you got that main rut there, Kremer and Compton. See Compton riding the back wheel through those rollers a couple of sections earlier, coming around that corner with his leg out, had his leg out at the start of the jump and put it back on, showing his style. So style and skill, and then standing halfway through the rut on the way in, only sitting almost on the way out of the turn, and then back up on the pegs again. So a lot of body language, body movement on the bike as he makes his way around this track. So far hasn't put a foot wrong.
Yeah, and let's not forget that this is still qualifying, as the boys are just about to complete their final practice lap here. Those two gases were looking pretty competitive out in the front, but there's also some pretty other action-packed kids throughout the rest of this pack, with another local, Sonny Antonio from the Maitland motorcycle crew, another famous surname such as Kobe Reed, also competing in this class today. So we've also got Daniel McDonald's younger brother, also out here today as well. So yeah, probably one of the largest fields we've had this morning so far, Mikel, and it's been pretty good racing so far, and a good spread of manufacturers as well, Mikel, which is we tend to see and we like to see. As each year, one particular manufacturer seems to have a bit more dominance over another.
Yeah, look, especially in the 250, with the manufacturers, all the major bike brands have a bike out there. With the 125s, it's not as much. The Honda, the Kawasaki and the Suzuki don't make a 125, so great to see like at least 6 brands out there.
That's fun doing
that
it
are
it is.
That are competing, and all very, very competitive. So
I'm part of a team working on a first for mining in New South Wales, turning this coal mine into a new hydro power plant and solar farm to generate renewable energy for families and businesses. Projects like this show our industry will keep working to reduce its emissions, already down by 38% since 2005, all while contributing billions in royalties every year to fund our public services. Because here in New South Wales, we mine responsibly for today and tomorrow.
I studied business and commerce at uni. After graduating, I joined the New South Wales mining industry. And my job is to find smarter, safer and more sustainable ways of doing things, like world-leading remote vehicle technology, building renewable energy to power our mines and communities across New South Wales, and using drones for remote seeding to restore the land and protect our ecosystem. Because in New South Wales, we mine responsibly for today and tomorrow.
So we're back to the action in round 1 of the New South Wales State Championships, and our next practice out there at the moment, which is the MX2 C-Grades. And while we're having a watch of them on the track, I've got Daniel Rushworth with me here, the CEO of Motorcycling New South Wales, and round 1 of the state titles underway. Daniel, how's it all been going? Everything looks really good. Great track, great weather, good support of the event. The car park, I had to park outside today. I'm not sure where you parked, if you got a special armband to get in, but what are your thoughts so far?
Thanks, Mikel. Yeah, it's certainly been a great start to the season with round 1. Fantastic support, particularly by the host club. Lakes, who have put on a stellar track for the event, well supported by all their volunteers. So we're really thankful first and foremost for the effort that they've put in to allow for the event to go ahead today. The volunteers are the absolute cornerstone of our sport, and without them we certainly don't have these opportunities, which I'm sure all the riders appreciate here today. Being round 1 and obviously a different type of series format this year, we certainly feel it's been well supported. Obviously more room for growth always, and that's something we'll always take feedback on and look to grow with the series, but we're certainly very fortunate to have great participation across this round 1, and we look forward to seeing it, a great event this weekend, and hopefully then on to round 2 and round 3.
Yeah, well, talk about the numbers. Just over 340 entries I counted. I was saying to Jules earlier, I counted with my abacus going through the list, and that's a great turnout for the first round. As I mentioned earlier, the parking, just packed car park, and it's definitely a great way to start the series. Also noticed a lot of outside industry sponsors coming on board and supporting, and the live stream, very professional. Definitely the sport needs that outlook moving forward. It's also good to have the industry sponsors supporting us as well, but to expand the sport and reach that more mainstream.
Yeah, absolutely. And firstly, touching on the car park, I'm a bit like you. I definitely didn't get any special treatment. So definitely get my steps up today, so that's fine. But in terms of the partners assisting us with the event, it's absolutely critical that we have diverse partners across all our events. For the future of our sport, motorcycling is in a very large industry, and we're thankful for every piece of support we get from within the industry. But obviously we're an industry that reaches into so many different areas, and I think touching on particularly New South Wales mining this weekend, who have come on board for the first time, our sport has such entanglement with New South Wales mining. So many of our whether they're our parents, our riders, they're employed in that industry. So to have someone like that support us, and we're invested in what they do as well. So it's fantastic to have a partner like that. And we're certainly always looking to expand our partnership portfolio. The more we can do that, we've got a fantastic product, and things like this live stream that we're putting on this weekend, that just didn't happen. This is a strategic choice that our board and our staff have put together to ensure that we can expand our commercial opportunity, but more importantly, we can show off our riders to not just across Australia, but across the world. And we know how important the pathway is, and having this opportunity presented to all of our riders just gives them that opportunity to, I would say stand up in lights, but really ride in an event that's got great coverage that, potentially that might help them escalate to that next level that they're looking to achieve. Yeah.
Well, what you mentioned about New South Wales mining and a lot of parents and even the senior riders that are now working, that work in that industry, there's such a diverse, different workplaces that people come from. A lot of tradies in the sport, people in earth moving, and bank managers. It's actually for a sport that's not mainstream, should be mainstream, because there's such a diverse employment or types of employment of people that are involved in the sport. All it takes is those people to, show something like this live stream to their partners and their corporate organisations that can see what an exciting sport it is. It's a real spectator sport. When you compare it to some of the other motorcycle disciplines, motocross being on a closed circuit where you can see from, as we watch the overhead cam, you can see the whole track, and even a lot of the camera footage, we can see most of the action, where some of your even bigger races like Hatter and Fink, which are major desert or enduro races, they're spread over such a large track that you just get a clip from here and there. And I mean, they are very well supported, massive events, but motocross is such an exciting discipline to watch, and supercross as well. So hopefully we can make the sport more mainstream by doing what you've done for round one of the New South Wales state titles.
Yeah, I think the point around mainstream is many people, if they're not from within our let's just say our cohort, they would have the perception that it's just one person and one bike. That's all it takes for people to be involved in our sport. But as we well know, our sport is actually such a family sport. And, you look around here today, more than half of the categories we've got junior divisions. Those families are here. They're supporting. They might have multiple riders and things like that as well, but understanding that we are more than just what you can see on the track. And I think that's the part that when we speak to potential new partners and things, that we're not just talking about what occurs on the track. It's a much broader reach. And if you look at that in terms of what our opportunity is to say mainstream, our membership and our people that ride within our clubs across the state, you're talking about over 100,000 riders participating. Now, some of those riders might be participating multiple times, and that's all fine. But what we've got is such a huge group of people, whether they're members of clubs, recreational riders, road users, and that's something we haven't even pushed into as much as an industry as we potentially should. So there's opportunity for us to be not just mainstream, but actually a bit of an industry leader as well. And it's going to take time. We've taken a big step this year in terms of obviously bringing the broadcast, and we're going to continue that moving forward. But we are progressing, and I think that's the important point is as long as we continue to progress, we're providing better opportunities for our riders, we're providing better opportunities for commercial entities become involved in our sport. Ultimately what we can do is we can look to reinvest in our sport off the back of that, and obviously provide a cheaper alternative for people to be involved in the sport as well, particularly at a time when most families and people are feeling that economic stress.
Yeah, look, and that's another testament to the numbers, the entry numbers that we have. All the talk outside of the sport and just general life is cost of living, and one of the biggest fears a few months ago heading into this year was, what are the entry numbers going to be like? Are people going to drop off because they've got to put food on the table before they put bikes out on the track? And it's actually amazing to see that the sport has actually grown from this year to last year, and it's great that people have, I guess, able to make it happen and afford to do it. And you're right, it is a family sport. It's not just the kid out on the track. It's mum, back at the pit, making sure that there's food ready to, not just for the rider, but for dad as well, that's scurrying around the bikes, trying to make sure that the wheels aren't falling off, and that is his or rider, whether it's in one of the girls' classes or the boys, as we're watching now, the 10 to 12, 65 age group, Duke Sheridan on the 411, just sussing out that rhythm section, roller section there, heading into the left. But yeah, family, and then brothers and sisters in the pits that are maybe not riders themselves, maybe they are competing in other classes, but if they're not, it's a family ordeal. Mum, dad, brothers, sisters, and cousins, uncles, aunts, mom, nan and pop. So and it supports the club too, because those extra family members are here buying food from the canteen and maybe going and buying some merchandise, a T-shirt or hat, and every single logo that's out there, because they'll proudly wear their shirt out in public as well, to the mall or even to work if they can, and people will ask about it and go, what's that all about? So and even kids in school, like I remember my brother used to race with me when we were kids, and even when he stopped racing, people would ask questions about riding bikes, and kids in school, and some other of his friends would start riding bikes just because he used to do it. So.
Yeah, I think the point you raised around the economic pressure, I think there's a lot of credit due to our Motocross Sports Committee, who put together a great proposal for us to consider for this series, and wanted to ensure that the price point was at a level that was comfortable. It wasn't too large for anyone to participate, which is obviously something at a significant balance, because you need to run these events and make sure that whilst you invest in them, you can't necessarily run them at a significant loss for anyone's benefit. So we're really fortunate to have a great group of people that are assisting us with the series, and obviously they've put some great thought into it, and we're really thankful to have them on board. So we're always open to feedback about the series, and we know that no event's ever going to be perfect and be everyone's cup of tea, but we certainly want to try and improve regularly, and that's not just from this series to the next, it's from this round to the next, and we really look forward to trying and getting some of that feedback on board, and if there's appropriate change, we do that where we can.
Yeah, look, and that's what you're talking about, the progression. That's all part of the progression, is seeing a need, meeting that need, hearing the feedback, and then changing things accordingly to make it better. What you were mentioning before about the volunteers, a lot of people don't realise that the sport at governance level and when I say governance, I'm talking about the highest level at the board. People just assume the board members are paid. They don't realise that they're volunteers. That yes, there is an office of people that are employed, but your sports committees, your motocross committee, a lot of those people are here today, and people just assume, oh well, they're wearing a Motorcycle in New South Wales shirt, so they must be paid. And sometimes parents get a bit heated when something happens to their rider, understandably, and they might want to yell out at somebody wearing an official shirt, but everyone's just got to remember that some of those people are volunteers, just doing this for the love of the sport, and that we're all trying our hardest, and that we want the best for their riders that are out here. We're here to support them, so it's good if we can all have a good time together, and understand frustrations are going to run high at times, but hats off to all the volunteers that give their time, because if they didn't, we wouldn't have a sport at all.
No, absolutely. We're not one that people could afford anyway.
No.
And I think that's the part where we're fortunate to have such an army of volunteers in our sport, and always need more. And I think any club would say that. I think Lakes have here this week and have done a stellar job making sure they got everyone in every location they possibly can. But I'd encourage anyone that's not volunteering with their own club that's involved with our sport to, if it's an hour, if it's 2 hours, if it's one weekend, whatever it may well be, support your local club, because they're doing everything they can to help you stay on track and give you an opportunity. As much as people don't think a thank you can go too far, I'm sure when you see your volunteers out in track, please do support them, because that point that you make about giving that little bit of thanks will go a hell of a long way.
Well, look, Daniel, is there anything you'd like to just finish off with? What was going to be a quick question on this is the CEO of Motorcycling New South Wales has turned into a conversation that's lasted 2 practices. Is there anything you'd like to just final note from the CEO just to finish off as we carry on with round 1 of the New South Wales state titles?
Yeah, I think firstly, just want to thank everyone for their support of the event and our sport just generally. We're very fortunate to have such a committed community that continue to be involved in our sport. This weekend's no different. I see that there'll be a number of riders here that'll be out there trying to achieve their goals, and not all of those goals involve a podium. So we're looking forward to hoping that most of those do achieve their goals, and for those that across the weekend have got aspirations of reaching possible selection at the National to go to the AJMX in Bunbury later this year, we wish them the very best. But if they're just trying to compete and do their very best, we wish them just as much the same. But really, we look forward to getting as much feedback as possible, learning off the event, and make sure we can continue to provide better and better events for our community going forward.
Yeah, look, absolutely. You mentioned the Junior Australian titles, and that in WA this year is a mammoth task for anyone from New South Wales to travel over there, not just physically, but the time off work for the parents, the cost of the trip across the country of Australia, which is a continent as well as a country. And it's a big effort. So we praise all our riders that are going to make the trip across. And we finished 3rd last year in the State Cup. It's going to be a challenge to beat the WA kids on their home soil, but we've got some really good riders in New South Wales, and I would back them 100% of the way. So good luck to them in September when that event happens.
Yeah, and I think just to top off on that, like we said earlier about the economic pressures facing everyone, Motorcycling New South Wales is investing further than what we have previously to support the riders and our manager going over to the series, which will be, I'm sure, well received by those that are selected. So we're happy to obviously invest as much as we can to assist that, because obviously it's not just a flight, it's everything else that comes with it, getting everyone and the support crew across to support those riders. So we wish them all the best for those once they're selected. We'll be right behind them.
Okay, well, thanks very much, Daniel, and good luck to you and all the riders today for round 1 of the New South Wales state titles. So far, fantastic event and looking forward to a great 2 days of racing.
No, thank you very much, Mikkel, and also to Julian as well for taking the hot seat this weekend. Really appreciate it.
Yep, no worries. Thank you.
No, I'm really excited about it. I think it's great.
Thanks to Daniel Rushworth, the CEO, for his insights on the state titles, the riders and the sport as a whole. As we just finished with the 65 10 to 12s practice, and up next we've got the junior 85s 12 to 16s. Yeah, yeah. So 12 to 16 85s, we've got a wide shot there of everybody on the start line. And great to have you back, Jules, in the commentary booth.
Thanks, Mikkel. Just did a few little housekeeping things, make sure that we stayed well hydrated, so top this up. Just another further update on that fallen rider before, just for, as you're all aware of the mandatory concussion protocols. Mia's been taken off in an ambulance to hospital, but she's okay. Let's hope that she'll be able to back up and head back down to Horsham in 2 weeks' time. So unfortunately, that'll be the end of Mia today. So it pretty much opens up that MX women's class for somebody to have a real red-hot crack for third and fourth there. Maybe we might see the likes of Bella Arnott or some of the other girls that we've seen earlier there. Might be able to put a challenge towards Danielle and Taylor Thompson.
Yeah, definitely disappointing there for Mia, because, again, home track or one of her local tracks, so she would have backed herself for a great result today. So we wish her all the best and hope that she gets a clearance from hospital. As we have a look at the 85s now, and two riders that have a very competitive rivalry here, Seth Thomas and Heath Davey. Seth on the 295 gas machine, and Davey on the number 2 Yamaha, as they head out for their practice.
Yeah, Seth's no doubt put plenty of laps around the Lakes track, and more to the point since the recent track overhaul's been taken place. So there's definitely going to be some interesting racing between these two young guns today. So it'll be pretty exciting for Mikkel and I have the opportunity to bring this race to you a bit later on in the afternoon. As we find ourselves, we've got 2 more practices to go before we'll get into the pointy end of the day, where we'll see our riders out on track for their first race of the afternoon.
Oh yeah, no doubt, and the track definitely starting to come into its own now, as these riders are not being careful anymore. They are actually trying to find the fastest way around the track, and at first lap under yellow, they're not clearing. You can see that they're jumping, but they're making sure they're landing right at the end of the jump. That is to the limit of the rules of what they're allowed to do, and that's okay. That's what the rules are there for, and it's just for the rider's safety, as we see Seth trying to just gap the field a little bit, and the idea behind that, Jules, is if he can get away from the riders behind him, he can start to take the lines he wants to take and not show his opposition anything. So that's why he's trying to put in that hot lap to get away. Heath Davey there, just close enough at the moment to see what Seth is doing, and then also have a look at lines himself. But he's got a Husqvarna rider there right behind him. It's either...
I think that could be Charles Cosgrove,
it's either Buddy Brown or...
yeah, it could be Buddy Brown.
or Cooper Bowman, one of the two. It's 89 or 99. I quite spot it. But staying really close to Davey, also trying to do what Davey was doing just to see what Seth's lines are like. But Seth has gotten far enough in front now that he can actually do what he wants and ride his own practice and take different lines without actually showing his opposition anything.
Yeah, that's a particularly good point there, Mikel, that to keep a few tricks up your sleeve before we start racing is definitely a good idea. And look, he's definitely putting a lot of local experience together and sussing out some different lines that he can use when it gets to racing a bit later on in the program. You can see a bit of a move there.
Yeah, so it's not just in the corners where you can make passes, they can jump side by side. Obviously, the risk is a lot greater as you see Seth looking over his shoulder. Not a good thing to do. However, he's doing that he wants to have a look and see where his opposition is. What I was saying earlier about not wanting to show his opposition anything. So he looked over, he's gone, yep, I've got a bit of a lead. I can afford to take some different lines. And that is Cooper Bowman, who's now essentially, it's not a race, but moved up to second in this practice. Not sure what happened to Heath Davey on the number 2, but Bowman is currently leading the Financial Bike East Coast Series in this class. So he's, although we've been talking about Heath Davey and Seth Thomas as your number 1 and number 2 contenders, Bowman is a great starter, and he's won some races this year, so he could be the dark horse in this class. There's Heath. Heath did nothing bad happen to him. He actually let Cooper go because Cooper was right up behind him, and maybe Heath didn't want to show him any lines, so Heath let him go. He's just having a look at the track. He's not too bothered about putting, blitzing the laps. He's more so just having a look at the lines, sussing the track out, and trust me, when it comes to the race, he'll be back in the race mode for that.
Yeah, I totally agree, Mikel, that he'll be definitely got the race face on when it comes to racing. I think it was probably a case that he let the rider go through just so he could have some clean lines and just put in some consistent laps in this qualifying. So I think Davey definitely riding with his head there, showing a bit of experience.
Well, look, I mean, we've already seen some riders. We were talking about Mia Tung earlier, but I have seen a few other riders on the ground in practice that probably won't be racing the rest of the day today. And, the last thing you want to do is end your day before it started. Obviously, nobody intentionally does that, but that can often happen. And I find it actually tends to happen to more of the local riders, because you get that false sense of security that you're local to the track, you know the track well, but the conditions can be slightly different to what you're used to on race day, and it can catch you out.
Yeah, of course. I definitely agree with that there, Mikel. The pressure that the riders feel when they've got that home court advantage, so to speak, and not to sort of do their parents or themselves any disappointments. It is a shame, but it's a cruel sport sometimes, Mikel. It's a tough sport, it's a cruel sport, and those riders coming in thinking they know the track pretty well. With the recent renovations that the track's gone through, it's throwing up different riding conditions every time we're finding we've got a meeting on here.
Well, what I mentioned earlier about the challenging conditions, it separates the different skills of levels of riders. So when the track is flat and fast and easy, everybody's going fast, and you definitely need to pull a start. But some of these what you would call A-grade junior riders can actually come back from a poor start if something happens to them and come back through the field and still achieve a podium result because the track is difficult and they've got the skills that some of the other riders don't necessarily have to come through the field.
Look, and we have seen some trying conditions already throughout the practice sessions, so no doubt, as you've mentioned on a couple of occasions, that the track is now starting to form up and come to itself, and I wouldn't be surprised a little bit later on after lunch if we see the volunteers out there throwing a bit of water on, so which is a bit of a surprise from what we saw early on in the morning, but in order to keep the conditions consistent throughout the afternoon, we're probably going to find that we will have to get a bit of water on this track a bit later on.
Yeah, the sun has poked through a couple times, but yeah, again, couldn't ask for better conditions at the moment. As we look at the final practice of our practice sessions, the MX2 A and B grades, and you would again say our premier class with the MX1 A and B grade, a lot of these riders riding both classes. So
yeah, this is the first opportunity we've had to see these guys as well, and like you said, some of them are riding in 2 classes, so we've already seen them before. No doubt that there's been a few more practice taken place since the last time they were out, so they will find that the track conditions will be no doubt a little bit different to when they were out there previously. And you know, all the boys are out here just sussing out the different lines and how the track's forming up, and you know, getting a good idea of how it's going to race when they get into their racing just after this little this last moto. So
yeah, well, Joel Campbell again battling for the early lead in practices, as it is so important to get there, get out in front, and have that clear track, and that's what he's trying to do right now. Now that they've gotten through the first 3 or 4 corners, they're sort of settling in a bit there. Riley Fitzpatrick, though, on the Kawasaki, not letting him have it and trying to get him up the hill. I think he's going to have him, as he's going to have the inside anyway and take away the practice lead from Campbell. But you can definitely see that they're a lot more comfortable on the track now that the lines are formed up, and they're a lot freer to open up the power and actually race around the track.
Yeah, we see Fitzpatrick getting out to the front, like we've spoken of, just trying to get into some clear air, so to speak, just so he can concentrate on his lines and hitting his marks. And once again, we're going to see a different capacities here. We've got a mix of some 450s as well as some 250s and some 252 stroke machines here on the track. So quite a lot of varies and manufacturers. Some of the national riders here backing up Fitzpatrick and Novak. They were riding down at Wonthaggi last weekend. So yeah, we've got quite a mix here of local talent and some national riders as well. But we do have, Mikkel, as I was just mentioning to everybody, that we've got a mixture of bike capacities in this class, this MX2 class, a mixture of 450s and 250s, and even a couple of the 2-stroke 250s that we were speaking of earlier, that are due to the rule change in MX1.
Well, definitely in the MX1 you have that different, because it's almost like an all-powers class, you have the different size bikes. In the MX2 grade that we've got here is more so just your 250s, 254 strokes and 252 strokes. But we've got a lot of help in the commentary booth today. We'll be talking to Damien Adams as well in a minute or so, a few minutes, and get him on the microphone as well, get his perspective on the race day, and definitely makes our job a lot easier with so many different people that can comment on the day's racing and commentate as well, call the racing and make it as exciting as it is to watch.
I totally agree, Mikkel, you know, and no doubt it'll be, you know, really great for the viewers online to listen to the pair of you when you get an opportunity coming up shortly to have a chat. Both of you are quite well-established motocross coaches in New South Wales, and it'll be great to hear the story behind Damien, how he's purchased an already existing sort of motocross school. So I think it'll be a great opportunity for the viewers to see you guys have a bit of a chat about that, if you can tell us a bit about that. Yeah, so we'll get Damien online, and maybe he can have a bit of a chat with you. We'll get into the racing.
Yeah, well, it's not far away. We've actually got our first race coming up, so you know, we'll get into that, and because once racing starts, we really want to be calling the racing and talking about the riders that are out there competing for position. So we'll get Damien on the mic and see his perspective of what he thinks about round 1 of the New South Wales State Titles, as these riders have their last lap with the MX2 A and B grade 250, and even got Taylor Thompson out there wanting to show the boys around this track. So Taylor's a fantastic starter. I've had the pleasure of, or displeasure of having to race Taylor, and she is a really good starter. So hard to beat to the first corner, and definitely got the pace to run up there with the front pack of this group anyway. So before we get into the first round of racing, I've got Damien Adams with me. And Damien, you're one of the main coaches in New South Wales. You took over from Nick Sullivan at Competitive Edge. Do you want to just tell us a little bit about that?
Yeah, thanks, Mikel. Obviously managed to work with Nick Sullivan from Competitive Edge for quite a number of years as an assistant coach. And when Nick decided he wanted to move on and hang the boots up, I was lucky enough to sort of acquire Competitive Edge, and with my own business with the off-bike strength and conditioning and the nutrition side of things, I kind of put them together and made Competitive Edge Performance. And now I try and cover the whole thing from a holistic approach, from the on-bike coaching to the off-bike coaching, and loving every minute of it, mate. It's great to be able to give back to a sport that's done so much for me as a kid. So.
Yeah, look, it's one of the things I think riders in New South Wales are spoilt with is there is quite a few coaching outfits that riders can go to, and like you said, some coaches focus on different areas. Like me and myself, I'm also focused on the on-track stuff and on the bike stuff, and also a little bit of the mental game and mentoring. And you mentioned yourself the things that you focus on as well, the holistic part of coaching. It's not just on the bike, it's not just the mental game, but it's also the nutrition and the training off the bike as well as on the bike that matters. And I think it's great that riders have such a wide variety of coaches to go to. We're not the only ones. As you've got the Moss Institute and Lee Gainford as well, and the Rankmores in out west as well, which is also, it's not just a diverse amount of coaches, but it's also, we cover a lot of area to support the riders within the state. So it's something that is great at junior level. One of the conversations I've had recently, and I don't know if you've noticed this as well, if you look at the pro ranks, and it's different in other countries overseas, like America or Europe, but I don't know if you've noticed this, but in Australia, the factory teams, and I'm certainly not trying to sell us some employment here, but I notice a lot of the factory teams don't have coaches. I don't know if you've seen that, or if you know of any of the teams that do have coaches, but some of the best athletes in the world, like your golfers, your tennis players, and then even like your motocrossers. If you look in America, you've got the Baker's factory that exclusively look after the KTM Husky and Gas riders. It's and then Johnny O'Mara, he looks after the Honda boys, mainly the Lawrences, but the younger Honda riders. Like Chase, that Hymas, he's also with that, getting coached alongside the Lawrence boys. So does it surprise you that the teams in Australia don't have coaches?
Yeah, look, it's surprising, but it's also not too. I understand there's already a huge expense for these factory teams to run the way they do. There's already massive outlays with bikes and gears and sponsors and everything else like that, and being able to have a coach or a trainer who is specifically for that whole team. For let's use CDR for example. If Dakar was to go out and hire a coach to look after Ferris and Beaton and things like that, it's a massive outlay. But I feel like it's something that's going to have to start taking a priority in the coming years if they want to see the sport continue to elevate and help these riders get to that next level and continue to move overseas. Because like you said, it's already in America. It is like that's everyone's goal, is essentially to get over to America or even Europe. And if you've got privateer guys that are trying to make it to that level, and they're the ones who are paying us coaches individually to try and look after them, and then they go to a factory team and they still don't even get that support there, what sort of incentive does that and motivation does that give those guys to want to actually, or to see the importance of it and understand how important it is if they're not getting it on that kind of level as well. So I think, like I said, it's surprising, but it's also not surprising at the same time. But I think in the coming years, I reckon we'll start to see it improve. I see the sport going in a good way. I see it growing. I see more sponsors and more people getting involved. And I hope that allows these race teams to have a budget to start getting in coaches like yourself and myself and whoever else wants to be a part of that, and hopefully elevates the sport to that next level.
Yeah, look, I mean, there's a lot of interstate coaches as well. So there's actually multiple coaches around the country. Just off the top of my head, you got Lee Hogan down in Victoria, Shane Metcalf, also he's down South Australia way, but all across the country, WA as well. Luke Davis,
yep.
there's
Jade Oates down in Victoria there as well. Yep.
That's it, Oatesy. There's so many guys that have moved into the coaching scene that have been involved for decades now that have a lot to contribute. And I think the fallacy sometimes is that the riders actually we'll continue this conversation a little bit later as we go to the first race of the New South Wales State Titles. That's the MX3 class, and railing around the outside there is number 25. Is that Cooper Rowe trying to get that hole shot? And I think he may have it after railing the outside berm. He's got the number 19, Finley Manson, behind him. And both of these riders were riding the MX3 at the Nationals. So it's Rowe from Manson and Riley Burgess, I think, in third place on the 275. So the Husky from the KTM, and then another Husky in third place. Rowe in the box seat right now, just trying to gap the field, taking the defensive line though, protecting that lead. And Manson following him through that main line. He knows Burgess is there in third place, although they've got a few bike links on him as Burgess under challenge there, might have got caught up in that corner a little bit, and he's now fighting to hang on to his spot. So that's going to give Manson the opportunity to focus on Rowe for the lead and not worry about defending his back wheel right now. And all Cooper can do is just keep his eyes out front and race forward. So headed to the back section of the track, or bottom section there through the rollers. And Rowe's starting to pull away a little bit here, and this is the perfect start to any race for any racer in any class. Just get the hole shot and gap the field in the first lap, create a bit of breathing space, and then by the time you get to your third or fourth lap, you can manage the race from there. It is a long moto though. They have got 15 minutes plus a lap, so fitness will come into it later on in the race, but definitely starting off on the right foot, which is what he has done, is going to give him the best chance, Damien. So what do you think so far about the side of this race?
Yeah, absolutely. I think, like you just said, for the young fella out in front there, Cooper Rowe, he just needs to get out, get that gap out there, and then get to a point where he can manage it, relax a little bit, remind himself to breathe, and just keep hitting his marks and not make any mistakes, and he should be able to bring this one home. But he's got one on his tail, and he's certainly not making too much of a gap just yet.
Yeah, look, it's the front two still have that little bit of a gap over third place, and Manson hasn't let him go. He's kept him. He's staying just outside the roost range. You can see he's right there. I'm not saying that he's holding back or anything. I definitely think he's trying to just hang on the tow rope and stay with Rowe as he tries to get away, because if he can stay close and keep that pressure on, I mean, Rowe's one of those riders that I've noticed he's matured a lot, and he's not as worried about the riders behind him. You don't see him looking over his shoulder. He's very cool, calm and collected. I don't want to, jinx him or anything like that, but he tends to race forward, and he's not too bothered, about the riders behind him. And you can see that he's got his set of lines. He's taken the same set of lines every lap so far. He's not trying to ride defensive. He's not trying to block. He's obviously got a 2 or 3 bike length lead where he can afford to do that. Manson, though, is starting to come under pressure there from third place. Yeah, I don't know. So Rowie heading up the hill into that inside, and Manson following him, and maybe that's why Manson's running about the same pace. He's either had the same set of lines as Rowie around the track. Now you see Rowie looking over his shoulder going, who's that? Who's that behind me? I thought I would have gapped the field by now. So maybe just trying to get an idea of who it is. Sees the orange fender. Very hard to see as a rider who's behind you unless you have a 180 turn coming back the other way. I've always found with pit boards, I don't know if you found that as a racer, I hated pit boards.
Yeah.
I never even
bothered.
look at them. Never look at them. It's I actually found it as a distraction. And,
definitely.
And lose concentration just trying to read what was on there.
Yeah, no, they've never been something that's benefited me, that's for sure.
I haven't quite been able to see the number of that rider in third place. Is that still Burgess in third?
I think it's Burgess, yeah.
On the 275.
Yep.
He's managed to sort of... The reason why I was not quite sure is the other Husqvarna behind him in third's also got the red gear on, so they both look the same.
Actually, yeah, that might be Burgess in fourth.
We'll get a closer look next time they come over. The finish line is a challenge for the second place now.
It's Devison.
Oh, it's Devison.
Yeah,
Devison is the one. That's why I thought, I was a bit confused whether it was still Burgess, but Devison making the pass for third and almost getting the pass for second there up the inside of Manson.
Let's see if Burgess can stay on the back of him here, and we'll have a bit of a three-way battle here.
Yeah, well, Devison definitely on the move. He was racing last weekend at the first round of the Pro Mix in Montague and was impressive with I think a 9th place finish in the MX3 class, so at national level. And he's normally a really good starter, so I'm surprised to see him having to come through the field, and he's got some work to do. He got right up on the back wheel of Manson there, couldn't make the pass, but still a lot of time left in this race, but he can't let Rowie get too comfortable out front, because the more pressure that he can keep on the leader, the more chance that he's going to be able to challenge for that position.
Absolutely, just keeping that pressure on there, it might force him to make a mistake and could make for an easy pass.
Also, we'll see if this is the case, but there's two things that normally happen when there's a battle. So with Devison and Manson fighting for that second place, sometimes that can actually slow them down and allow the leader to get away. Or what can happen at the moment, it can push that rider in that second position to go faster, which is what's happened. Yeah. Manson's turned it up because he doesn't want to lose that second position, and he's actually closed back up onto the back wheel of Cooper Road as they head through the roller section.
Yeah, he's had the ability to sit behind him for a while now, watch his lines and sort of see what's working and what's not, and trying a few different lines. So I'm sure within another lap or two, I reckon we might see him inch up on the back of him and potentially make a move for the lead here.
Well, Manson so far has been mirroring Rowie's lines. I haven't actually seen him try and make a pass. He's gotten close, but he's again also trying to ride defensively, where Devison's had to make a few passes to get where he is. So Devison's found some passing lines on the track. You saw him a lap ago on, I think it was corner 10, or marshal point 10, run up the inside and almost make a pass. So he's explored the track a little bit more because he's had to, where these front two riders have just settled into their lines and they haven't had to explore the track as much yet.
Yeah, that's right, and that could be the issue when you are following and chasing someone, is you can easily fall and end up at their same pace, and it's very easy to follow the same lines, and you kind of forget, you're going to get choked up and forget to actually start looking and exploring for some different lines, because you worry that if you do make that wrong choice that you lose that bit of time, and it can be hard to make up that time, and when these guys are so close in speed.
I saw Drew Kremer on the gas machine in 5th place there. Just starting to close up on that front group on Burgess in 4th place. So he's creeping up, and he's got another rider behind him. I think that's Compton on the 253.
We're getting a little bit of lap traffic too.
There's Rowie, that's not a challenge for the lead. That's, as you mentioned, a lap rider. They've already called. Looks like Manson, is he still in that 2nd place? Because I thought I just saw Rowie and then Devison. So I think something's happened to Manson somewhere on maybe in that bottom section where we couldn't see. He must have dropped it, because he's dropped outside of the top 5 and still looking to see where he is. I think there he is in 6th place. Yep, there's Manson in 6th. So definitely dropped out of sight where we couldn't see him. So now that makes it a lot easier for Devison, because it's another pass that he doesn't have to make. And now he's got clear track to ride his lines and try and close up on the leader. So Rowie's going to have some competition soon, and may have to pick up the pace if he wants to get away. For Devison's perspective, still a long way to go in this race, and a lot of time to put pressure on the leader and look for a way around. So it'll be interesting to see what the passing lines are around this track, because I think if the other riders are able to access this live stream, it's really going to help them to see those passing lines for when they go out racing.
Absolutely, the live stream's allowing us to see so many different parts of the track that you just can't see when you're physically here. So then I would have a look at that, and once the track dries out throughout the day, I think it's going to become a lot more one line, and there's going to be a lot less room for passing, and it's going to get much tougher. So got to make the most of it in these earlier races while they can.
Well, again, Rowie has responded to Devison in 2nd. He's still riding really smooth. He's not looking over his shoulder. He's just doing his thing out front, clicking off the laps, and doing everything right at the moment. Let's hope that he continues to do so. See the riders throwing the bike a little bit sideways on the jumper. It's not just for style. They're trying to stay a little bit lower on the jumps to get back down on the ground, back momentum and speed. Wheels can't go anywhere when you're in the air, so staying as low as possible is as key as going quick through the corners and down the straights.
Definitely. Is that Max Compton that we've got up there in 3rd, is it?
Yeah, I did see Max Compton on the gas. He was behind Crema, and we'll see if that order has changed when they come past us. Still got Burgess, there's Crema, there's Compton. So Max not able to get past Crema yet or get on the back wheel. As you see, Devison exploring the lines there. Rowie went to the inside, Devison to the outside. He's just trying see what works, seeing where he's gaining and losing, but he's able to, even when he loses time, he's able to close back up. So I think that even if Devison gets around Rowie, I think you'll see Rowie stick with him. And sometimes it's easier to be the chaser than the leader, because you not only have the advantage of exploring the track, you also can see what the rider in front of you is doing, and when they pull away from you, you can start to copy their lines and use the best of their lines and your lines to your advantage when you make a pass, especially if you make a pass later in the race. Makes it very hard for that rider to come back at you, because they might need a few laps to learn what you're doing to have the same advantage that you've had.
Yeah, absolutely. Like you said, when you're behind that person for so long, you learn their lines, you learn their weak points and their good points, and you're able to use that to your advantage when you do make that pass. So late in these races, when you can make that pass, it's going to be much harder for them to make that charge back.
Well, I don't know if you watch much road bike racing like World Superbikes or GP. They make passes on the last lap. They will race for, I don't even know how many laps that they do, but, even if it's 30 laps, they'll make the pass halfway through lap 29.
Yep.
And that is because they've been following the leader all race, they've been studying them, and they've been working out their spot, and they just save it to the last minute, and often the last lap of the race is the most exciting.
Absolutely.
And the other reason that they do that is, again, so the other rider doesn't have a chance to come back at them with a lap to go.
Yep.
Or study their lines, so they save that speed for the next race. They don't show their opposition anything because it's only going to make their next race more difficult.
Absolutely. There's definitely a bit of a method to the madness there, and a skill that's practiced and used a lot.
Unfortunately for the leader, he has no choice but to show his best lines to the rider behind, because unfortunately the rider behind is just as quick, if not quicker. So you know, at the moment they seem to be clicking off the same times. It would be interesting to see if Devison can get in front, and if Rowie would keep challenging for the lead, or if Devison was able to get away, or next race if Devison was able to get in front and if Rowie could match him for time. But right now Cooper Rowe just showing us how it's done, how to put a race together. And you know, so far perfect scorecard, getting a whole shot and leading the way. But these lap riders might play a part. I know that you know, there's a lot of contention around lap riders about whether they should move out the way or hold their line. And as a pro, a lot of pro riders get irritated with the lap riders. Like, unfortunately, they don't have eyes on the back of their head. They don't have rear view mirrors, and the leaders come up on them so quickly. A lot of times they're battling for position. They don't know that the lead riders are there, and I always look at it from the point of view that as the lead rider or the faster rider, you know, that's up to you to pass. You're the better rider, so you should be passing them and not you know, valve bouncing the bike behind them or yelling and screaming or expecting them to move, you know, like your royalty. So
absolutely, especially when you've got a ruddy track like this with the lines. Once you're committed to that line, you're already in it. So if you're the lap rider and you've got someone come right behind you, you can't just jump out of the rut and move out of the way. You've just got to continue doing your thing. And yeah, I definitely agree that the pro riders, they have the ability and the skill to make that choice early and make the smarter choice and go around in a different line.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think what all the pro riders and the top riders in these classes need to realise is that if a lap rider comes across their line or slows them down, it's completely unintentional. Yep. You know, as frustrating as it is, I mean, I've had crashes, I've had led races and been taken out by lap riders, even broken bones and had injuries, you know, clashing with lap riders. And as frustrating as that was, they didn't mean it. You know, it was just unfortunate. You know, do you learn from that? Yes, you do. You learn the body language of the riders, which direction they're going to go. I mean, yes, they can come across you at any time, any moment, but you know, you give them a wider berth, and then that's the checkered flag. And that 15 minutes plus a lap, that went by so quickly. And Cooper Rowe, well, that's how it's done, boys and girls. Just whole shot, perfect laps. I didn't see him make a single mistake.
No,
that whole race.
He was pretty much flawless that whole race. There was very little mistake, and he was under pressure from start to finish. So yeah, great ride from him, and certainly some character building there for himself.
Yeah, look, he's definitely, you know, ticked all the boxes in that one, and you know, clicked off the race. And with the format that we're running with the practice and one race today, you know, that's hopefully going to give him a lot of confidence going into tomorrow. I think he is racing in other classes today as well, so we'll see him a bit later, as is Devison. So as you can see, that there aren't a lot of there's a lot of passing opportunities. There's a lot of different lines, a lot of different ruts, but you can see that there's a main line out there, a fast line at the moment. And when the rider in front of you is taking all the best lines and not making any mistakes, as you saw in that race,
it's very hard.
Almost impossible for Devison to make a move.
Yep, absolutely, and that's where, when you're in second like Devison was, all you can do is continue to apply that pressure for as long as you can, and hope that he may make that mistake. But yeah, he didn't, and he done really, really well. So we're about to move into race number 2, which is our junior 9 to 12s 85s.
Yep, that's correct. And while we've got a little bit of time at the end of this race to start the next race, round 1 of the New South Wales State Trials here at Lake Macquarie. the Motorcycling New South Wales would like to welcome and thank their major partners of the state titles. New South Wales Mining, for example, is a leading industry association representing the state's mineral industry, providing a united voice for their members. They work closely with governments, industry groups, business and community leaders to ensure their members continue to operate as part of a strong, responsible and sustainable mining industry. We also have an industry sponsor.
Yep, so we've got Whole Shot Graphics. So Whole Shot Graphics specialises in custom motocross graphics, jersey printing, seat covers, plastic kits and accessories. So the organisation produces really high quality MX decals and products for riders in Australia and worldwide.
Cool, no, that's great. Thank you to our sponsors of the New South Wales State Championships, and an exciting race, that first one. I mean, there wasn't too many passes, but just to watch the close battles for the lead, and then also for third and fourth there with Burgess and Compton and Kremer in our top five.
Here we go.
Unfortunately for Manson, but in sixth. But as we get started with a 9 to 12.85, the lightning start from the outside there from the Gas rider. Husqvarna up the inside, though, is
Liam Millard.
It is Liam Millard on the
Liam.
26, and he's followed his Husqvarna compatriot in doing exactly the same thing, getting a whole shot, getting up front early.
It's Archie Black in second, I think, is it not?
On the 86, yep. I think it is. Also a really good starter.
And Jamie Ross in third.
Yeah, Jamie Ross, your eyesight's a little bit better than mine, Damien. I normally have to wait for them to get a little bit closer. Even looking at the screen, I'm, got to get my grandpa glasses on. So, yeah, definitely Black in second, and Jamie Ross in third. We've got a Yamaha 22.
Ollie Chandler, I think. On the
is that
KDM.
Ryder Birchall on the Yamaha 22?
Yes, it is.
So not a great start for one of our favourites, though, Blake Bannon. And we got a rider stop on the landing of that jump. Fortunately, the riders at the back of the pack not clearing that jump. They're not jumping as far. It just stalled the bike on landing. That could have been a very nasty accident if he was up the front of the field.
Yeah, not a nice place to be, that's for sure.
No, but Millard doing what needs to be done, whole shot, and leading the end of the first lap there, and he has gapped the field in second place. Archie Black.
Then we got the third.
Yeah, Chandler moving up to the third place. Birchall still there in fifth behind Black, 340. Following him is Fletcher Patterson. There is Maxie Harris on 264. Fergus, Sharabin. There's Sprowley with a terrible start on the 280, still looking for Bannon. Have you seen him come through?
Yeah, I saw Bannon come through. I think he was sitting around
mid-pack there, six or seventh. So
Liam has checked out.
And I love Liam's riding style. He stands up so much around the track. As the track gets rougher, that style really suits the track. He's very smooth, calculated, and he just gets stronger as the race progresses. So that's not good news for his opposition, though, because he's only going to pull away further and further.
Absolutely.
And, bike 125, Jackson Stone just could not get that bike started, so that's the end of it for him. It's Ollie Chandler trying to close up there. There's Bannon now.
He's coming through the pack.
That's it. He's at the back of that front pack, and I expect him to start moving forward.
Well, we've got a Yamaha down up the top there at corner 10.
Was that maybe Birchall?
That might be Birchall.
That went down on the 22. So that's unfortunately. It's the hard thing about crashing. Not that anybody wants to crash, but you crash at the end of the race, you might lose a position. Maybe you don't lose any position. You crash early in the race, and you're going to drop a dozen positions just like that.
That's right. And as you know, when you go down, that heart rate's up. You're in a panic, and it can take you quite a few laps to try and calm yourself back down and get yourself back into a bit of a rhythm and a flow.
Yeah, look, it's. It takes the energy out, saps your energy as well. Like you said, because your heart rate goes up, just your arms pump up. Some of the kids, I know I made that mistake as a junior, riding over my head. You crash, you want to make it better, you want to make up for it, and what do? You crash again. You get up and you crash again. Eventually you end up getting carted off the track because you can't get up again.
Yep.
And really what you have to do is just get up and go, well, you know what? I'll make the best of it. I crashed. There's nothing I can do about it. All I can do is salvage good position, good result, because the old saying goes that you can you can't win a championship in the first race, but you can certainly lose a championship. And just getting good points, I think, coming out of round one of the state titles. There's 2 more rounds. It is a championship. It's not a single event anymore like it used to be. And, it's not a single track. It's not like the person with home advantage is going to win the championship. They might have a good round today, but the next track may not suit their riding style, or a lot of riders are very superstitious. They go to a track that they maybe haven't had a good result at, so they think straight away, oh, well, I'm not going to get a good result. But where really you've just got to approach it as, well, you know what, I can't control what happened the last time I rode there, but I'm going to do what Cooper Rowe has done and what Liam Millard has done so far, and get a whole shot and ride clean laps and do my best, and you just never know what's going to happen.
That's it, mate. All you can do is head out there, hit your marks, tick off the laps, and do the best you can regardless of any sort of history that you've had at those tracks. You just got to put it behind you and go in with a clear and open mind. But yeah, Liam is on fire at the moment. He's looking great heading down into the back part of the section there. That Ollie Chandler, he's up into second now, is he not?
I think Archie, well, I'm not sure if Ollie Chandler's managed to get him or not, but we'll see when they come back. We've been so focused on the leader. But what I love seeing is the different riding styles. I talked about Liam, how he likes to stand up so much around the track. I watched him around the finish corner on screen, and he stood up all the way around that corner where other riders are sitting down. Some are standing up, but, just a testament to his fitness as well. You notice when the riders start to get tired, they sit down a lot more. But that looks like Bohannon's moved up into third place.
Yeah,
I'm not
Archie's
sure.
off.
Archie Black's actually dropped back a couple of positions. Is that Chandler that's in second place right now?
Blake's
I'm getting challenged
as
Bohannon takes up the inside and makes the pass, and looks like he's going to make it stick, and he cuts back to the inside again.
He's got a bit of work to do to catch up to Millard, but no doubt Blakey will be on the charge.
Well, I mentioned earlier, Damon, before you come on into the commentary booth, about how a challenging track brings out, you notice the separation in the riders from your A-grade riders. And Liam
caught up with a lap rider.
Almost got hung up behind lap rider there. Yeah, hopefully he didn't lose any time. But yeah, whereas when the track is hard pack and smooth, everybody's going fast, and you can see that Bohannon might have had a problem early in the race. He's having a little bit of a wardrobe issue there with his armour coming loose, and but hopefully that's not putting him off too much. Might be a little bit of more of an annoyance than anything else, but just that left strap come loose as he tries to chase after the leader.
Still a very, very good ride from Chandler there in third place. Great to see him up there. And Archie coming back in fourth there.
How quickly does the lead riders spread out? Like Jamie Ross, we see him there back in about sixth position, and that's that track position at the beginning of the race. I mean, you've got riders like Sprowley who's just gone past us, almost half a lap behind.
Yep.
Not because, like, if you looked at their lap times would probably be relatively close, even if he's a little bit slower. But to be that far back, and not just Sprowley, but we're talking about some of the other riders as well. Fergus, he's a top rider in his own right. Maxie Harris, but just that track position of getting a good start. And again, you mentioned it at the start of the race, key to the race, getting a whole shot. It's like, yeah, duh, obviously. But, not enough emphasis, I think, is put on it. Not so much by us, but by the riders. I was, one of my biggest issues as a junior rider is I never practice starts. I always get shocking starts and have to try and win from behind, and you can do that in juniors, but as you get older in juniors, it gets more and more competitive, and even in this is a young 9 to 12.85 class, and look at what a difference a whole shot makes versus a mid-pack start. I mean, Bahannon's managed to come from a mid-pack start to second place, but he's got a heap of work to do, and time's running out as we see Millard come over to finish jump again.
Yeah, and they're still waiting for Blake to come down the hill now. Yeah, here he is coming over the finish line now. So yeah, there's a fair gap between him and Millard, first and second there.
Well, watching Bahannon's riding style, he was charging hard earlier, you could see, but since he's got into second, and I think that he's being smart, he can see how far out in front Liam is, and he knows the track is tough, and the last thing he wants to do is try and be a hero and throw it all away to get a win. I mean, a second is as good as a first, not just for the overall for a day, but for the championship as well. And I think if any of these kids can come away with a top 5 finish in every race today, if not for the overall, they're going to be in good position for the series. But outside of that, they're really making an uphill battle to try and pull those points back as the series progresses.
Absolutely. I think it's really important that they understand to try and play the long game here, and it's not worth throwing it all away in the first race to try and make up a big gap. It's settle for second and do better in the next one and see how it goes from there.
So far, the riders are still taking the main lines. You can see them dropping into those inside ruts. I mean, once you get comfortable in those lines, it's actually very hard to explore the track. It's that worry of, what if I try that line and then it's a bad line and I lose time. So Millard, he's trying to just click off laps, keep his lap times the same, ride the same lines, not make any mistakes. He essentially doesn't need to explore the track, where Blake, he was having to make passes, he was having to try different lines, and he might have found something. And one of the things I like to do in the race, if I've got nobody in front of me, nobody behind me, I do like to try different lines. I'm obviously a little bit more careful when doing that. You have to expect that you might lose some time, but when you've got a big gap like Liam has, it's actually a good thing to do, because it may not help you this race, but come next race, if you don't have the whole shot and you haven't taken any of the lines, you're no good at them. Yep. Or you might try a different line and it's a bad line and you tuck a front wheel, or it's slippery, or you have a crash and then you mess your race up even more. So I think Blake's actually at an advantage in this race from the work he's had to do to get to second place. I mean, if Liam can just keep doing what he's doing and pull whole shots all weekend, he'd be laughing.
Absolutely.
So he doesn't have to worry about taking different lines.
Yeah, well, he's only got half a track to go before he gets a checkered flag. We are on the last lap now, so he's done really well from start to finish here, and I hope he brings it all the way home. But definitely an excellent ride from Bohannon to charge from where he was from that not-so-good start. He should be very proud of his ride from there till now.
Well, time flies when you're having fun, and Liam is certainly doing that as he finishes out, tries to just lock this one down with 3 or 4 corner sections to go, and Blake will hopefully again also be wanting to get that second place, and we'll see how the others fare for the rest of this race, whether they hang on to position or not. But we'll see them as they cross the checkered flag. Only one more section to go for Millard as he starts to jump down the hill towards the finish line.
Excellent ride there for Millard. Well done.
Yes, very good. And notice how he looked over at the checkered flag. I've come off on the last lap before. It's very embarrassing as well as irritating, because you obviously lose your race, that you worked so hard for. Bohannon coming through there in second place, the Yamaha rider. We had a little interview earlier and spoke to him and talked about his injury. He's come back from injury, and see Millard there waiting to shake the hands.
It's good to see from these young guys. Yeah, that was young Chandler come through in third place there.
Yeah, Ollie Chandler third. That's a lap rider on the 611. Caden Riley. That's also a lap rider. Yep. Maxie Harris was lap, but Archie Black coming through.
Well, we got a few riders down on the last lap over here.
Jamie Ross, and just finished in front of Kai Sproul there. So Jamie also coming back from a big injury last year, and everyone was really worried for him, and so great to see him back out on the track. I mean, I was speaking with his dad earlier in the year at a race event. I think it was a stadium cross, and I said, "Oh, great to see him back." And he's like, "I'm not. I don't want him on the motorbike." And you know, as a parent, you want to see your kids do well, but I know my own son had a bad crash a year and a half ago, and the worst thing, well, it's not the worst thing, but one of the worst things for a parent is seeing your kid hurt, because as a parent you wish it was you in that position, not them, and you're helpless. You feel completely helpless. So I really feel for them, and anybody that's had a rider badly injured. It's definitely not the fun part of the sport. That unfortunately it's a big part of the sport, because it's full contact and dangerous.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Beautiful. Okay, so we've got MX1 A and B grade up next.
Yeah, well, this is our premier class, and you know, you couldn't even pick a winner yet. You know, you'd almost go, like, wait for them to get through the first corner before you go, yeah, no, I think this person's going to win.
Yeah, it's a stacked lineup.
It is.
You've got Hayden Mellross, you've got Joel Campbell, who's been doing really, really well in the Supercross last year, and Benny Novak does the Pro MX. Riley Fitzpatrick. There's some big hitters in there. Josh Whitehead's a local out here and a regular at the Lakes track, and he rides really well. Yeah, well, they're about to get underway. Jackson Mitchell as well, also a great starter. Cooper Holroyd's a fantastic starter, and he looks like he's there battling for second, but it was Mellross, I think, that come through. Oh no, it's almost. He's held it. I thought they were going to come together, Mellross and Holroyd, just fighting for that lead. Blake Fox there in third, Benny Novak in fourth. Yeah, Foxy, he's great to see him with a good start, because he's got so much pace and talent. But Holroyd, with a little bit of urgency and fighting for that lead early, where, I think he caught Mellross off guard there a little bit. Maybe Hayden trying to settle into the race too quickly and giving up that lead early. Good to see Blake Fox going for some different lines here. It's really easy to settle in and just follow everyone into the same lines, but as you can now see, if you look up at the top corner there in corner 10, you follow the same line, one person goes down, you generally end up going down with them and get stuck. So, well, you get stuck behind them, and unfortunately for Foxy, that old commentator's curse there, the alternative line didn't work out. He went to the outside. I think he might have given up for third. Yep. And that's Novak on the 70 that snuck up the inside and got around him. Oh, we had another rider down the main straight. That looks like Riley Fitzpatrick on the Kawasaki that's lost it there. It's a shame. He was off to a good start. We've still got Holroyd out in front, looking strong, starting to make a bit of a gap there on Mellross. Third place, Blake Fox. Got Josh Whitehead coming through in fourth, followed by Benny Novak. And I think that's Ninnis following him. Yeah. So we have a shot there of Mellross on the 45 on the KTM, and he is still right up there in this one. Foxy on the 25. Whitehead up there, yeah. And Ninnis. Brock Ninnis is not someone to shy down to as well. He's definitely got some pace about him. Well, that's the thing. Any one of these riders with a whole shot can actually win this class. Yep. So what we were talking about earlier, just in the race before, about the start being key, and Blake Fox going to work there on Mellross, and these two riders are national high-level Pro MX riders. Mellross has ridden for CDR,
factory KTM, factory gas. Blake Bannon throughout his junior career was KTM junior team, and then
went to the Husky team there for a bit too.
Went with the Husky team. Went to gas as well there for a stint. Won an MX3 national championship, Pro MX. So and then you've got a local rider, Cooper Holroyd, who is out there and he's got these guys. So take nothing away from Cooper Holroyd. As I said before, a fantastic starter, and he knows how to win races. So that's what I love about seeing some of the factory guys come back and race at state level, because there's a lot of local pros that have got so much speed and talent that don't quite have the support to go and race at Pro MX level on the same sort of machinery and same sort of level. But when the pro guys come back to state level, it kind of almost becomes a more even playing field and gives those local pros a chance to shine and show what they've got, and Cooper's doing just that.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. It makes for some really, really good racing at this level. He's certainly pulling a little bit more of a gap on Mellross.
Well, what I was saying earlier when, we see a pass there for Foxy trying to get around the outside, and he scrubs that jump and makes the pass around the outside, and as Mellross has kind of stood up around the corner, almost like let him go a little bit, but sometimes when you've got somebody up your backside, it's easier just to go, okay, well, you're obviously going a bit faster than me, I'll let you go, and let the pressure off a bit, because the longer that rider's putting on pressure, the more tired you're getting, you're under pressure, you maybe make a mistake, and then if you let them go, you can follow them and try and learn from them, see what they're doing, and maybe pick some stuff up that can help you, and if you can stick with them long enough, you actually might be able to get them back later in the race.
Yep, exactly what we spoke about earlier. There's still so much of the race left, so he can sit behind him, learn, and potentially make a pass a little bit later on.
But the other thing, what happened in the 250s is when the riders were battling for second, it didn't actually slow them down. It actually pushed them closer to the leader, where what's happened in this race is the riders battling for second has slowed them down. And take nothing away from Cooper Holroyd, he's riding great out front. It has pulled away, but sometimes when you're battling, you're trying to ride defensive, you're protecting your lines, and that can slow you down when you're trying to block another rider. It slows you down, slows them down, and that allows the leader to get away, which is what's happened in this race. But Cooper's still the one in the driver's seat, and he's the one that's got to keep that pace up. As you see, Foxy has cleared Mellross now, and that's going to give him the chance to just get some clean track and not have to worry about protecting the line. And we'll see if he can close him down, or if Cooper can match him for pace.
Yeah, no doubt Foxy will be trying to make that charge and hopefully reel some grounding on Holroyd, but Holroyd's looking really, really strong right now.
Well, as much as I want all of these riders to win, I'd love to see Foxy catch up to Holroyd just so we could see a battle. And it's always exciting to watch a battle and commentate a battle, and then for everybody at home as well, as they're ready into lap traffic.
Absolutely, we're here to watch racing, and it's not as exciting when they're out there on their own, that's for sure.
We'll try and get a look at the placings further back. Mellross in a comfortable third place. Benny Novak still close by. Joel Campbell a couple of positions further back, I think. Brock Nunes on the 42. He's actually gotten around Novak. I'm not sure if Novak's on the 250 in this one, or is he riding his 450? He's got the black plates on it, so that leads me to believe he's on the 250. On the 250. It was a smaller powered bike, so if that's the case, on a track like this, I mean, this is a horsepower track.
It's definitely a
You look at the
horsepower
uphills and the downhills, and if you're on a 250, you got to work so much harder, especially on the start as well. You're at a major disadvantage.
Absolutely.
That's Whitehead actually behind Mellross. So Josh Whitehead, local pro, and he'd be very comfortable going around this track. Then Ninnis on the 42, Novak on the 70. So Benny Novak, the first 250 rider. Then we see Campbell there, a couple of positions back. Also,
Riley Stevens there with him too.
Riley Stevens in between them.
Joel Campbell coming over.
Oh, there's Joel Campbell on the 52. So I missed that other Husqvarna rider that was behind Stevens. So we'll have to have a look at that next time they come down.
Got Jackson Mitchell there. It's Cameron Steele.
Yeah, Cameron Steele, another local rider that haven't seen for a while. I think he's done a few enduros and stuff, but you know, local track for him, so he loves coming out here and racing, and you know, good to see some old names of riders coming out of the woodwork to have a race at their local round of the New South Wales State Championships. There's the Husqvarna. Is that Jonesy? Michael Jones, I think it is, on the back wheel of
266
of Riley Stevens.
Fox is closing in the gap on Cooper here.
Yeah, he is. He's running out of race time though. He's, you know, it's one thing to catch a rider, it's another thing to pass him, and especially once the rider in front gets set in their line, set in their sort of race mode, where they've been clicking off laps, they're comfortable. I mean, in saying that, nobody likes someone breathing down your neck when you feel like you're riding your best, and then someone's actually caught up to you. It does get in your head a bit, but I think Cooper's been around a long time to know that it is one thing to catch, it's another to pass. So Foxy's going to have to, in the corners, if that's where the pass is made, he's going to have to go 1.5 times quicker than Holroyd or hope for a mistake. So we'll see. I mean, it's definitely tightening up as they head through the roller section as this race sort of comes to an end.
Yeah, may have to get a little bit aggressive if need be.
Well, I haven't seen that yet today, and you know, when you have that main line where if the rider in front of you is riding the best lines, it is hard to step out and make that pass. So sometimes that's what's required, is not necessarily to knock another rider off their bike, but put your bike in the way and take the line away. You know, there's a lot of switchback sections on this track where the outside becomes the inside. So you know, you go around turn 2, and if you can get close enough on the outside, we actually saw Cooper Holroyd do that on the start. Mellross looked like he had the whole shot up the inside, rode the defensive inside in turn 2, and Holroyd railed that berm and actually went around the outside of him, which gave him the inside to the next corner. So, you know, there are passing lines out there, but, you know, got to get close enough to do it first.
Yeah, it looks like Cooper's pulled out a little bit of time on him again.
Yeah, that's right. Look, Cooper's responded to the challenge of Fox in second, and maybe you know, Blake's trying different lines, looking looking for that passing option. And again, unfortunately, when you do that, you do run the risk of losing time because you're running outside of that main line. But as the track gets rougher and that main line gets worse, that's when those alternative lines that Fox is trying now will become faster lines and passing lines. When you've led a race like Cooper Holroyd is doing, like Liam Millard did, like Cooper Rowe did, where they led from start to finish, they don't ride any other lines. So when they're forced to, they then have the same problem that you see Foxy's having in second place right now.
Yep. I have to say our drone out there is doing a really good job of getting this footage.
Oh, it certainly makes our job a lot easier in the commentary booth, where you know, I don't know if you've ever done commentary where there's no screen to look at, there's no cameras, and you see the riders go off the start. You can't even see who's got the whole shot. You've got to try and stand on the first corner to get that, and then the riders disappear halfway around the track, and you go, oh yeah, no, it looks good. We'll wait till they come round again, and a lot easier to see. I think we're very lucky with the technology we have here today.
Absolutely.
From Sideline Sport. Sideline Sport is our streaming service. And Sideline Sport is a streaming and production service dedicated to all sport at all levels, and their platform aggregates all event content on one channel to provide greater exposure and insights into sporting organisations and competitors. So great for our sponsors as well, our major partners of the New South Wales State MX titles. And another one of our partners is Gall Brothers Medical Specialists in knee braces, measuring and fitting. They're custom made, and they are here today with their trade stall. Sean Gall from Gall Brothers. Most people would remember Gall, the Stephen Gall name from the Academy of Off-Road Riding, Yamaha Academy, which I think even Nick was involved with for a fair amount of time before he went out on his own with Competitive Edge. And Nick, I think, had a long-standing relationship there with Yamaha over the years.
Yeah, I remember even watching a lot of Gawley's videos when I was young, and then it sort of transformed into the YM Academy with Shane Booth and Chris Urquhart, and they were a big influence on my early riding career and my own coaching as well.
Well, essentially the Yamaha Academy of Off-Road Riding was the pioneer of coaching in New South Wales, well, in Australia, and it was only after that I got involved in coaching in the early 2000s, and same with Greg Moss from Moss Institute started about the same time as that, after the Gawley schools, and then you saw Lyndon Heffernan take over take over the Yamaha Academy, and then, like you said, change to the YAM, where you then had different coaches all over the country running almost as franchises, and some of those coaches still involved today. Others have moved on to different disciplines or business ventures, but the sport's definitely evolved so much over the last 20 years, and you can see that not only at local level, club level, state level, national level, international level. When you had Jeff Leask, he was one of the first Australians to go over and have a successful racing career overseas, finished second in the World Championship. I can't remember what year. He probably doesn't want to remember what year to show his age, but I think it was in the 80s, and I remember watching Betamax tapes of I thought a checker flag, and a little bit of a legs off there from Cooper Holroyd as he takes the win ahead of Blake Fox. Aaron Parker, actually also a vet rider, Aaron Parker, but having a go against the big boys.
There's Foxy there.
There's Foxy coming through in second, and Josh Whitehead third. We're talking about Jeff Leask. Well, we've got a little bit of time before the end of this race to the next one. Finished second in the World Championship. Actually, from what I know of it, was going to win the World Championship, and the races were 45 minutes long back then. He ran out of fuel, 2 corners to go, so nothing he could do. And racing in Europe, the tracks there are massive hills and everything like that. No way he was going to push his bike to the finish, and that's how cruel the sport can be. But went from Europe, went to America, and was top 10 in AMA. I remember, as I said, watching Betamax tapes of him riding against riders like Rick Johnson, David Bailey, Jeff Ward, those guys, that era, Bradshaw and Jeff Stanton, and among many other, just legends in the sport. And then Leask coming back to Australia, putting back into the sport, KTM team manager for many, many years, and then head of KTM for such a long time. So an icon in the sport, but then it's like, who's going to be the next guy, you know? And then it was 20 years later when Chad Reed was the next one. And then after Chad, it's like, who's going to be the next guy? And everybody thinks, probably not going to be one for ages. But then you got the Lawrence brothers,
boys,
So, the sport, you're starting to see Australian riders go overseas closer and closer and closer together.
Yeah, and I personally think we're only going to see more of it.
Yep.
I'm part of a team working on a first for mining in New South Wales.
Alright guys, big shout out to NSW giving us the opportunity to bring this racing here. We got commentary on track, we got commentary on live.
Turning this coal mine into a new hydro power plant and solar farm to generate renewable energy for families and businesses. Projects like this show our industry will keep working to reduce its emissions, already down by 38% since 2005, all while contributing billions in royalties every year to fund our public services. Because here in New South Wales, we mine responsibly for today and tomorrow.
I studied business and commerce at uni. After graduating, I joined the New South Wales mining industry. And my job is to find smarter, safer and more sustainable ways of doing things, like world-leading remote vehicle technology, building renewable energy to power our mines and communities across New South Wales, and using drones for remote seeding to restore the land and protect our ecosystem. Because in New South Wales, we mine responsibly for today and tomorrow.
The Westpac Rescue Helicopter is here for our community. And this holiday season, we will be ready to respond 24/7. Please stay safe and thank you for your support. To donate or for more information, visit rescuehelicopter.com.au or call 1800 155 155.
Our organisation represents the mining industry in New South Wales. We're nearly 100 member companies and we represent the mining workforce of over 30,000 people that work in mining in New South Wales. Over 800 people work in mining in the Lake Macquarie region and over 160 local businesses in the Lake Macquarie region are part of the mining supply chain and around $200 million each year is spent by the mining industry in the region. It's an important part of the mining industry in New South Wales. It's an historic coal mining region with coal-fired power stations and coal mines located in the Lake Macquarie region. Well, our organisation and many companies in our industry support local community teams right across the state. And we have a long-standing partnership with the Newcastle Knights, obviously based in the Hunter region, that has endured over 12 years or more. Through the highs and lows of the Knights seasons, through the highs and lows of our industry's fortunes as well. It's an important demonstration of the partnership between our industry and sport and local communities, particularly in the Hunter region, and our support for this event today is part of that too.
So we're back in the booth and it's Mikel Constantino here with Damien Adams, and we'll be calling this next race, which is the 7 to 950 cc's, and they just went out for their sighting lap. Track's changed a lot since they went out in practice, and these little bikes, they really struggled earlier when the track was muddy. Obviously track's formed up now, it's dried up, and I'm sure these kids are a lot more comfortable now that they're in front. Well, in front of the mud anyway. Yep.
They're repairing a bike out on the track. Yeah, that's the same. Might take a while.
So I'm here with Cooper Holroyd, and he won the Premier class in his first race, the MX1 Pro. And Cooper, couldn't fault you there, whole shot. Well, actually, you battled for the lead early. It was almost like a joint whole shot, but you rode with a lot of intensity at the start of the race, got the whole shot lead, and then just run away with it from there. So tell us a little bit about your race.
Yeah, had a good start. Obviously, I think it was Mellross. He was up the inside of me, so he sort of took me out a little bit. Oh, not took me out, sorry, but slowed me up a bit. And coming to the second corner, he obviously went outside, I went inside, and I think that was a mistake he made, where I sort of got underneath him and sort of slowed him up a bit. And then the second corner, I just gave it a bit more coming out and ended up getting around him.
Yeah, and look, then once you took the lead, you kind of run away with it. You looked really comfortable, didn't make any mistakes, and you weren't bothered about the guys behind you. Like, even when Foxy tried to sort of close on you a bit, and in the end of the race, he kind of let you go because, he couldn't close right up behind you, but you look really comfortable in front.
Yeah, definitely. The fitness is helping a lot today. I know some of the other boys, I was talking to them off the bike, and they sort of had a pretty decent off-season where I sort of just kept riding and doing what I needed to do. But definitely about halfway through the race, he gave me a bit of trouble behind, and that was pretty much gave me the push that I needed to sort of break away a little bit and sort of get that gap behind me.
And just congratulations on your Pro Mix finish last weekend. I watched you on the live stream anyway, and SBS, and you were you were fantastic on the starts, and you were running up front with the factory riders, finished well inside the top 15, but we're battling for top 10s there for most of the day.
Yeah, definitely the starts were on point that day. I was feeling really good on the bike, and obviously MX Express Racing, they got the bike sorted with suspension and everything like that, and it just felt so comfortable to be out there. And it just felt natural to run up front with them boys. I felt like I belonged there, so I put 100% in and got some good results.
And you're just riding the MX1 class for the weekends of racing, or this weekend's racing, or are you racing any other classes for the New South Wales state titles?
No, just 450 this year, and I think maybe next year probably 450 again. It just the 450 power and the torque of it just matches my riding style, where 250 you have to really be on it to get the power out of it. So I just reckon the 450 is a lot more comfortable for me to ride.
Do you find it hard to adjust if you're racing both bikes on the same day, or in the opposite sense? Does it give you a lot better chance at the start because you know exactly what the bike's going to do and how it's going to go?
Yeah, exactly. The 450 power, I've sort of got that dialed off the start, so I know how it's going to react, and whole shot button, I've been playing around with the height with that, so I've got it pretty much as low as I can just to get that front end down on the 450.
Well, look, Cooper, well done today, and hopefully you can continue that into the rest of the weekend. Good luck for the remainder of round one of the New South Wales State Championships here at Lakes.
Yeah, thank you.
7 at 950 cc's, and someone down right off the start just got a bit sideways and threw it away. Looks like we've got a Husqvarna rider out in front with the whole shot. And I don't want to call it too early. Is that Rex Harrison on the 84 out front?
I can't quite see the number there yet.
No, it's not. No, it's not the 84. It looks like the 242. It's Mason Ryan. Mason Ryan in the front on the Husqvarna.
Off to a great start.
Harrison. I think Harrison Rex is what I mentioned. I think he's on the Cobra machine. So Mason Ryan just firing, and these kids. I think they're doing
cutoff.
The cutoff. I wasn't quite sure what I thought they were doing full track, but which I think is what they did in practice, which is maybe why they gave them the siding lap, because they're just doing the 50cc cutoff. So being a state title, they did want to let them do the full track, but being so challenging, having kids fall off all over the place, limited marshals, obviously marshals who want to keep them at the marshal points and essentially not help the kids. I mean, part of the rules is you're actually meant to be able to pick up your own bike and start your own bike. But
Correct.
you and I both know that's, especially with the younger age groups, it's not always the case. And you do feel for the kids because it is tough for them. But I encourage all riders and parents to get the kids to pick their own bikes at a young age. I know we want to help them and nurture them, but I remember my son starting on a CRF 50 at 5.5 years old in his first crash. He stood there and looked at me, and I stood there and looked at him. I said, pick your bike up, dude. I'm not picking it up. And he picked it up, and he tried to start it. He couldn't start it. I started it for him, but after the second or third time he crashed, he was actually able to do it himself, and from then on could start his own bike. So you know, it's good to teach them at a young age, because as they get older, you know, you often see the kids, they fall off and they look for dad, and dad's not
Hands
there.
up in the air looking for you, going, you're going to come and help me?
I mean, the standard, unfortunately, nobody wants to crash, but the standard time for a crash is 6 to 8 seconds with, say, a senior rider or top older junior rider. When I say top, I mean top in the age group.
Yep.
But these little guys, they could be down for 30 seconds to a minute. You know, that's how long it takes them to actually get up. And the 50s are not the easiest bikes to get started again. They don't have the electric start like the bigger bikes do. And there's actually little quirks to get them started. I've done it before, where you hold the front brake and you actually have to lift the back of the bike up and hold it up for 10 seconds. A little kid's not going to be able to do that.
Exactly.
You know,
exactly.
As see our race leader already coming up on a lap rider. And that's Mason Ryan, who got the early hole shot.
Yeah, he's definitely checked out. I'm not too sure who we've got in second there. It's another Husqvarna. That's the 84, that's Harrison Rex.
Yeah, so that's Harrison Rex, who I thought had the early hole shot, so he's in second place.
And then young Tate Thompson coming through in third there. He's looking really good.
Yeah. So they've spread out really quickly, these riders. I haven't, you know, there was a bit of battle earlier in that Junior Lights 250. The riders were close, but every race so far has been a start and spread out.
Spreading out, yeah.
You know,
I think we'll see that a little bit more as the day goes on.
Yeah, well, again, once, as I said, once that main line starts to get rough and rutted, you know, those alternative lines become faster. So Rex on the Husqvarna trying to close up. And look at the lead these first two riders have as we wait for third. That's a lap rider.
Willow Pascal, isn't it?
Yep, I think that's Willow Pascal, one of the young little girls.
That's third place there, Tate Thompson.
Tate Thompson, yeah.
And we got Talon McNeil there in fourth on the Cobra. Unfortunately, we've still got a medic flag out there for a young rider down, which doesn't look good. He's being attended to.
210. That's Zio Kirshen. Number 12, Andy Freeth. There's Mason Little on 25. And, you know, well, I don't know if you've noticed the same thing, but as spread out as these kids are, again, if you just look at their lap times, they're very close. And the riders in front, you put any one of these riders in front, and they will lead.
Yep.
It's amazing that they, you know, you put them behind, and as I say that, you look at Mason Ryan just carving through the lap traffic, not being held up at all. But what often happens is you could be slightly slower than another rider, get caught behind them. And Harrison Rex, look at Harrison Rex actually closing right on the back wheel. So we've got exactly what we want now. We've actually got a battle for the lead.
Yeah, he's not wasting any time, that's for sure.
No, well, that's
going for the outside here.
Yeah, look, you know, Mason Ryan obviously trying to protect the line, taking the inside, but that outside becomes inside, and if you can get the momentum,
he's got the double-double.
Not quite. You see Ryan just closing that door, but got a more inside line again, and almost had it. So I've mentioned earlier that bottom section, really good for passing, goes up the inside. Is that enough? And it is enough to actually balk Ryan from jumping. So took the line away. And I don't think Mason saw that coming. I think he went outside to jump the double and didn't realise Rex was that close. Rex, he got through those lap riders quite quickly.
Yeah.
And that's actually given him a buffer as Mason maybe had to take a line he wasn't too sure of, but now he's in second.
Both got a clear track now, yeah.
Look at the time he's lost. And look, take nothing away from Harrison. He's going for it. Like, he caught up to the leader, and the best thing that Mason, what are you doing? He's getting sideways as well. So Harrison now got to go back to work on the leader, and you often see that happen, a rider crash and then the rider behind make mistakes because they're like, what do I do? What do I do?
Mode.
So, look, really exciting.
Oh, that was nice. Check it too.
Really exciting. And Harrison, Rex would be absolutely, 100% annoyed with himself over that one. And, it just goes to show that the race is not over until the checker flag comes out. So,
yeah, that's why you always race to the checker flag.
And, a lot of that comes from the concentration, and these kids, people forget they're 7 years old, 8 years old, 9 years old. As adults or as a parent, you can be standing on the side of the track and going, "Come on, why can't you concentrate for 5 laps?" But you're like 30, 40 years old, fully matured. Although I know some 40-year-olds that are, got the concentration span of a 7-year-old. So,
got to give credit where credit's due for these kids for what they're able to do and the talent level that they're at. Like, this is our youngest group for the day, and like, you look at the skill level that they're already at. This is our grassroots. This is the future of our sport. So it's awesome to see where they're at, and exciting to see what it's going to be like.
And the speed of these kids and the jumps that they're doing. I mean, yes, they've got machinery that we never had at our age racing, but. You can have all the machinery you want. You still got to have a nutcase on the bike to ride the thing, and that's what these kids are sometimes. But what happened, I think, also with Harrison there, he was in full concentration mode up to passing Mason for the lead. And sometimes what can happen is once you make that pass, and you can actually kind of relax a bit because you go, okay, I've got the lead now. But then that complacency can lead to a mistake. Because you're not pushing as hard as what you were, so your focus is not as what it was. And he'll learn from that, because he did sort of make that mistake all by himself. So.
Yep, absolutely. So we're about to move into MX1 C-Grade Open. Starting to get a bit of a breeze coming up here now too. So we've got Brandon Cross, Tyler Easel, Maclay Brownlee, Banjo Lorenz, Lucas Stevens, Kane Novak, Samantha MacArthur, Taj Thompson, Ewan Moorcraft, Rory Clements, Callum Bird, Corey Morris, and Jack Roberts in the MX1 C-Grade Open.
You know what I also is great to see? We just watched the 50s. A lot of those kids are going to back up in the 7 to 10, 65, so we're going to get them to race again. We're going to be calling the same names. And same with the MX1, MX2 C-Grade, MX1 and 2A and B grade or Pro. Obviously, we spoke to Cooper Holroyd earlier, and he's just focusing on the MX1 Pro, or the bigger bike. And we're just about to get underway now with that MX1 C-Grade. Kane Novak.
Yeah,
Novak on the 71, massive hole shot, and went from the inside, closed the door. Where if you compare that to the MX1 race, where Mellross was on the inside and Holroyd was on the outside, unfortunately for Hayden, he wasn't able to close the door because they were side by side. But there, Novak had the clear hole shot, and he just went from the inside, closed the door, went to the outside, and already got a 4 or 5 bike length lead over second place in the 61, which is Lucas Stevens.
Yep. Well, Novak just made a small mistake up there in the top corner. He's got leg caught on the inside of that rut. and allowed Lucas Stevens to close up that gap a little bit.
Yeah, he did close it up, and he wasn't close enough to make a pass, but if he was, he would have got hung up behind Novak because he followed him through that line. And fortunately for Stevens, he does have a few bike links on third place, so he can afford to take different lines. But as I said earlier, you've got that main line, and most of these guys have just been sticking to that main line all day, so it is nerve-wracking or at least a worry for these guys to try explore outside of that main line because of that sort of fear of the unknown. You know, what if I take that line and I crash or I lose time? But you know, sooner or later, you've got to start to look at that, and a different dynamic with the program because they only do one race today.
Yep.
I mean, some of these guys are racing two classes, so they will do two races. So they will get to look at the track, but I'm not sure if there is going to be track prep after today for tomorrow. I actually hope that there isn't.
Yeah, I think the track
because it's formed up really good, and you know, I mean, yes, the track will form up the same, but I just like the more lines, the better.
Yep.
So, yeah, unfortunately, by it's a double-edged sword. You re-groom it. It is good. The riders do like it because you know they can really go for it at the beginning of the day when the track's freshly. Everyone loves a freshly groomed track, but then, like I said, you have to then form all of those lines up again.
Yep. And we're only just getting to the start of the day, and then we're starting to see those lines form up now. So, yeah, they'll be enjoying it now, starting to get faster. You'll probably find the lap times will be improving throughout the day now that the track's forming up well.
Well, look at the braking bumps going down into that main line, and you can see the difference in colour. Because it's the main line, it's a lighter shade, almost a white, and the braking bumps in there, but there's no braking bumps in any other lines because no one's taking any of the other lines.
Even coming down this hill here, it's starting to get a little bit rougher.
Oh, yeah.
Stevens is still hanging in there.
Well, watching Lucas Stevens ride, he's normally willing to hang it out and be a bit loose, and he's actually looking like he's riding really conservative behind Kane. He's biding his time. We'll see if that maybe he's waiting to see if for a mistake and do it the easy way, go for a pass, or maybe he's still just trying to figure out the track. But it's better than going out balls to the wall early in the race. Excuse my French, but you know what I mean.
Yeah.
I think so does everybody else, and crashing and then bending your bike up, or even just the front wheel slightly out of alignment from tucking the front in a corner can mess your whole race up.
Absolutely. It's the old saying, to finish first you must finish. Well, Lucas just made a mistake on that inside there and lost himself a little bit of time.
Well, again, it's what do we got here? 10-minute. Was it a 15-minute? It is actually. It's a 15-minute plus a lap moto. So
yeah, long way to go.
Heaps of time, and
no need to do anything silly this
That's
early.
right. Kane Novak doing everything right at the moment. The Husqvarna riders seem to have it down pat, actually. Whole shot and hold the lead. So not that it's only Ben Husky's out front. We've got Cooper Holroyd out there winning his race, and seen some KTMs leading. And so it's just great to see so many different brands out there. You've got a Kawasaki in second challenging for the lead. No one can say that, oh, this is the dominant brand.
No.
And then you look at the same in Europe, in America. It's not just a particular brand. There's six. It used to be 6 up to Husqvarna. Now it's 8 or 9 with Triumph and Beta and
Ducati coming in.
Aprilia, I think, as well. So, and that's great news, not just for the sport, but for the riders as well, with sponsorship and teams, extra support. So, you see it in other motorsports like Formula One. It's not just Ferrari or Mercedes. You got the Red Bull team, Renault. You got so many different car manufacturers that are involved. Not so much in your V8 supercars in Australia. It's Ford and Holden, but I think that's more of a rivalry thing than anything else. I think there's been many other car manufacturers that have wanted to be involved in the V8 Supercars and just haven't because they can't. They're not allowed to.
Yep,
So,
absolutely right. Absolutely right. I think it's great to see, like you said, it's only going to allow more teams. It's going to allow more spots for riders to be on a team and bring more sponsors and more eyes on the sport long term. So I think it's great to see that we're getting more and more of these manufacturers come on board. That inside rut up on corner 10 right now seems to be catching everyone on the inside. I'm watching a few people go through it at the moment, and it's getting their legs caught or grabbing a foot peg, and it's messing everyone up. It must be getting really, really deep.
Well, the problem is it's not just deep, it's got a hook in it. Yep. So most ruts that form up, nice half circle, you can lean into it, you can roll through it. You can't roll through that rut. You've got to clutch in and brake halfway around and then clutch out and go on the way out. And it's, stop, start, that's right. And you've also, it's not just a lean all the way through like a nice flowy rut. You've got to stand the bike up halfway through, because if you lean all the way through, you get to that hook in the rut and you tuck the front wheel.
Absolutely.
Or catch the front wheel or catch your foot like you mentioned. And it's almost, your timing's got to be perfect to get in and out cleanly. And that's where that maybe that next line, that next middle line next to it, or maybe a new inside line on the inside. But right now, Kane Novak is just, he's found his way around this track very comfortably. He's not, I'm not going to say he's not pushing, because maybe he is, but he just looks so smooth.
He's comfortable.
He's comfortable. He's not making any mistakes, and he's not looking behind him. He's not too worried. And Lucas Stevens can maybe see that as well, and maybe he's thinking, you know what, second's not that bad in this one. I'm going to try and stick with Kane, learn something, and it's when you get to your next race, and that makes it interesting if another rider gets in front. So, we've just been talking about Lucas Stevens and Kane Novak, but, could be Rory Clements or, one of the other riders that actually gets a whole shot, even one of the locals like Jack Roberts. It just changes the dynamic of the race, and also to see, well, actually, those aren't just the top two guys. There could be lots of other guys that could actually take it out. And if there's any classes that are the most exciting and most inconsistent, it's your C-Grade.
Yeah, very much so. We've got a bit of a battle going on there with Corey Morris, and I think it's Moorcraft.
Yeah, you and Moorcraft, a mid-pack battle as they go into turn 10. It looks like Morris has actually completed the pass.
We've got Tyler Easel coming over the finish line there. And Callum Bird. I'm not too sure what position they are.
That's Banjo Lorenz on the 50. And that's the other fun thing about the racing. It's not just your front two. There's actually closer battles going on further down the field that we can't see on the camera that we're watching right now. And a really close one between Morris and Moorcroft. He hasn't let him go. They're still going about the same pace here as Kane Novak makes the pass on that Samantha MacArthur, one of the girl riders in the class. But our front two have definitely checked out over everybody else. So they definitely seem like the two riders to beat. And with the gate pick, Novak will get the better gate pick for the next race. But I actually never like getting first gate pick.
Yep.
I like to see where my opposition is going to go, because the worst thing about first gate pick is you choose your gate and then your main opposition parks on your inside, and straight away he's going to run me wide first corner. He's going to push me over that outside bank, or he's going to try to anyway. So you've either got to just be better than them out the gate and hope you get there first, or I mean, the rules around your start gates, correct me if I'm wrong, but once you choose your gate, that's your gate, as far as I know. But if you hang back, you could actually choose a different gate if you wanted to.
Yeah, so that's right.
It is a tricky one. Generally riders will just go and choose their gate, and honestly, when you get to this level and higher, the mind games, it's a part of it. You have to accept, okay, well, he's parked next to me. Well, I'm just gonna beat him. you can't let it get in your head, because then you've actually lost the race before you've even started.
Absolutely, yeah, yep. And you've let your opponent get inside your head straight away, and that's what they want. So yeah, mindset's such a big part of it. It's just focusing on you and not worrying about what anyone else is doing around you. And the same goes, that's obviously true for the start, but the same goes for the entire race as well. If you're always worried about the other person and looking back and everything, it generally hurts you in the long run. It looks like Moorcraft has got around Morris. Flawless ride so far from Novak here. He's led from start to finish and doing really, really well.
Yeah, it almost like he's having to practice. He's just out there clicking off laps and all by himself. And I mean, look, it's a boring way to win, but it's the best way to win. No pressure, no roost. I mean, he is getting some roost from the lap riders, but it's the easiest, most boring way to win a race, but the best way to do it.
Absolutely.
And when I say the best way, when you remember the races that you've done in the past, the most satisfying races are actually the ones where you've come from mid-pack, or you went down the first corner and you come through the whole field and passed everybody to win. Those are the most memorable. Because you know how hard you had to work to achieve that result, or as a junior, when you move up an age group and you're the baby in the age group and you win a race, because you get a start and everybody else crashes around you and you end up winning against kids 4 years older than you. You remember those races because of how challenging they were. You don't remember the races that you whole shot and go wire to wire wins, but those are the ones that count.
Yep. We must be starting to get through the laps on this. Obviously this was a 15 minutes plus a lap, so we must be getting closer towards the end of the race now. Novak dealing with a bit of lap traffic there as he comes back down the hill. Heading into, the last lap board is coming out for him now. So he's got one more lap left to wrap it up.
Well, this is the most dangerous part of the race for Kane. He's led, he's done everything right, and you mentioned it earlier, got a race to the checkered flag when we saw that race in the 50s with Harrison and Mason, and it's those ones where you have them in the bag. The lap riders, and Novak, I think he washed out in that corner, and he has. Our race leader's gone down in the back part of the track there, the bottom part of the track, I think. I think I just saw it on the camera.
Yep, that was him. So Lucas Stevens has taken over first place.
I'm waiting to see where is that Luca there, just going into the roller section now, but he's our new race leader. And I think Novak has got going again. He's just coming out down that main straight.
He's losing positions now, I think.
Yeah, and hopefully he wasn't hurt by that. It looks like he's swinging his arm around. He may have hurt himself. I hope not, because he's he's definitely got a chance at not just winning the weekend, but winning a title. And he was going just so good until that mistake. And unfortunately, there was a lap rider in his line, and he actually took a line where there was no line formed. It was in the loose, muddy stuff, and it wasn't really like, I want to say a fault of his own, because the front wheel washed out in that loose stuff, and that's what I was saying, that last lap being, can be a dangerous part of the race, because you think it's only one more lap to go, and you got a decent lead, and just like that, it's, bites you. And Lucas Stevens probably can't believe his lucky stars. He's
Yeah,
know?
he didn't give up the entire race.
Didn't give
he
up
kept
though.
pushing, and that's what you got to do.
That's it. He kept the pressure on, and I hope Kane comes back strong for tomorrow. And that's the advantage of the program of doing the one race today, is he can actually recoup, rest up for tomorrow, and come back swinging tomorrow with some hole shots. So is that Jack Roberts that's just come through for second, or
I think he was around third or fourth.
Third or fourth.
Callum Bird and Lorenz. Coming up next, we've got the junior 13 to 16 years 125 two-stroke class. This is a very stacked class in this next race. As you can see, nearly a full grid all the way across.
Yeah, I see one gate open on maybe even not. It might just be the angle on that
right.
left-hand side, but definitely not where you want to be, that very, very inside. I sort of like gate round about, I think it's about 25, 26, 27, somewhere around there. Gives you a good line into that first corner.
I definitely prefer the right side of that box, just being able to go out wide on the start.
You go inside the box, and if you get a great jump, you control the corner. But if you don't, you're going to come out 20th. You know, you're going to get boxed in. So, this is one of. I mean, it's not. I wouldn't say it's your premier junior lights class, because you've got your 250 junior lights, which is. But right up there, and what makes it such a challenging class is you've got riders that are 12 that just turned 13 that are trying to step up to the 125. Then you've got riders that are 15, some of them 16 already. There's a massive age gap there in development and mental development. As you see Compton through the middle, and Compton's going to come out with a hole shot on the gas. Husky to the inside, is that Ryan Jones, I think, in third place there. He gets caught up. He just hit the back wheel of second place. They ran in the same rut, and the KTM rider got caught in the rut, and the Husky rider went into the back of him.
Heath Davies buried back there in the pack.
Oh, the number 2 Yamaha. So Compton, clean set of heels, and that's exactly what you want. I don't think I saw Cooper Rowe in this one. He's only riding the 250 in the MX3 class.
Yep.
Anyway, Devison, we saw him earlier chasing Rowe in the 250 class. Another good start for him. Not a whole shot though, and Max Compton just on fire right now, has checked out to an early lead. But a long moto. You know, is this a 15-minute plus a lapper? It's 125.
10 minutes.
10 minutes, sorry, 10 minutes plus a lap. So not as long as the 250 race, was 15. So Devison, he had 15 minutes to run down Rowe in the 250. He couldn't do it. Got close. He's got less time to do it on this 125. So 2-minute lap times roughly, or around that 2 minutes under or over, means they've got about a 5 or 6 lap race.
Bird just didn't get the best start, but he is coming through the pack and on fire. And for those watching, you may not be able to see, but you might see a few smaller bikes out there. They are actually 85s, but what we call a super mini, where they may be a 108cc, or what this is for some of those smaller kids who just don't quite have the height yet to step up to a 125. They allow them to use an 85 in the 125 class with a little bit of a upgrade.
Yeah, and you look at a rider like Maxi Compton, he's stretched out a bit in the last 6 months. You know, when he raced at the Junior Aussies in Northern Territory mid last year, he suited the 85 really well. He looked small on the 125. He doesn't look small at the moment, and he's riding, I think, the 125 and 250 now. He's stepped off the 85 completely. Still could ride an 85, but you know, you see some of the kids that stay down on the smaller bikes, and they look they look like they're riding a clown bike. You know, their legs everywhere and arms everywhere. The body positions all over the place. Not because they got bad body position, but because they just can't ride the bike, you know. Or they can ride the bike, but it's just not the right size for them.
Yep. It's all about being comfortable. He's got a pretty close top 5. Hasn't opened up too much of a gap there yet. We should continue to see some really good racing throughout this race.
Well, Maxi, you can see that he's pushing. He's throwing the bike around. He probably knows that it's Jack Devison in second place and that he cannot afford to just settle into his lines. He needs to maintain that 3 or 4 bike length lead so that he's not under pressure at all. You know, he probably feels better if I push. He's under pressure already by pushing, but that's better than having somebody breathe down your neck, showing you a wheel in the corners.
Absolutely. He's doing a good job. He's not, I haven't seen him turn the head or worry about what's going on behind him yet, so he's off to a really good start as he comes over the centre tabletop there. Jack Devison there in second. I think we got that Jones in third, the 299 of Ryan Jones, and then you got Burgess coming through as well. Bit of a gap back from Burgess to Jet Harper.
And amazing how quickly these riders are getting into lap traffic, and what that's from is every round of the series that you go to, you're going to get your local riders, your clubbies, that are going to throw in. They're going to come into a state title. They're going to go, yeah, it's my local club. I'll see how I go. And but that is the difference in level between that club and state level rider, that they are in their second lap or third, going into their third lap, and they've already lapped some riders.
Yeah.
And that can make it really challenging. If you go back to the last race where Kane Novak had to make a pass on the lap rider in a line he wasn't used to taking and went down. So it doesn't then just become a mono race between first and second place. As you can see, Devison is actually slowly creeping up onto the back of Maxi Compton.
Yep. Yeah, Devison looks to be holding really, really good corner speed right now. His entry into the corners seems to be that little bit faster than Maxi Compton there at the moment. It seems to be where he's making up the ground.
And what you were talking about, that rut in Marshall Point 10, and we'll see it now as they come to the hill. Watch out how Compton stands into the first part of the rut, to the hook of the rut, and then sits down and gets his leg out and accelerates out. So stands up, coming in, stands up, gets to the hook, sits down, leg out, and powers out. And when you do that, you stop that sort of change of angle that the bike does as it sort of hits the hook. It gets rid of that. But very hard to do, easy to watch and talk about.
Yeah, he makes it
the
look very
balance
easy.
required to do that, and the confidence to do that. As you see, what you mentioned about Devison and his corner speed, he has closed up a bit and is really starting to throw down now and getting the bike sideways. And we've got an exciting battle on our hands leading into this fourth lap.
It's great to see the style of some of these young kids now as well. They're all obviously big fans, I'm sure, of Jet and Hunter Lawrence, and we're seeing a lot more of the feet on the pegs and the scrubs and standing deeper into corners and things like that. It's just awesome to see the style and the talent of some of these young kids.
So Compton there riding the defensive line. That's what he needs to do as he gets around another lap rider. Devison searching for room. And that's the first time going down into that back section that I've seen a mistake from Maxi. He went in that inside rut and he kind of stood the bike up a bit and lost his balance because he can feel the pressure of Jack Devison behind him. But they are over the halfway point in this race. I'm sure we've only got maybe 2 laps to go, maybe even see the last lap board coming out at the end of this one. So starting to get to the pointy end of this race, and Devison knows that. He maybe bided his time a bit too much in the last race. Again, Cooper Rowe was just on fire, and I think Jack actually tried everything he could to catch him and just couldn't catch him. But lap riders, and you see there, it was so hard to see from the camera angle. whether it looked like they were in the same line, but they weren't, luckily. And there was like 4 riders going through that corner, 2 of them being our race leaders.
This is where it gets difficult, trying to stay on pace, trying not to let the pressure get to you and still make the right decisions with getting around different lap riders and choosing different ways.
Well, at least a couple laps to go, and this is where Devison got close in that last one. Compton's got a lap rider in front of him, and last lap he had to go to the inside to block it, and so does Devison. Because there's a lap rider on the outside, he can't use that outside line like he did in the previous one, so that actually worked out well for our leader, but not so much for our rider in second, because he couldn't try that move a second time round. He's going to have to wait another lap or find another spot on the track to make the pass. But you could see the urgency with Max Compton. He's actually pulled it out again. I wouldn't say a lead, but just a bike link, you know, and even one bike link right now is a little bit of a pressure release as they feather their way through the middle of these lap riders.
Oh, Jack just overjumped that little bit there and got kicked off the last roller there. Sent him a little bit deep into the corner, but he's regrouped and he's already making up that ground again. Oh, looks like Max has got caught up with a lap rider there.
Yeah, he got hung up, and Devison.
There it is.
Devison's going to try, but Compton's regrouped. He's got the momentum, but does he have the line? And no, Devison shut the door on him. So, look, a bit unlucky there for Maxie. He did get sort of stood up by the lap rider, and he had to stand the bike up because there was a risk that they were going to come together. Unfortunately, that's racing, and the best thing Max could do right now is stay right on Devison, because there's going to be more lap riders to deal with as they get the last lap board. But Devison has put down a hot set of heels, and
he's gone.
You know, yeah, he's just and he knew I got to get away from him as quick as possible to just try and break the spirit of the rider in second place, but also not give him a chance to regroup.
Yep. But as we saw in the last few races, it's not over to the checkered flag. Anything can happen between now and then. So Devison needs to keep it smooth, and Maxie needs to just keep hitting his marks and hope that Devison may make a mistake.
Well, look, at this stage, all Max can do is similar to what Lucas Stevens did in the previous race, and just stay close.
Yep.
Not hope for a mistake, because nobody wishes ill on your opposition. I mean, you know, you want to beat people straight up in a race. You know, I mean, yeah, is it nice to get a present handed to you? Of course it is. You know, I'm not going to say that it doesn't bring a smile to my face when the leader falls and I inherit the lead, but at the same time, you want to earn it, you know. And I know Max is a competitor, and you know, he wants to win. He wants to beat the rider outright, as does Jack Devison. I mean, Jack Devison is he's coming back from injury. He's had a lot of struggles once he stepped out of the 85 to the bigger bike, and it's good to see him rebound as we see the lap riders, and now they close right up again. So Devison's got to sort of carve through. Compton's going to go to the inside here, and not quite close enough. There was inches in that, and Compton very nearly got it back right at the end.
That was a great ride from both of them.
So fantastic ride there by our two race leaders. I'm not even sure who was in third place as we wait for them to come through. I think it's Kremer on the 25, then Burgess 275. I think Ryan Jones on the 299. There's got a few lap riders in that.
I'm part of a team working on a first for mining in New South Wales, turning this coal mine into a new hydro power plant and solar farm to generate renewable energy for families and businesses. Projects like this show our industry will keep working to reduce its emissions, already down by 38% since 2005, all while contributing billions in royalties every year to fund our public services. Because here in New South Wales, we mine responsibly for today and tomorrow.
I studied business and commerce at uni. After graduating, I joined the New South Wales mining industry. And my job is to find smarter, safer and more sustainable ways of doing things, like world-leading remote vehicle technology, building renewable energy to power our mines and communities across New South Wales, and using drones for remote seeding to restore the land and protect our ecosystem. Because in New South Wales, we mine responsibly for today and tomorrow.
Seven to 10 65s and all pretty much a full grid in this one. Looks like a Yamaha from the outside with an awesome hole shot, but got to close that line. It's going to go to the outside and keep the momentum up, and it's going to work. So just again, we'll see when they get a bit closer who the numbers are. Try and get an idea who that hole shot winner was. That's a hard thing on these small. Oh, that was so close on the front wheel. Definitely don't want to crash right at the front of 40 riders over the bars on a jump like that. That's for sure. That looks like the 427.
Kieran Marks, is it?
Yeah.
Well, the KTM's just taken from him there. So that's Ollie Kale up in front.
Yeah, that is Kieran Marks. Fantastic start. And almost third place rider going down.
That was Blake Regan, I think.
Yeah, in that deep rut, and again, that's where they're taking different lines, finding that better line. But Ollie Kale, nothing hindering him at the moment. He's actually already starting to pull away. But Kieran Marks just goes to show you, like, Kieran is he is a top 10 rider, but give the kid a hole shot, and the kid's running second.
Yep, that's right.
The first three leaders are coming down the hill for their first.
Ollie Kale in first, Kieran Marks in second, 268.
Yeah, that's still a hiding on the 268. Then Blake Regan, he got up pretty quickly, got going again, so he obviously didn't stall the bike. It looked like Chad Warland on the two, was that Archie Pope? I'm pretty sure it was Warland. Again, these small bikes, and then they got 3-digit numbers. It just makes it so difficult to read the numbers. I feel sorry for the lap scorers. It's not so bad for the person doing timing with the transponders. It's just like, click, click, click. But lap scorers, I don't know if you've ever lap scored before, but I've tried it, and
it's not easy.
Very hard. You write the numbers, and you're trying to watch a track, and you end up writing like a kindergarten kid halfway across the page. Looks like a crayon drawing.
All right, we've still got Ollie Kale out in front there. He's got quite a nice lead on Marks there. Heading over the centre tabletop.
You see Stella hiding there in third place. Like, she is going to be the next sort of, what you would say, Charlie Cannon or, Taylor Thompson, Mia Tung. She is that next girl coming through in that young age group, moving through. That's got so much talent. I saw she won some races last year in this class at state level. At nationals, I think she got a third in one of her races against the best in the country. Boys and girls.
Yep.
But mostly boys. And she has every bit of chance of winning this championship as any of the boy riders. And I remember seeing her on the podium last year at one of my races, and the boys didn't know where to look. She was standing on the top, and they were, and all their mates were making fun of them. Yep. You get beaten by a girl, but hey, it's fantastic to see. It's and I think it's great to see the girls have their own classes, but it's also, I think, really good for them to be mixing it up with the boy riders. I mean, if you speak to somebody like Megan Rutledge, who's very successful, had an overseas career, she'll tell you that what made her the rider that she was is that she had to race against the boys.
Yep.
So I think, but then again, there are those riders like when I was talking to Daniel earlier, not everybody's out there to race for first place. Some riders just happy to be there.
Yep.
And for those girl riders in the class that they don't want to bang bars and elbows, and they just want to ride with their peers, and that's where having the girls' classes, the separate girls' classes, is really good for them. But I think they should be doing both anyway, just to, like I said, have to push them so they got the ride harder.
Yep, that experience.
See a rider sort of hung up there in the third, turn 3, I think it is, just can't get going on his own. So, but Ollie Cole on 282 is running away with this one.
Yeah, he's looking very strong out front at the moment. It's good to see. He's one of the riders who's also standing quite a lot. And super important, especially on these smaller bikes. These bumps, these ruts, everything is so much bigger for these small little bikes. Their smaller wheels don't have as good a suspension, so they need to be up off the seat, up on the pegs, and using their body as suspension and letting the bike sort of do its thing underneath them. And what you don't see so much as well, down that back section, there's a lot of shadows down there. And the live stream doesn't do it justice until you're actually on the track. But those shadows, those dark spots, it can be very hard to see certain parts of the track. It might be a muddy spot, or it might be an entry to a rut or a bump or anything like that. It can be very difficult. And that's where we saw Novak go down in one of the previous races there. Easy to make a mistake.
And there's so many, like you're talking about, those different factors that can affect your race. There's so many choices that you can make, like your lenses. Some riders prefer your clear lenses. Others will like the tinted lenses. Me personally, I like the tinted lenses, but when there's shadows, I'll run the clear lenses. The tinted lenses really help you, though, when you've got that sun in your eyes and you just... it just takes the glare out. It's like wearing sunglasses.
Yep. And this is a track that tends to get that too. In the afternoon sun, it really can be in the eyes. So it's probably something you want to have. I'm sure you've got a set of clear lenses and a couple of goggles with some tinted lenses. And you probably change them throughout the day.
Most of your roll-offs come with clear lenses, though, standard. Yep. So you've actually got to buy the separate lens. Whereas your tear-off goggles, you can buy them with a tinted lens straight away. And then there's the choice of, do I go tear-offs, do I go the roll-offs? I find that the roll-offs are good for these types of conditions, where it's a little bit of mud flicking on, you can keep it clean. But then for the boggy mud, I find that you get a big clod of mud flick and hit you on the roll-off. It can actually make the string stick, and then you pull the string and the string snaps, or can just lock up that roll-off system so it breaks. Or these conditions where you start to get some stones coming up, and it just takes a rock to hit the canister, break the canister, and then it looks like you've got a bandage flying behind you as you're riding, or a stream, should I say. But Ollie Cale, just looking smooth, and again, doesn't look like he's pushing, just cruising, riding his lines, being smart, looking ahead. He's not worried about what's going on behind him, nor should he be. He's got such a big lead, but as I speak, just middle balance there, yeah. And again, that's the lap rider dynamic where, you know, he had to take a different line, and the front wheel started to tuck in the line he wasn't used to taking. So, but you know, he learned from that, and I promise you, the next time he takes that line, well, yeah, touch wood, that he'll be a lot better at it because he'll know what to expect.
There's only got about half a track to go before he hits the finish line.
They're on their last lap, and it's all Ollie Cowell at the moment. We'll see where Kieran Marks is. I'd like to see if he's still in that second place. Just try and scan the track and see if we can find him. You know, Stella Harding was charging hard in third place.
Yep, no, he's still there. He's just come over the centre. He's heading up the hill now to corner 10.
And Blade Regan on the 103 still charging. He went down early and picked his bike up very, very quickly, pulled the clutch in, made sure he didn't stall us. See how choppy that uphill is getting. And what you said about the suspension and these smaller bikes and how much more the bike bounces around and that standing body position, how that can help. You see a lot of these riders, you're more sort of beginner riders sitting down everywhere, even over the jumps.
And that's a checker flag for Ollie Cale.
Yep, for Ollie Cale.
And it's Kieran Marks in second.
Yeah, Kieran Marks. Fantastic result.
Blake Regan comes over in third.
Oh yeah, Blake.
Great ride.
Where is Stella Harding? Did she make a mistake that we didn't see?
She must have. Oh, here she is.
No, she's in fourth, so...
Great ride.
You know, just in front of Burjo, so... No, look, take nothing away from Blade. He's obviously made the move for third, and whether Stella made a mistake or not. But still top five, like I said. First round, first day, first round of the championship. Just you got to be in it to win it, and like you said, you know, if you want to finish first, you must first finish.
That's it. All right, so we'd just like to thank some of our sponsors. So we got the National Motorcycle Alliance as Australia's best and most affordable roadside assistance for your vehicles. Pay just $57.50 annually for your motorcycle and $70.50 for your car. Visit motorcyclealliance.com.au or call 1300-WE-RIDE to get started. We've got Westpac Rescue Helicopters mission. All right, their mission is to always be there for the community, delivering the highest standard of aeromedical and rescue services to those in need across northern New South Wales. Your support saves local lives. So up next we've got the 13 to 16s junior girls, 125 and 254 stroke. Got Gabrielle Kidd, Claire Pollard, Tabitha Newcomb, Sarah Ferguson, Sarah Perry, Sienna Cyprian, Mia Cameron and Chelsea Boyle.
And look at Sarah Perry. she went like almost a very outside gate. Bit of a risk because it's a longer way to get to the lead. But look at just rails around the outside, just aggressively, like not aggressively as in pushed anybody out of the way, but just
on the gas.
Went for it,
yep.
you know. And she'll take the early lead. Claire Pollard nearly had her up the inside, but just didn't close the door. And Sarah Perry said, "Thank you very much." But Claire Pollard is a really good rider that has stepped up to, and she's younger too, you know, has stepped up to the older age groups. And look at her, challenging for the lead right now. Looks like Tabitha Newcomb in third place, 77. And Tab Newcomb going up the inside, nearly sneaking up the inside. Now both riders going outside here, first and second. Let's
Tab's
see what
up the inside.
Tab's going to get a 2-for-1 sale here.
Let's go,
and
Tab.
Does.
What a great pass.
Claire Pollard stays in second, and Sarah Perry just drops 2 positions in one corner. So, you know, that's where that easy outside is not necessarily, you know, sometimes you've got to take the more difficult line to hold, you know, I guess, not the defensive line, but, you know, you don't want to leave the door wide open either.
Absolutely.
So this is probably the most exciting race we've had so far. There's only 5 riders in the race.
That's it. And we're all girls. So they're out here showing the boys how it's done.
Yeah. You want to make passes. What's this junior girls race?
Oh, we got another pass back for the lead here now.
Well, Pollard, she just put herself on the inside of those rollers heading through, which gave her the inside to the next corner, and Tab Newcomb gets shuffled back to second. Yeah. So
our drone's just trying to refine it. There we are.
So Claire Pollard now trying to establish that lead, or hang on to it at least, because we've seen 2 or 3 lead changes already.
In the first lap.
Yeah, first lap. So this is the first time she's actually had some breathing room, but Sarah Perry has now taken over second. And Tab Newcomb, you know, has been swallowed up here a bit. She's going to have to pick the pace back up. She can't let these 2 girls get away. It's actually a lot easier to make a pass when you're bunched up, because the riders that are battling, and you saw that where Tab passed both of them up the inside, they're still both going to the outside in that corner. That's where Tab actually made the pass on them.
Yeah, and here she is, just about to make up the ground again.
Well, she's going to make up the ground, not make a pass. She wasn't close enough, but, you know, I would have thought that the leaders would have protected that line rather than go wide again. I mean, fortunately for Claire, she's
got a safe lead.
Yeah, she's got that little bit of a cushion, 2 or 3 bike lengths, and she can afford to take a wider line and leave the door open. But and same as Sarah Perry, you know, Tab Newcomb has lost a bit of ground. She's going to need to make it back up, and this it's got to tighten up a bit before we start seeing any passes made again.
Yeah, 4th and 5th place still kind of hanging in there a little bit too. Seem to be making up a little bit of ground there. Got Gabrielle Kidd and
is that Sienna Cyprian maybe?
Yeah, I think it's Sienna. Yeah,
Queensland rider. And Sarah Perry looks like she's closed back up a bit, and these 2 leaders have gapped Newcomb in that 3rd position. She's dropped back too far to challenge, but really close battle for the lead now, as Sarah Perry has regrouped and is looking for running room, looking for a way through, putting Claire Pollard under pressure. They both run wide again. You know, we saw a pass earlier where the rider went to the outside to jump a jump, and the other rider went inside. I think it was with Mason Ryan and Harrison Rex. I know Harrison crashed in that race, but Harrison went up the inside, and neither of them could jump the jump, but he made the position. And, you know, that's all you've got to do. You just got to get your bike in the way. You both slow down, but you make the position. And unfortunately for Perry now, she's got to catch back up, because Claire Pollard, a little bit faster to that part of the track, has opened up a lead again, and it's just going to make it that much harder for Perry to challenge for the lead.
I noticed they both also still went to the outside there, so I was kind of thought Perry might have went up the inside, try and make up a little bit of ground on Pollard there.
Well, obviously that inside is more difficult to take, and neither rider wanting to risk it by taking that line and crashing and losing further positions. But like you said, you're not going to make up time by just doing the same thing. You've got to do something differently, or hang it out a little bit more somewhere else to make up that ground. I mean, they are coming into some lap traffic. There's not many lap riders in this race. It's a sheer numbers thing, but as they get around Chelsea Boyle on the 666 Yamaha machine. Great style there from Pollard, standing halfway around the turn, that outside, sitting at the apex, getting the leg out. I find it looks really good. I prefer to sit earlier and sort of rail through, but really good textbook technique there from Pollard. And what I said about what I prefer doesn't always work. I don't know anybody that's written a textbook, any coach that's ever written a textbook, because the rest of us coaches will just tear each other apart with our different opinions, and there's no one size fits all for every single rider. No, if you're winning races, then hey, you can't criticize someone too much.
That's it. Yeah, you can see some of the best out there. They might not have the most prettiest technique, but they're still out there winning races. So
yeah, well, I watched. It was the AMA motocross round. I think from Mount Morris, not from last year. I think it was the year before. And Ricky Carmichael was talking about, the other commentator asked him about, his style and the way he rides, and he said, my style wasn't textbook. He said, I used to sit down a lot. If anything, you'd sort of criticise my riding style, but he said, it worked for me.
Yep.
And Ricky Carmichael is the greatest of all time at the moment. Obviously, we hope that Jet Lawrence will become the greatest of all time, but he's got a lot of records to beat us. So we get carried away here as Cyril Perry has lined up Claire Pollard, and that got really close getting into that left-hand corner there. So just as we were sort of, but look at Claire Pollard going up the inside now. So what a battle. We just got carried away with our conversation and forgot about why we're actually here, and that's to call the racing.
No, great pass there by Perry, and let's see if Pollard can deliver a charge back here.
Yeah, well, Claire's definitely hasn't let her go, and I think Sarah was lining that up for a few laps. She sort of lost a bit of ground, gained a bit of ground, but she knew Claire was going to that inside to protect the line, and she railed that outside line, gave it. Oh, Claire! Oh my God, that was so close. That was. It could have been. There must be a kicker or something coming out of that corner or that jump, because she's not the first one that I seen do that. We saw it earlier in one of the other races, and we just thought, rider error. But as the track deteriorates, you're going to have those kickers form, and I'm surprised we didn't see Claire go to the inside in that one to make a pass, being there was a lap rider there as well. Maybe she'll go inside. No, they're following around the outside. Again. Come on, go inside. But, the lap rider was probably in the way there. Give her the benefit of the doubt. But still, time in this race for something to happen. Sarah Perry hasn't got it all her own way. That's for sure. She's got the lead. Claire Pollard right there. Lost that board coming out shortly.
Yeah, last lap's come out now, so we've got one more lap to see a possible change of lead again, but Claire's got to make up a little bit of ground to get back up there to Perry.
The other thing to think about here, and not taking anything away from Sarah Perry's riding, but Claire Pollard's on a 125.
Yep. There is a bit of a disadvantage there.
The 250, I feel, is an easier bike to ride. The 250 4-stroke, I think, is the easiest bike to ride total out of any bike.
Yep.
252 stroke being the hardest bike to ever ride or maybe a 500. It would be harder, but nobody races 500s anymore. For Claire on a 125, that bike is cracking. Definitely for her to almost pull a whole shot, or pretty much almost pull a whole shot on 125. I mean,
good effort.
She's got a great starting technique, but you know, you can have the best starting technique in the world if you don't have the equipment underneath you to get you there. So they've clearly got that bike moving, but you know, I still think that the 250 is an advantageous bike to ride. But then it also depends on your size.
Yep.
You know, the 125 will suit a rider that's younger, that isn't as big or as strong. And Sarah's definitely at least got a year on Claire, if not 2 years on Claire. So, you know, I mean, this race isn't over. We'll see if Claire takes this inside, or will she follow around the outside. And she does. She does have a line up the top of this next hill where she goes to the inside. It just depends whether she's close enough or not to execute it. If Sarah goes to the outside, we'll see. You can see Claire going to the inside. Sarah's taking the outside, just not quite close enough, unfortunately. And I think if she was a bike length closer, that actually would have been quite scary.
Yep, absolutely.
Because of the way the lines come together. You've got that outside angle angling in, the inside angling out. So I'm almost glad that Sarah was that far in front, because you know,
don't want to see him go down.
Well, sometimes as a rider you don't think about that. You go, I got a wheel, and then next thing you know, you're both on the ground.
Both on the ground, exactly.
And Tab Newcomb, I thought that was
under attack from Gabby Kidd.
Is that a challenge for that position?
I think so.
Because it looks like
it is,
Sienna Cyprian has moved into third place.
Yeah.
And Claire Pollard with the quickest lap time in that race with 1:54, second quicker.
Yep, so Sienna Cyprian takes third, and we've got a bit of a battle here between Newcomb and Gabby Kidd. Looks like Tabitha's got a bit of a comfort zone there.
I'm part of a team working on a first for mining in New South Wales, turning this coal mine into a new hydro power plant and solar farm to generate renewable energy for families and businesses.
So senior women up next, and that was a quick gate drop on 5-second board.
Taylor Thompson up there.
Taylor Thompson, she's so good off the starts. And she's got Danielle McDonald, I think, right there with him. Danielle's just moved up from juniors, so, you know, very talented. And look at that, putting pressure on Thompson straight away. Taylor just trying to settle into her lines quickly, and she'll be hoping to put a gap on McDonald, but don't expect Danielle McDonald to just sit in second and let her have it. She is going to challenge for the position. And we spoke earlier about Mia Tung. Unfortunately, she had that accident out. There's that hook in the rut we were talking about as well. See how stood both of them up, and they're on 250s. So can you imagine the little 50s?
All little bikes going through.
Well, actually, the 50s are doing a shorter track now, but the young 65, 7-year-olds, you know, 8, 9, 10-year-olds going through that corner on a 65 with what's their wheel size? 14, 17 inch wheels versus 19 and 21 inch wheels.
It's a big difference.
Massive.
Looks like Taylor Thompson's starting to get a little bit of a gap on Danielle here. We've got Sienna Guidance there in third.
Yeah, Sienna's a beast. And then I think we've got Bella Arnott with 1-1-2. And quite a good battle there for third, fourth, and fifth place. Three-way battle. Our leaders spread out a bit as Taylor Thompson starts to spread it a bit, and to now a 3 or 4 bike length lead over McDonald. So Thompson definitely with a little bit more pace right now, but a great opportunity for McDonald to learn from that. And as we see, that 3-way battle is now a 2-way battle for just 4th and 5th place. Third and 4th place, sorry, his 5th place has just dropped back slightly. And I like McDonald's line through that berm. See, Taylor's railing the berm to the very top, and it's actually slingshotting her the other way and kind of kicking her sideways a bit over that jump, where Danielle's just cutting down a little bit earlier out of that jump and sort of going across the face of the jump, which is actually not only stopping that kickback or the slingshot, but also allowing her to stay lower on the jump because she's going across the line of the up ramp. It's like an automatic scrub or a natural scrub where she's not actually having to throw the bike sideways.
Yep. Danielle had a bit of an overjump on the finish line jump there, but she's still hanging in there on Taylor.
Yeah, well, there's one thing about Danielle McDonald. She will not give up. She will fight to the end, even if she's not on the back wheel. But like I said, the best thing she can do is stay close to her and try and pick up where Taylor is making time on her. I mean, sometimes it's not a better line or anything. It's just the rider in front maybe is just holding the gas on a little bit longer in a particular section or braking a little bit later. I noticed that with go-karting. Did a fun go-kart day with 4 mates, and at the beginning of the day was the slowest. You know, I'll admit to that, but because I was lighter than the other guys. By the end of the day, following them, and I realised that they were braking later. Their lines are slightly different. By the end of the day, because that's the thing with go-karting, if you're lighter, you're at an advantage. And by the end of the day, I was quicker and could go past the guys and leave them. So, you know. Like I said, Taylor may just be holding the power a little bit longer here and there. Looks like they're taking the same lines. You know, it might be a jump where she's jumping a little bit further or staying a little bit lower. So, you know, Danielle's got to pick up on that. Otherwise, Taylor's just going to run away with this, which it looks like she's doing right now.
Yeah, and I think this is pretty familiar territory for the both of them. They both raced the Pro MX there last weekend, and I think Taylor was second and Danielle was third. So it's obviously a familiar territory for them, and hopefully they can keep Danielle can keep working and seeing where Taylor is that little bit faster, and make for some really good battles between the two of them.
I think it's also amazing with all the riders today, not just the girls in this race, is those that were racing Pro MX last week. Completely different track.
Yes.
Like not sand, but like a hard base with sand on top. Very challenging. Come today, hard pack. You know, rutted, hard ruts.
Square edges.
Marbles on top. You know, square edges. Yeah. Very, very different. So how they've had to adapt in 1 week, those riders that rode Pro MX last week to ride in this week is huge, and just a testament to their skill and what I was saying earlier about how tough track. You can see how it separates the better riders from the less skilled riders in the race.
Yeah. And another huge part of that is obviously bike setup. Bike setup from being in the sand to coming to a hard pack track like this, it's a completely different ball game. So it can be very hard to have good settings and know how to change the bike to make it work as best as it can underneath you. Because it doesn't matter how good a rider you are, if your bike's not working well in these kind of conditions, it'll make it very difficult for you to have a good day.
And one thing is, watching all of the leaders that have led today, I haven't seen any of the leaders look over their shoulder to see where second place is. They just focus forward, clicking off the laps. And even though Taylor had Danielle right there at the beginning of the race, she wasn't phased. She rode her lines, and you know what you have to remember is that when you're battling something, the rider behind you has to go 1.5 times faster to actually pass you. So if you just take the best lines and don't make any mistakes, the chances of them passing you are nil, really, unless you leave the door open or maybe they make an aggressive pass, because sometimes that's also all you could do to make it happen.
Yeah, Taylor's definitely got a pretty comfortable gap there on Danielle now. It's probably a little bit of breathing room for her. But she definitely doesn't want to relax too much, because it only takes a small lapse of concentration and a small mistake, and Danielle can be right back on her rear tyre again. Both looking really strong through the roller section there. Yeah, like you said, Taylor's really railing the outside of that berm, and Danielle, well, she's opted for the same line now, but yeah, she was turning down earlier than before, possibly due to the lap rider there.
Well, just when I have a look at that roller section, it looked like Taylor was actually managing to double through that roller section, where Danielle wasn't quite getting the front wheel over, which is making her sort of hammer through. And although that can be just as quick as jumping, or sometimes sort of monoing can get you through there quicker, you use quarter of the energy when you double. It's just, I mean, that's I got no intention of skipping whoops now. I'm more than happy just to down ramp it and be smooth. And it takes so much energy and effort and skill to get that right. And you look at the smaller rollers that they're going through now. Smaller rollers are even easier to mono through, and Taylor's preferring the jump option. Jump option also being a bit safer. You know that you can get it right every single time, and sometimes where it's just as quick, you're better off just taking the safe option. And you see it even in the AMA Supercross level with the best riders in the world. Everybody knows skipping across the top's quicker, but they might do that in the heat races. Come the main event, people are jumping through the whoops because they're not willing to risk that. You saw Jet Lawrence a few, I can't remember which Supercross it was maybe three rounds ago, had a crash. It was a bit muddy, a bit slippery, and he opted to skip. It was definitely quicker. Like he went past, I think he went past Tomac and another rider, just blew him away. But then 2 laps later crashed in the rollers because it was a more risky option. But then once he got up, he did the jump option. He stopped skipping them.
Yep.
Yeah, hard lesson to learn. And even the best in the world make that mistake, and that's a judgment call that you've got to make. We talked earlier about how we were talking about the younger riders. What a lot of pressure it is on a young 7-year-old rider, and it's more so because this is a here we go. Sorry, checker flag for Taylor Thompson.
Great ride.
Fantastic win. Yeah, great ride. Got her nose out front, and like every single race, you hope that it's more of a battle, and maybe you hope that the positions are changed, and so that you can see more of a battle, just to make it exciting. But if you're Taylor Thompson, you want to just go and do the same thing, get a whole shot, and get a win. But going back to what I was saying about the pressure on the riders, it's not a team sport. Your result is on you. What you get, the result you get, and the effort that you put in is what you get in return. And team sport, you can have a bad day and your team can still win the premiership or whatever it is. You can be the weak link in your team and still be holding the trophy at the end of the day. It's not so much in, not even not so much, not at all in the sport of motocross. Yeah.
I gave you guys lunch before you were supposed to.
Thanks, mate. Appreciate it.
No worries. Well, just like to thank Damien Adams for his input. Had a great time commentating with him, and wish him all the best, and hope to see him back here over the weekend to give us a hand in the booth. Next race on the line will be our 12 to 16 85 girls. And they're backing up after just riding in the junior lights, because there's a few like Sarah Perry who won that one, and we'll see. I'm not sure. I don't think Claire Pollard's in this one, but she battled in that junior lights 250. But Sarah Perry with a whole shot, and again opting for that outside, and they're all of them but one going to the inside there. So Mia Kazi on the 226 looks like she's quickly up in that second place, going to the inside and almost making it happen. And Mia Kazi making a quick pass there, getting up the inside of Perry, got a better run through those rollers. And Mia Kazi, a new leader, and we have a battle on our hands as they go over the centre jump. Perry, almost landing on the rear fender there of Kazi, and that wasn't intentional. I don't think she expected Mia to land short on that jump, but all sorts of pressure here for Kazi as she took the lead away. It's not that she took the early lead; she took the lead away from Perry, and is now having to deal with Sarah Perry not happy about that and wanting to get it back. So Kazi's got to protect the inside line here, because Perry's going to sneak up and take it away, and she does. And that's, as I was talking before about that inside and outside line coming together, got to be real careful. And Kazi, knowing that Perry had the line, let her go, because if she had fought for it, they might have banged bars on the landing. And now Perry trying to put in a hot lap to gap and create a bit of a cushion between first and second place, which she has very, very quickly. So Mia Kazi has got to keep the pressure on and stick with her if she's going to make a race of this. So Jules, you've been on track calling the racing. I've been listening to you from here. Actually, it's helped out now and again, because we can see our screen and not much else. And now and again I hear you say something about a position change or a result that's actually helped. What's your perspective now? You had a good look at the track while you were out there.
Yeah, I definitely think that we saw some pretty wet conditions early this morning. You spoke about it early, which definitely helped me with what I was doing out on track, that we saw the ruts form, we saw the lap times fall, and this is exactly as you've predicted, it's panning out. So the racing's been really exciting. Not necessarily always in the bigger bike size, but there's been some really, really exciting races, particularly in the little 65 groups and the 50 autos. Plenty of changes of positions and jockeying. So all in all, pretty enjoyable day so far, day one.
Yeah, well, just having a look for Mia Kazi, she actually must have gone down, because she was in that second position, and I didn't see her go through. Maybe I missed her. Soon Jayla Parker rounding up that group of riders there, but I can see Sarah Perry up front, and she's checked out.
Yeah, she rode quite well on the...
There's Kazi. Kazi definitely went down, so she's lost half a lap with that crash. Hopefully no injury sustained, and hopefully the bike is good. She might be able to make up some positions. She's crashed early enough in this race that she has got time to make up those positions. And Sienna Cyprian has inherited that second place. I missed the third and fourth place riders. There's Jayla Parker on 58. I think that was Mia Cameron and Ada Harris. There's Mia Kazi, who had the early lead and is now trying to make a comeback in this one, but a lot of work ahead of her and not a lot of time. As Sarah Perry, you wouldn't think she's had it her own way. It looks like it, but she had to fight for it the first lap and a half, and until Mia put the bike down somewhere, as I said, missed that one. Maybe it was down the bottom section where we can't see. And the Queensland rider, Sienna Cyprian, great to see interstate riders coming to compete in our New South Wales state titles. Just shows the depth of competition, and great also that our interstate riders see the value in racing our state titles. Not quite getting that middle jump as Cyprian, as our race leader continues to pull away. She's got at least a 10-second lead over second place. Second place rider, Cyprian. Then I think we've got Ada Harris on 219. She's from the Hastings Valley Club. So Sarah Perry clicking off another lap, and it doesn't look like she's actually backing off. She is charging out front. She doesn't need to. She's got a big lead, and she could just afford to cruise, but that's not the way she rides. And sometimes it's better to push all the way, because your concentration is 100%. When you slacken off or relax, that's when the mistakes can creep in, because you lose concentration for a second. And she's just comfortable holding it wide open the whole time. Got her weight back, swinging off the back of the bike, down the straight for extra traction, and then stands up under the brakes as she comes into the turn. In the roller section, we'll see what she does here. Just kind of tries to mono through and keep that back wheel down, front wheel light. And the other thing to consider is that Perry has just come off a win on the 250. They had one race break in between the 250 or junior lights race, because there's some riders on a 125, and then had to back it up on the 85. So fitness levels definitely playing a part, especially for those riders that only race in one class. They can afford to push a little bit harder, don't have to pace themselves as much because they only got the one race or the one bike. But it doesn't seem to be phasing Sarah at all, as she's heading towards the finish jump to get the last lap board, and she's just got to keep it together for one more lap. And Sienna Cyprian, a solid second place, no one even close to her at the moment. Ada Harris comes through for third, also all by herself. The field completely spread out now. Again, it would be interesting to see where Mia Kazi comes back to. Jayla Parker in fourth. There's Mia Kazi, shirts ripped on the upper arm there. She has made one pass and got around Mia Cameron, and she's hoping if she might be able to make up another position or two, is only going to help her in this championship. Also for overall honours as well. The further she goes up the field, if she has some good finishes in the next couple of races, she might be able to make a podium. Sienna Cyprian goes through the rollers, just kind of, she knows it's the last lap. You can see she's not trying to push it through there. And she doesn't need to either. She got no pressure from third place. But Mia Kazi, and she is right on the back of the, I'm just trying to see who that number is. Rider in front of her, trying to close that gap. That might be Ada Harris. No, Ada Harris is in third. It's behind Ada there. It's Jayla Parker. So So Miyakazi trying to make one more pass, one more position. Every point counts in the championship. And Kazi's going to go to the inside, top of the hill there. Doesn't quite have enough. Sarah Perry crossing the finish flag. We're going to see Sienna Cyprian, if she stays on the bike, will come through for second. And Kazi still trying. They jump the step up the back there. 2 turns to go. And I'm not sure if she's going to get it. Looks like Parker's going to hang on to it. So junior lights, 250 up next. And a lot of these riders rode in the MX3 class. So look out for guys like Cooper Rowe, Drew Kremer, Jack Devison, Maxie Compton. As we have a look to see who's come up with it. And it looks like Burgess with a whole shot, Kremer in second. Zach Henry was in third. He's dropped 2 positions just like that. And Maxie Compton very quickly slicing through traffic to, ride it down. That's not going to help their cause this early in the race. Just going to lose so many positions. Cooper Rowe, a terrible start. He's in about 8th or 9th place right now, so a lot of work to do. Same with Ryan Jones. Kobe Reed on the 232, also a bad start, having to work his way through. And a challenge for the lead, and look at the, not for the lead, sorry. Just, I was going to say a challenge between Maxie Compton and Devison, and I think Devison actually made the pass, went around the outside of him, because Compton was in front of him. The race for the lead is Kremer up the inside. And Kremer gets around Burgess for the lead. So Kremer, a new race leader. Devison is there in third. Compton in 4th place. So Kremer on the 25 gas machine, new leader. And this is far from over. These guys are battling hard. Look at Devison just changing lines, trying to make a move on Burgess. And he might have it up the inside. Yeah, we'll see. No, Burgess closes the door. And nothing wrong with that as Compton feed off. And is that Rowe? Has Rowe got right up to 5th place right now? Trying to make the move on Compton. And while these guys are close and battling, it's going to be easier to make passes. Once they get settled in and spread out a bit, it just becomes that much harder and you lose the ground. So Compton gone back a couple of positions now as to Devison and Rowe. And we'll see if Cooper Rowe can now put the pressure on Jack Devison, who was the opposite in the earlier race in the MX3. And Burgess trying to come back at the race lead here on Kremer and makes it happen. A little bit of a block there just to take the line away. And Burgess takes it back. So Burgess with some fight in him, not giving up. He gave up the position, but didn't give up the race and has come back to take the lead back. So Riley Burgess, and he loves this track. He's comfortable out here. Little mistake there, nearly tucked the front, and that would have been devastating, as well as it would have hurt because the ground is not soft there, and it wouldn't have tickled. But Kremer looking to keep the pressure on, hoping, everybody obviously will hope for a mistake, but hoping he can hang on to the position and not give up the position, because he's got 2 Husqvarnas breathing down his neck with Devison and Rowe. And this is anybody's race here. Oh, 3 different lines to that corner, taking different ruts, and that's how the track. That's just a credit to how the track's formed up. But the order hasn't changed, and Compton is stuck right with these guys. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, very, very close. As Devison gets away from Cooper Rowe a little bit, and that's allowing him to put pressure on Kremer for second. Doesn't quite get there early enough. All 3 riders opting for that inside line. Rowe going outside just to take a different line, but nearly cost him. Compton nearly got up his inside. However, if the leader had gone down in that rut, Rowe would have gone from 4th to 1st. So can't fault him for taking a different line, because could have worked out. But Compton taking back 4th place now, getting the pass back. And again, that was from Rowe taking a different line to try and pass the riders in front of him, and he's given up a position. So making the work that much harder for him. But the battle is raging for the lead here as Kremer goes to the inside, and I think Devison might have him down that left-hand side. No, oh, yeah, he does. He had the left-hand lane, and Kremer, rather than risk the 2 coming together, he kind of left about a metre of room on that left-hand side. Probably could have closed the door, but again, it would have been close. So opting for the safer option, and a bit more of a gentleman's pass there. But now Devison is on the charge after Burgess, and he's not worried about taking different lines. He's going outside. Kremer tried the inside, wasn't close enough. Devison riding with a lot of confidence right now, not worried about his opposition. Burgess looks over at him. They go in the berm, and Devison takes sideline. Oh man, that is so close. There was an inch in that coming over that jump, and these guys just throwing down hard. Devison taking the different lines. Burgess trying to protect. Now a lap rider, and that's Zach Henry, who was up the front early, must have made a mistake, must have gone down, because you don't expect to see him that far back this early in the race. So, oh, that was close. Burgess running outside. I wouldn't want to be doing that next lap. Devison seen that, and he was almost close enough to make a pass, but again backed out of it, didn't quite have the line, and it would have been dangerous for him to do so. So Rowe's got to pick up the pace here and put pressure back on Compton if he's got any chance of challenging for the lead in this one. And Burgess doing a fantastic job hanging on to the lead, dealing with the pressure, but here comes Devison on the outside. Burgess has the inside. He's got the protecting line, and he's doing a great job. He's not cutting anybody off, but he is using the full track, going from left to right, and not making mistakes either. Just taking the good line, protecting, and focusing forward. Although he did look over on this next jump section last lap. We'll see if he does so again. I think he only looked over because he saw Devison jumping next to him and wondered who's that, and he looks over again, almost identical from the previous lap. He's like, come on man, just leave me alone. And Devison this time cuts down. Oh, he cut down, and we thought that he was going to make it work, but there was no line to cut down on there. And when I say no line, there was no grip. Because there wasn't a line formed, he did try and cut down, gassed it, and we just see Compton getting hung up onto the back of Kremer there, because Kremer made a slight error in the rut and Compton was taking the same line. Unfortunately, the inside and outside is so far apart in that corner that you take a different line, you lose a lot of time. So that's why he's opting to follow. Not quite taking the line for protection because Cooper Rowe is not quite on his back wheel at the moment. So back to the leader and Burgess. What a ride. And dealing with the pressure of Devison. How long can he hold it to the end of the race? He goes outside this time. Devison to the inside. Will Devison close the line? He does. So Devison taking the inside line and not taking any prisoners. He had the line. He went across. He moved over enough to balk Burjo, and Devison will take the lead. Let's see if he can run away with it now. These 3, 4, 5 riders still very, very close. But Devison, it seemed like he's had the pace to close up. He seemed like he's been faster than the other guys, but we'll see if these guys can hang with him or potentially challenge him back for the race lead. I think Deverson is going to settle in and to his lines and just ride smooth and finish this one out. He doesn't need to gap the riders. They're sort of past or at least to the halfway point in this race. So he's done the hard work. He's gotten to the lead. The rider with the most pressure on him at the moment is Cooper Rowe because he's got 4 guys in front of him. And at the very least, you want to try and podium if you want any chance of an overall win in this class for the day, and every point counts for the championship. So you know, any of these riders want to make sure they're in the top 3 by the time the checker flag comes out. So Deverson over the finish jump. Kremer in there in 3rd place behind Burgess, then Compton, then Rowe. Not much has changed. And they haven't spread out, but neither rider is close enough to the next one. You cannot be even 2 bike lengths behind somebody and expect to pass them. You've got to be within a half a bike length or on the other rider to stand any chance. They are starting to close up now. Deverson's pulling away, obviously, but Burgess under pressure. Rowe has dropped off the pace a little bit in this one, maybe made a mistake. But these front guys are on the gas. Maxi Compton. So they go past the lap rider there, just looking for a move on that 3rd place of Drew Kremer. Oh, the lap rider making a mistake and sliding across the front wheel of Rowe. Rowe had to jump on the brakes not to hit him, and that's going to probably end his cause in this race at any chance of getting inside of the top 4. And nothing wrong with the 5th place, but if you ask him after the race if he's happy with that, he'll be very angry with himself. So go to Compton. Compton with a chance. Burgess has not let go of the leader. Deverson has pulled away slightly, but Burgess is not that far off him, and looks like Compton might have made the move for 4th place. Don't think so. He's been trying everything. They're both on gas. It's hard to see. No, Kremer's still there in that 3rd position, not giving it up. And it just shows the depth of competition too. If you have a look at any one of these top 5 riders could win this thing. I mean, Deverson obviously has ridden his way to the front. He's passed some of the best riders in the class, and he's pulled away. So showing that he's the guy to beat at the moment. And all these other riders can do next time around is put themselves in front and hope to be able to hang on to the lead, which is what Maxi Compton did on 125. But still going to work on Kremer there. Burgess not too far in front. Cooper Rowe sort of settled for that 5th place, I think. All Jack Deverson at the moment. And Burgess just kind of settling into that 2nd position, not backing off too much though, because he hasn't allowed the other riders to close up on him. But Compton on the move, just where I couldn't see down the back there. He has charged right past Burgess and Kremer. So Maxi Compton, or was that Kremer? They're both on gas, both got 2 and 5 on their bikes. But nothing bothering Jack Deverson out front right now. Yeah, Max Compton has pushed his way through. He's put in a late charge and it's paid off. And the key thing for Max Compton with that move to second place is that for the overall, he's looking really, really good. A second is much better chances of getting the overall win for the day. And again, championship points. Oh, one of the riders just tuck in the front there, tuck in the front of that right-hand turn. That's caught a lot of riders out. That rider's just getting deeper and deeper as the day progresses. So last lap now, out for the leader as Devison, one more to go. And Max Compton, he is on fire at the moment. I mean, obviously our leader doesn't need to charge anymore. He's done everything required to take the race win, and only one more lap to go. He can afford to take his foot off the pedal a little bit, as long as he just keeps the concentration levels up. But yeah, and if you look at the start of the race, I think Max was right there with, or even in front of Devison. So that intensity at the beginning of the race has made a difference, where Max's intensity has actually come at the end of the race. I mean, ultimately it's still giving him a great result, but that's what's crucial about the beginning is getting to the front and then maintaining it. So Devison just working through the last few lap riders and trying to sort of cruise his way, but Max Compton is going to be right on him by the checkered flag, and you only got to win by a nose, and that's exactly what Devison has just done. But what a charge from Compton. You've got to be really happy with that. Riley Burgess as well, and oh, very close there at the end with Burgess and Kremer. Really looking forward to the rest of the races. The track's formed up, lines, different lines, passing lines, great racing, and I think it's only going to get better as the day progresses.
I'm part of a team working on a first for mining in New South Wales, turning this coal mine into a new hydro power plant and solar farm to generate renewable energy for families and businesses. Projects like this show our industry will keep working to reduce its emissions, already down by 38% since 2005, all while contributing billions in royalties every year to fund our public services. Because here in New South Wales, we mine responsibly for today and tomorrow.
So MX2 C-Grade lights, and we'll see who comes out the turn first with an early lead. Is that the number 3 of Tyler Easel with a hole shot? It is. And it looks like he's got Jack Roberts behind him on the 941. A great start for him. Slightly bigger field in the C-Grade MX2 class lights than in the MX1 class. So that just means more exciting racing, more racing going on, more battles on the track. Easel looking over his shoulder. Don't worry about who's there. Everybody's there. Just race forward. You see Lucas Stevens there in 3rd place and nearly swinging around the outside. They all funnel back to the inside in the next turn. Jack Roberts, Stevens. Now Stevens was riding. Oh, look at the mono up the hill to make the pass. Roberts. It just goes to show what a good start will do for you. Easel's right there. And Stevens nearly giving up the pass. There's Kane Novak on the 71. Great to see that he wasn't injured from that first race on the MX1 that he led. But it's Roberts who's now trying to hold off Easel, who gave up the lead. I wouldn't say gave up. Roberts took the lead from him, but let's see if Easel can mount a rebound charge and take that lead back. And Stevens needs to get to work quickly. He can't let these guys settle in. Notice they put a few white markers on top of that single. The guys were scrubbing off the side of it, and they just put the markers there just to say, hey guys, this is the edge of the track. So, you know, riders will always ride to what the edge of the track is. If there's no markers there, it's fair game. But if they do jump inside those markers, they might find themselves being penalised. Roberts starting to edge away slightly from Easel. Easel keeps looking over his shoulder. He's like, next rider, who's next? Who's coming next? Don't worry, Tyler, just look forward. There's sideways there for Stevens. He is trying. He could see Roberts starting to disappear in the distance, but I like what Lucas Stevens is doing here. Just not following, looking for a way around, trying the different lines. All that he needs is his opposition to make a little mistake, and he's going to go right by him without even trying. But right now, Tyler Easel is getting those lines right, and he is holding on to that second place as Jack Roberts starting to look more and more comfortable out front and starting to get away now. Oscar Earl in 4th place, then Novak. Kane Novak. Jack Roberts really starting to stretch it now as Easel riding defensive, protecting the line, but losing ground. And we've got an official there as well watching that, making sure those guys, you can see him hitting the markers on the way over the jump. Stevens to the outside that corner just before Roberts we saw there.
All right, Nathan, change the positions at this stage.
So Yamaha rider 941 heading towards the centre jump, but the battle is for second place. We can get a camera on that. And Easel just in front of Stevens as they head up the hill. Oscar Earl trying to close the gap on them. And we get a wide shot of that. And Stevens still trying everything that he can. And Tyler Easel doing a fantastic job, not making any mistakes. And Stevens actually making mistakes because he's trying so hard to make the pass. He's just a little bit on the loose side, and unfortunately that's what it takes sometimes. You know, if he doesn't throw it all out there, well, he's just going to settle for position. So nothing wrong with that, as long as you don't crash. And a big difference too, Lucas Stevens being on the KXF 450 stepping down to the 252-stroke Husqvarna. I can't tell you how difficult that is. Not just going from a bigger bike to a smaller bike, but the capacity, but the 4-stroke to the 2-stroke. Yes, you will ride them slightly the same, but they feel completely different. Then throw in a different manufacturer as well. As Stevens has made the pass now on Easel, so we'll see how quickly he can close the gap, or if he can close the gap, that is. Jack Roberts looks really comfortable out front. And Oscar Earl in 4th place. Oscar has creeped up. He's closed the gap a little bit on Tyler Easel for 3rd. So we'll see if he can get a bit closer. So far, Jack Roberts has not lost any ground. He is maintaining that lead. And one of his home tracks, he'd be really comfortable out here, as does Lucas Stevens, done a lot of laps around here as well. But Roberts is going to be hard to beat. And a drone shot just giving you just that overall wide view of the track today, and you can see how the club has managed to keep the moisture in the track, put a bit of water down here and there, and that's only going to keep the track in great condition for the rest of the day. It's Oscar Earl is close right up on the back wheel of Tyler Easel now for 3rd. So we've got a battle for 3rd and 4th place. And that battle might push him closer. You can see from the wide shot there, might push him closer to Stevens. Lucas Stevens still hasn't really made a dent in the lead of Jack Roberts. Has stayed about the same. And this race only 10 minutes plus a lap, so we would be past the halfway mark now, maybe 2 laps to go. And I do think Stevens is closing the gap slightly. See him doubling through the whoops there, really smooth. Making up a little bit of ground, but unfortunately, if he only catches him with a lap to go, it's going to be hard work to make that pass with 1 lap to go. So still not close enough to even challenge for the lead. Looks over his shoulder. Again, no need to do that one. Easel in 3rd position. Oscar Earl 4th. Still trying to make a race of it. And Roberts with a sneaky little line there, still on track. When I say sneaky, it's a great line. He just missed the braking bumps heading into that turn, then just dropped into the rut. Much smoother, maybe not faster, but because he had to be a bit careful, but definitely smoother. Wasn't getting beaten up by the braking bumps. So maybe just a couple more laps to go now in this one, a race leader, and Stevens is definitely closer. He has closed the gap, and Oscar Earl is all over the back wheel of Tyler Easel as they head down the main start straight into the bottom section of the track. Lap traffic as well. Kane Novak comes through in 5th place. And Lucas Stevens can smell blood in the water now. He is so close. Any little mistake from Roberts and he will go through, or he will be right there. So has found something on the track, an advantage, and or either that or Jack is sort of settled in maybe a little bit too much, but you probably find that Stevens has just found a line here or there, just giving him a little bit extra, because I haven't seen Roberts make any mistakes. So Lucas Stevens, and he's still got not a lot of time, but definitely time left in this one. And Roberts knows he's there, checks over, goes, hang on a second, I thought I had this one under wrap, and he doesn't. He's got to be real careful. This is part of the track where you can sort of relax a little bit, because there's only one way through. You can see Stevens going, yeah, that's a good line, I'll copy that. Going, just as I said, inside of the main line, the braking bumps. And Roberts has managed to open it back up again a little bit. There's still no last lap board. So, and the rider looks over. Roberts looks over going, come on, man, where's the last lap board? It should be last lap. That's what he was hoping for anyway. And I think that both riders have their parts on the track. Stevens diving up the inside and not close enough. And it seems like Luke is quicker on this first sector of the track. But they are side by side again. Stevens is going to go outside. If he can get a run around the outside here. No. Roberts shut the door. Oh, a little dab of the foot in the corner there. Stevens jumping through with heaps of momentum. Too bad he didn't jump back to the inside there, but he might have it, and he does. He has the momentum, and Roberts could have gone across. It was probably a bit risky, and could have tried to maybe even balk Stevens, but he gave him the room, and Stevens said, thank you very much, used his momentum, and made the pass happen towards the end of this race. He's heading back towards the finish jump now, and this race definitely feels longer than 10 minutes plus a lap. No, Lucas Stevens just getting around one of the lap riders there. That looks like Sebastian McCulloch, and then the 5'11". It's Jack Swan. So also one of the local guys just out here for a ride today. His old man calling the day as a clerk of the course. He's the big kahuna. Stevens with a couple of bike lengths lead now over Roberts. Roberts looks like he's settled for that third place. We'll see where Easel is because he was trying to hang on to third in front of Oscar Earl, and haven't really been looking at that battle, but looks like Oscar Earl has actually made the pass. So Earl up to third, Easel back to fourth place. So Stevens over the finish jump yet again, and what feels like a 20-minute moto. I don't know. We'll see. And Oscar Earl is actually starting to edge a little bit closer to second place there, so we might see a battle for second before this one is finished. Last lap board looks like it's going to come out next time around. And you can see the change in the body language this part of the race. Riders sitting down a little bit more early in the race. When everyone's got energy, they're standing up. And it's good to sit down to get extra traction, but when you get this late in the race, it's not sitting down for traction, it's sitting down for comfort. Our leader going towards the center, the lake center jump, step up, flies over it. Lucas Stevens is only going to get, he's still got a lap and a half to go, so still a lot of time. Well, a lot of time for him. It feels like an eternity. It's always an eternity when you're out front. You just even if you're leading off the start, you want the last lap board to come out on the second lap just so that you can win it without the effort. But Luca's had to work for it, as did Jack Roberts. And Luca Stevens has done the business. He's got one more to go. One more to go just to take out the win in this MX2 C-Grade class. Jack Roberts, he sort of just stood up and cruised over that finish jump, and he's got to be careful because Oscar Earl is not close enough to make a pass, but close enough if a mistake happens. And there's still more than half a lap to go in this one. Roberts has got to be careful not to give up another position before this race is over. As they go over the triple step up and up that next straight, and there is nothing in it. And even Tyler Easel has stayed right with them.
Stevens picking his way through the lap traffic. Earl, meanwhile, he's made good use of the lap traffic. Close right up on the back of Roberts. Eisel's there as well.
And second, third and fourth, there is nothing in it. Although Tyler Easel led the race, he could pick up a second place here if the two riders in front of him make a mistake. And a mistake from Roberts, though. Oscar Earl has picked him off with half a lap to go. So, as this shows that, I mean, if your fitness is gone, there's not really a lot you can do about it. But it does show that if you take your foot off the pedal too early, that you may lose a position. We do have a rider down. Is that Roberts that has tucked the front in that corner? It might have been. He won't give up the position to Novak, but Easel will move up into third. No, that wasn't Roberts. It must have been a lap rider that went down, because Roberts gets third, Easel fourth. Or was that, no, that was Oscar Earl that went down. Sorry, both on Yamahas. My mistake. Yeah, Oscar Earl, after all that hard work to get into second place. And fifth place, Kane Novak.
For over 20 years, the Black Dog Institute has been trusted to listen to the experiences of real people. Every day, we work to uncover data, patterns, and insights into mental health to develop actionable, practical solutions. It takes pushing boundaries to be an international leader in digital health, not only researching and developing the technology, but also making it accessible to everyone. From clinical treatment and online support to early intervention and prevention programs, we're on the cusp of a new era of mental health science and action. As our technology advances and our scientific research continues, our ability to innovate and impact does too. With the ripple effect of our work being felt for generations to come and bringing hope to millions more. Together, we can continue to tackle the big issues in mental health.
Oh, 10 to 12, 65's Bohannon with a hole shot up the inside. And a 152 it looked like. Second place, Ollie Chandler, moving up into second. Looks like Archie Black. Oh, Chandler gets held up just got stood up in the turn, and Archie Black was right behind him, and And we had a rider come from 4th to 2nd in one corner. But Blake Bannon, don't want to give Blake a whole shot. I mean, he's from his opposition anyway. Blake obviously wants a whole shot, but his opposition don't want to see him do that. It's Duke Sharabam that inherited 2 positions there. Maxie Harris is up there as well. Oh, one of the riders doing a Superman, not on purpose, off the side of the bike. Blake Bannon just, again, showing why he's the guy to beat this year in all the races I've seen him. He's been out front, and if he's not out front, he gets himself out front. So just an overall competitor in this class is ticking all the boxes. And Sharabam trying to hang on to that second place. He gets passed by Cooper Sproul. Kai Sproul. Cooper's the older one. Kai Sproul just charging through the field. I was struggling to see where he was on the start, but he has now fought himself into second place and is now going after the race leader. So I was watching them in practice, and there wasn't a lot of difference in lap times between those two in practice. So let's see if Kai Sproul can close the gap on the race leader. Will Blake Bannon sort of settle into his lead, or will he keep pushing? And if Kai Sproul manages to catch up to him, well, Bannon's not going to have any choice but to turn it up. Not his first rodeo, though. Blake Bannon on the Yamaha 362 machine. Look how it flies over those jumps on the 65. I wouldn't dream of jumping jumps that big when I was that age. And just the ability, the progression. Oh, Sprowley, I watched him in practice. He crashed twice in that rut in practice on that inside and continues to take it. And yes, it's a shorter line around that corner, but it's cost him in practice. Not that you're going to lose a position, but definitely cost him in the race trying to take that line and just not working for him. So deep, these kids on the 65s, the foot pegs catch. Sometimes it's got nothing to do with you as a rider. It's just the rut's so deep, the wheels come off the ground. When the foot pegs catch, it sends you over the handlebars like you're hooking neutral. And that's looked like what happened to Sprowley that time around. So that's just going to give Bannon a massive lead. Lots of breathing room. And this more than likely a 4 lap race, 4 or 5 lap race at the most. Just complete control. He's Bannon and out of sight. A lap ago, Sproul could see him. He was charging. He is still charging, but that's a big ask now to close that gap. As Bannon just weaves his way through the lines and the ruts and just flowing, smooth, and hitting his marks, not making any mistakes. That's the other thing, when you're the rider behind and you're charging hard, you're putting everything into it, and you're more likely to make those mistakes because you're pushing hard. Where Bannon, he's done the work early, got the whole shot, got the lead, and running away with it right now. You see how choppy that downhill is that they just gone through. If you notice, the riders in the last race were just going just left of that main line. The braking bump's not as bumpy going into that corner. And Bannon heading towards the finish jump. Up and over he goes. And he's not cruising. He's still pushing, but he's not riding over his head. He's just focus forward and trying to maintain that gap, not give his opposition any inkling that they've got a chance to beat him. Maxie Harris on the 264, he just come over the finish jump, and would have liked to see him further up the front in this one. It's amazing how riders just have better days on different tracks. I've seen him earlier in the year in the stadium cross at Coffs, and Maxie Harris was winning races, challenging for the win, and yeah, just maybe not his not gelling with the track today, or you know, you never know what's going on with the riders. It could be a nursing, it could be come back from injury, it could be anything. Mindset makes a big difference as well. Some riders don't like particular tracks, and you know, it doesn't matter whether you like it or not. The track's same for everybody, and you just got to put it down to your skill and do the best that you can, and that's exactly what Bohannon is doing right now, as is Kai Sproul. He is still charging in that second place, hasn't given up chasing after the leader, but as I said, only a 4 or 5 lap race, and we are seeing the last lap forward now for Bohannon. Sprowley across in second place will get the minor placings over the line as well as they come through. Sharabam has moved up into third ahead of Ollie Chandler. And then a big gap back to Jamie Ross, Archie Black. The 335, that is Taj Cosgrove. Half a lap to go now for Bohannon, the Yamaha junior team rider. And all but got this one sewn up. Kai Sproul, love to see him with a better start, and I think he will be a challenge or a force to be reckoned with anyway. Duke Sharabin, haven't seen much of Duke this year, but up there in third, and he's won races before in this class, or in this age group, should I say. These obviously all these kids have been racing each other for the last 4 or 5 years, from 50s all the way up to this point, this older 65 and then 85 class as well. Over the finish goes Blake Bohannon, our leader. Kai Sproul, second. And Duke Sharabam, yeah, he's happy with that. Third place, who wouldn't be happy with a podium? That's great. Ollie Chandler, fourth. So just in between races here, I'd like to, Motorcycling New South Wales would like to thank their major partners of the 2024 New South Wales state titles. New South Wales Mining is the leading industry association representing the state's minerals industry, providing a united voice for their members. They work closely with governments, industry groups, business and community leaders to ensure their members continue to operate as part of a strong, responsible and sustainable mining industry in New South Wales. those of you that want
I'm part of a team
New
working
South
on a first
Wales
for mining
state
in New
title
South Wales,
merchandise.
turning this coal mine into a new hydro power plant and solar farm to generate renewable energy for families and businesses. Projects like this show our industry will keep working to reduce its emissions, already down by 38% since 2005. All while contributing billions in royalties every year to fund our public services. Because here in New South Wales, we mine responsibly for today and tomorrow.
From the outside, we've seen a lot of hole shots come from the outside. Husqvarna rider with a clear hole shot is at the 99er Cooper Bowman. It is, I think, a fantastic start, and just it was like nobody. He was all by himself, nobody there with him, and he's going to need it with the likes of Heath Davey, Seth Thomas. You know, they were really fast in practice, but Cooper Bowman was right there in practice as well. And like I said, he's won some races this year. And he's leading the first race at the state title. So and we'll just try and get a look at who the rider is behind him on the KTM in second place. And where are our other main contenders in this class? That's Cooper Sproul in second place. What a cracking start. Sprowley showing his younger brother how to get a start. Awesome stuff. What can he do? He has improved so much in the last 6 months. Young Cooper Sproul, his confidence, and he is right there with the race leader. So Bowman from Sproul. Justin Mayhew on the 355. Then we got Heath Davey. Richie Lawler on the 113. Still looking for Seth Thomas on the, unless he's gone through already, I didn't see him. And we've got a medical out there as well, so hopefully that's not too serious. But Bowman, man, he is riding so good so far in this race and this year, as I mentioned before. And Cooper Sproul, I would love to see him change the rise. Have to, slow down here for this and just be real careful through that section, not just for the rider down, but you'll be penalised if you don't keep your wheels on the ground for that medical flag. But back on it now, past the medical flag, and Heath Davey on the move. He's got around Justin Mayhew. He's got around, I think he was in front of Richie Lawler. Still looking for Seth Thomas. I hope that wasn't Seth Thomas on the ground. So Bowman, comfortable little cushion now between himself and second place. Hopefully Cooper Sproul will keep the pressure on and want to challenge him for the lead. So almost halfway through this 12 to 16, 85 age group, and I've actually got one of our race winners from earlier, Luca Stevens, with me in the commentary booth. And Luca, I'm going to ask you some questions about your race, but I wouldn't mind your 2 cents on this one as we watch Cooper Bowman lead on his Husqvarna 99. So rolling through that section where the medical flag is out, still out, and something's happened to Cooper Sproul as Heath Davey has moved into second and is now chasing after the leader and closing up at a rapid pace. So Luca, you won your race earlier, and you had a bit of luck in the other race where the rider that was leading went down. We'd like to keep calling this race as well because it's really close as Davey is putting pressure on Bowman for the lead. But what's your take on the track today?
The track's pretty rough out there. Like, I've never ridden lakes like this before in my life. It's pretty rough, but you just got to try to stick to the insides and the outsides of the track to find the smooth lines so you can not get gassed for 15-minute motos.
So if it's rough out there for you guys on the bigger bikes, it must be really tough for these kids on the 85s that
for sure.
Racing around. As you can see, Davey putting pressure on Bowman now. Bowman, though, hasn't put a foot wrong. And just got to be careful there. He left the door open. He can't do that more than once. Davey would have seen that, and if he does that again, Davey's going to remember that and try. But he's not going to wait till that corner on the next lap. He's trying everything. There is a yellow flag waving, waved yellow, so he can't make a pass. He's got to be careful. Do you have any more races today?
Well, it depends if we go into round 2 or have another MX1 race. And probably not an MX2 race because that's towards the bottom of the order.
And how do you find riding the 2 classes? Do you find that you have to pace yourself in your races, or do you have the fitness to just sort of go all out and leave nothing on the table?
Well, I've been training pretty hard on and off the bike, like trying to get fit and have stamina, so I'm finding it not terribly hard, but it's still pretty hard out there because I'm not used to riding these rough tracks all the time. Yeah, well,
and we can see these riders taking different lines, more so Heath Davey looking for the line. You can see Cooper Bowman quite happy with the lines that he has. He's obviously taking the main line, making it very difficult for Davey to make the pass because Davey's having to search. But how is it they're taking different lines? Is there a main line that's like the best line, much faster than all the other lines, or is there multiple good lines that you could just take if the other rider's in your line?
Well, the track's formed up very well in my opinion. I think there's a lot of lines out there, but there's definitely one that's a lot faster than some of the others, which would be your insides and your far outsides. But there's still other lines that you can use to make a pass for sure if you're close enough.
Well, you can see Cooper learned from that. The last lap around, he went outside that turn. He would have seen the blue fender up the inside. He switched up his line. He's taken the inside. But he's not phased by the pressure. You see some riders, they have a challenge from behind and they get nervous, they make mistakes. How do you cope with the pressure of having a rider behind you? Does it bother you, or do you just get on with the job?
I just get on with the job pretty much, try focus in front of me where I'm going and not really worry about what's going on behind me. But as you saw when Heath Davey showed Cooper the front fender in the corner down there, I would obviously try to learn from what the person behind me is doing to stay defensive and not let them pass me.
Yeah, well, he's definitely done that, and smooth, and Heath Davies he's throwing the blue kitchen sink at him. He is trying everything to make this happen, even going that long way around outside, which has proven to be slower, but as that inside rut gets worse and worse and worse, that outside might start working, and you can see he actually didn't lose time, where previously riders that were taking that outside lose 2 or 3 bike lengths. So he's been working on him, and if he can get close enough and maybe a little bobble or even stand the bike up in the corner, you might see a change of position here. So it's definitely getting closer. Bowman doing a great job, obviously, hanging on lead, but here comes an inside, and Bowman knows with that outside, he knows that Davey can't go up the inside and go across him. That outside's too high speed, but that's a brave move to go outside there. And it's smart, because the outside becomes the inside for the next turn. But Davey trying everything here. Again, this is the section where Bowman, oh, that was close. Bowman can almost ease off slightly because you've got the flags waving. He knows that that he can hang on to that position. Actually, almost take it easy through the section because of the wave yellow and the medical flag, and it's almost like a breather to go, oh, I can just cool off for a second. Where you run, if he was to keep pushing, you run the risk of a penalty. So, and I think they're only got a lap and a half to go. So this is going to be really close. Ken Bowman, what do you think? What's your bets on this one? Do you think Davey's going to get him before the end?
I think Cooper's staying pretty strong, so I think he should be able to hold him off for one more lap.
So this is the outside I was talking about, and Davey's been working that outside every lap, and all he needs is a little bit more momentum. You see, Bowman, he's riding defensive. Yeah, he has to. And, they are side by side. There's lap riders in the way as well. And I think that it was actually lucky well, not lucky. I mean, Bowman's, you can't say that he's out front because he's lucky, but, I would say in that instance, it was lucky the lap rider was there, because it actually gave Davey less options. Now watch this again. Bowman's going to go outside. Davey's going to go inside. Or is he? No, there was, again, lap riders in the way. And I guess Davey had no choice. So on the last lap, this is going to get really close. And it's going to depend on who can clear the lap riders the quickest. And hats off to Bowman, even if Davey gets him, which I'm actually going to agree with you right now. And as much as I want to bet against you just for the fun of it, I think that if Cooper can hang on for a couple more corners. Now Davey did get close, second last turn last time. That outside, like I said, been working that outside. Oh, waving medical there. Gotta be careful. It's hard to not get excited when, and now Davey getting really close. It's as I said, he's been working that outside, and I think he's got one more throw of the dice here. Bowman's obviously going to close inside off there. Oh no, he doesn't. He goes to the middle. But that's going to give him the inside to the next turn. But this time Davey has got a line to that outside. And he hasn't been this close since the start of the race. And Bowman closes the door. Oh, he had to do that. He had to shut the door. I honestly thought Davey had him. And Bowman did the right thing there. The lines come together, and he went across, he held it, and he's going to get the checkered flag just in front of Davey. And what a race that is, the closest finish we've had so far today. And I don't even know who was in third place, but I think it was Cooper Sproul, which I hope it was, because that is a fantastic result for him. A few lap riders coming through. There's Cooper Sproul onto a fantastic finish in front of Justin Mahue. You might have one more race today, maybe two. Luca, what do you think the key is for you in this next race?
I reckon it's all about the start. That kind of sets your race, because from my experience, when I get a bad start and I get stuck behind riders that I can usually, I'm a bit faster than, but it's hard to pass them. usually I just start like getting used to their speed and copying, but when you get a good start, even if they're faster than you, you can really like try copy them and get on their back wheel and try mimic what they're doing to improve and get a better result in the race.
Yeah. No, that's it. Like, you know, the race start. If you had to put it in percentage-wise, what do you reckon? Me personally, I think the race start is 90% of the race. You know, I mean, you still got to be a good rider to hang on to it. But if you are a good rider, it's 90% of the race. Even if you're an average rider, if you're like a mid-packer, you're still going to finish better with a whole shot. So you might as well do it. And it's the only place on the track where you can beat 39 other riders in one go. But it does get a bit hectic in that first corner. So anyway, thanks for sticking it out with me. Good luck if you are racing today, and if not today, good luck for tomorrow, and keep it on two wheels. And thanks for your time.
Yeah, thank you for having me.
No worries.
Big shout out to those guys. They're putting their hands in their pocket.
So we're going to go to an ad break now, guys, and we'll be back shortly with the action.
I studied business and commerce at uni. After graduating, I joined the New South Wales mining industry. And my job is to find smarter, safer and more sustainable ways of doing things, like world-leading remote vehicle technology, building renewable energy to power our mines and communities across New South Wales, and using drones for remote seeding to restore the land and protect our ecosystem. Because in New South Wales, we mine responsibly for today and tomorrow.
The Westpac Rescue Helicopter is here for our community. And this holiday season, we will be ready to respond 24/7. Please stay safe and thank you for your support. To donate or for more information, visit rescuehelicopter.com.au or call 1800 155 155.
Our organisation represents the mining in New South Wales. We have nearly 100 member companies and we represent the mining workforce of over 30,000 people that work in mining in New South Wales. Over 800 people work in mining in the Lake Macquarie region and over 160 local businesses in the Lake Macquarie region are part of the mining supply chain and around $200 million each year is spent by the mining industry in the region. It's an important part of the mining industry in New South Wales. It's an historic coal mining region with coal-fired power stations and coal mines located in the Lake Macquarie region. Well, our organisation and many companies in our industry support local community teams right across the state. And we have a long-standing partnership with the Newcastle Knights, obviously based in the Hunter region, that has endured over 12 years or more. Through the highs and lows of the Knights seasons, through the highs and lows of our industry's fortunes as well. It's an important demonstration of the partnership between our industry and sport and local communities, particularly in the Hunter region, and our support for this event today is part of that too.
Hi, I'm Sean from Gorbros Medical. We specialise in joint bracing for knee and wrist bracing, as well as other compression bracing. We specialise in measuring, fitting, repairing and servicing bracing and making sure the support is optimal for your unique anatomy. Three main products we do is CTI knee braces, pod knee braces and All Sport Dynamic wrist braces. We specialise in the knee bracing, which we've done for over 30 years, doing CTI knee braces since the late 80s. We've taken on pod in the last 10 years, which has been an amazing product for entry-level riders up to your pro riders. And also we have our wrist braces designed to stop hyperextension in the wrist, and we've been partnered with them since the 90s, so a long time. We specialize in measuring and fitting for them all, where even CTI and ASD have custom wrist bracing and knee bracing. So full custom bracing for your unique anatomy that fits like a glove. We're partnered with Motorcycling New South Wales as we want to go to all the events and display our product, personally fit people and give them the best service possible. We're very happy to join Motorcycling New South Wales this year and partner with them. It's been great working with the team. It's been easy, smooth, and getting to the events, working out how to get to the events, all the information I require to be on ground and help my customers. It's been a very simple process, and it's been a joy to work with Motorcycling New South Wales.
Two-stroke, 250. Husqvarna rider Joel Campbell. And we'll see if Novak can put the pressure on him. That is the 5.34. Then we've got Rory Fairbrother on 222. So Jack Shepherd in third place, sorry. Fairbrother in fourth place. So some really quick kids out front. Joel Campbell is checking out. He's put a bit of a gap on Benny Novak for second place. Michael Jones on the back wheel heading up that straight there, just out of camera shot. And I was talking earlier about the 252 stroke and how much harder it is to ride, and Joel Campbell making it look easy right now. Fairbrother's up to third, he's got around Shepherd. Then we got Michael Jones, then we got the 146 Zadrovic. A couple positions back, Connor Whitney on 65. Then we got Kohlenberg on 51. Rory Fairbrother just hitting some of those acceleration kickers out of that corner and just messed his momentum up for that next uphill. Joel Campbell got it all his own way out front. Sometimes some tracks will suit the two-stroke over the four-stroke and the reverse the same way. I actually thought this track would actually suit the four-stroke better. More slippery surface. You're looking for traction. Hard to find on a two-stroke, but Joel Campbell again, he knows exactly what his bike's doing and he's flowing around this track. Just so smooth right now and extending that lead. And Fairbrother's moved up into second. So while we've been watching the leader, Fairbrother has taken second place and is now going after the race leader. Just a dab of the foot there, little mistake. Benny Novak couldn't quite capitalise on it, wasn't close enough. Michael Jones just getting a little bit off balance there. Riley Fitzpatrick, after that early mistake on the Kawasaki, starting to move back forward. As he's got right up onto the back wheel of Jack Shepherd and looking for a way through. And then Michael Jones on the 266. So Fairbrother, since he's moved into second, has pulled away a little bit from Benny Novak, but hasn't made an impact on the leader. Joel Campbell well in control of this one. His front three, though, have put some distance on the rest of the field. There's Fitzpatrick and someone we've been waiting to see, Jai Roberts. And if you remember, Jai Roberts from a few years ago was battling for championship wins in MX3 and in the MX2 class. So great to see him back fighting for well, at least the top 5 in this one. Didn't get the start that he wanted though. Roberts is normally a whole shot artist, so surprised to not see him start at the start of the up the front at the start of the race. But right there, and we'll see how he goes. He's got Fitzpatrick in front of him. Let's see if he can challenge him for that position. Over the centre jump, up the next hill, goes Campbell, Fairbrother, then Novak. And all of these riders have not let off. Yes, they've spread out, but on the track, it's not because anybody's just taking it easy. They are all pushing hard. Even the race leader, he looks smooth, but if he wasn't pushing, Fairbrother would be on his back wheel. Novak hasn't given up on Fairbrother. He's just keeping him there, keeping that eye in, that as long as he can see him, he's got a chance. Once you sort of go out of reach where you can't see the rider anymore, it's very hard to keep charging because there's nothing to chase after. But Benny Novak just keeping that pressure on. Oh, and those white markers on the inside of that row, they've taken a beating. They've all been knocked out of the inside of that jump. So I remember seeing an official standing there earlier, but if all the white markers are on the ground, you can't really cut inside of them because there's nothing to cut inside of because they're not there anymore. So you may have to put them back or leave them down. Whatever works. It's the same for everybody. Here we go, Joel Campbell up the inside, and see how deep that inside rut is, and Campbell just running through the middle, just going the second line, And all these guys have picked up on that. They're not going that main deep inside line, which was the premier line earlier in the day, but it's got that hook in it. It's gotten really deep. You've seen a couple of the 65 riders actually go over the bars there where the foot pegs are hooked. So even these bigger bikes, they can see that line has deteriorated, and you know, the next best line is 2 inches across and just as smooth and not that far away. Great overhead shot here of our leader jumping through those rollers, going diagonal across, using the inside, but then diagonally across to the next line. Other second and third, fourth, all choosing to go outside to get a better drive and run and maybe jump further through the rollers, but then you've got to pull up for the next left-hand turn. So it all kind of evens out a little bit, and it's working for Campbell at the moment. He's got enough of a lead now that he could probably relax a little bit if he wanted to. Fairbrother, however, has to keep the pace up because Ben Novak is on the charge and has closed back up onto the back wheel. So I think we might see a battle in the next lap or two between those two riders. I'd love to see where Fairbrother made the move. I missed that earlier in the race. Not sure if it was just a great line that he took, or just more momentum, or a mistake from Benny. But we'll see now as Ben Novak now mounts a challenge back. Either he's picked up on some lines that Rory was taking earlier, or maybe getting into the latter part of the race, the fitness will play a part as well. Was tracking very rough, a lot of acceleration bumps and braking bumps. You see there Campbell cutting out of that main line early, out of those acceleration bumps. Very difficult to do and easy to tuck the front. You've seen a few riders do that and almost lose the front wheel where they try and cut out of that main line because there's nothing to lean against, no little berm or edge. You're just hoping to skate the front wheel across a loose surface, and that can end badly. But Campbell is well in control and smooth and doesn't look like he's having any problems whatsoever. But the battle definitely for second place now, as Novak is right on the back wheel of our race leader. Here it is. Fairbrother, Novak. And Novak with slightly better drive around the outside, but it's the longer way round. Will Fairbrother have enough? He's a little bit kind. He doesn't go across. And Novak was hoping for that. Oh, look at Fairbrother trying to cut back into the line, but no. And Fitzpatrick, where's he come from? The 185 Kawasaki rider. He's come out of nowhere. He is right on the back wheel of Fairbrother, looking for a move. They're going to come down the hill. They are going to funnel into the same rut coming out of there. That's going to give Novak a bit of breathing space because now Fairbrother has to deal with Fitzpatrick. And he's going to run wide and leave the door open. He does. Oh, Fitzpatrick goes across. And Fairbrother has to jump on the brakes. So Fairbrother, 2 positions. He's gone down now in that lap. And fortunately for him, it's not great news, but it's good news. There's the next rider is a lot further back. But the bad news is that's Jai Roberts, and you can't count him out because he loves this track. He's a local boy, and he's got heaps of speed. So Fairbrother maybe a little bit of breathing space, but and Campbell goggles off, so he's had a goggle malfunction somewhere. Either he's got the roll-offs, and maybe the strip is stuck or jammed or something, but he hasn't had much roost this race because he hasn't been behind anybody other than coming through lap riders. But yeah, definitely not something you see very often is your race leader taking their goggles off. Fortunately for him, he's built up enough of a lead that he can afford to just maybe ride this one out, but a 15 minute plus a lap race, so, you know, maybe not. We'll have to see. One thing I know about Joel Campbell is he's not going to just give up on this one. He's got a decent lead. All those riders, see how they're cutting out of that last corner, staying out of that rut. But again, you know, just got to watch that front wheel. I'm really impressed with Fitzpatrick. Riley Fitzpatrick on the Kawasaki is on Novak going up the inside, and it's just not enough room, but Novak got to be careful there next lap around. If he's that close, he's going to have to protect that line and go inside. As Campbell just trying to ride this one out, skipping through the first, sort of wheel tapping through the first wheel. So look at Fitzpatrick go. And that was almost an identical attempted pass on Novak that Novak did to Fairbrother, but Novak was a lot better through that inside and had a bike length or two to play with. So Fitzpatrick's going to have to go back to work on him. As we are nearing the end of this one, the last lap board should be coming out next time around. Fitzpatrick, again, these two lines are going to funnel into each other. And Novak just has to not leave the door open at this stage. They're both running similar sort of times. But, one more lap, last lap board coming up for our leader now. Fitzpatrick, one more lap to try and make that pass. Novak, one more lap to hold on to it. And this time Fitzpatrick has the inside. So down that finish. Oh, and a mistake. And that's the danger of trying to cut out of that line. They're going to go down the corner together, but Fitzpatrick does have the premier line around that outside. There's more momentum around that outside and more chance of hanging on to the line. And he has made the pass on Benny Novak. So Novak back to third now. And don't count him out, Fitzpatrick, because that is Joel Campbell, our race leader, right in front. Campbell just trying to ride this one out. Oh, again, he doesn't have goggles. Not that you ride that much slow without goggles, but he does have his goggles flapping around on his arm. That will be a little bit of a distraction. I also find that your goggles sometimes get caught in the radiator when you turn, depending on which side of the handlebars are hanging, but it definitely feels like it's definitely a distraction. But Fitzpatrick is all over him. He's going to go the inside right. He's going to try and cut in. And Campbell knows that he had the premier line. They're going to funnel together. It's going to come down to the last or second last corner. I think Campbell's going to be able to hold on to it because he is going to protect the line. He does. He goes to the inside. It's going to be hard work here for Fitzpatrick. He did get Novak down this last straight, but not this time. And it looks like Campbell's going to run it out and take the flag, and he does. What a ride, though, from Fitzpatrick. Novak in third. Sure, he'd be happy with a podium, but would love a win. And then we wait for should be Fairbrother or Roberts, and this has already gone through. There's Roberts and Fairbrother. So Roberts did get Fairbrother in the end there. Then Jonesy, Taylor Thompson. Great to see Taylor up battling with these guys in the top 10. And just another big thank you to the host of round one of the New South Wales State MX Championships, the Lake Macquarie Motorcycle Club. And we've mentioned it many, many times today. the effort that they've put into the venue to improve the facilities, and a great spectator arena for us to watch the racing today. You can see 90% of the track from pretty much any vantage point. And the great weather, along with the track preparation, has resulted in a fantastic day's racing. As we move on to our next race, which should be our MX3. And we thought we were only going to get through one round of racing today, but that looks like Devison with a hole shot on the Husqvarna. And if it is, that spells big trouble for the rest of his opposition. But we have a KTM rider that's just gone, thank you very much, gone up the inside and taken the lead. And that is Finley Manson. Well, he has got a... actually, that was Burgess with a hole shot. My bad. I thought it was Devison. They look very, very similar in bike and colour. So where is Cooper Road, the winner of race 1? Looks like he's in about 7th place, maybe. And Max Compton, where is Max Compton? But Finley Manson, wow, just on it right now. Riley Burgess, he's having an awesome day. Kremer in 3rd. Hayden Strode on the 211, he's up there. There's Maxi Compton, terrible start. So something happened to Compton early in this one. He is, well, I was going to say second last, third last. But Finley Manson running away with it, and it just goes to show the depth of competition in this class, how so Manson up the hill. And making his way back towards the finish jump. Finley Manson on the KTM. Number 19, Riley Burgess. Drew Kremer. Strode having a solid race there. It's Nate Thompson on the 24. Oh, that's Jarrett Burton, sorry, on the 153. Maxi Compton's the 253. So Maxi, I thought I saw him up the front as well, and he is. Maxi Compton's in 6th place. And he has all come together there in the corner with Rowie. Rowie went up the inside line and made the pass on him. Got Manson, Burgess, Kremer, Devison, Strode, then Thompson, Rowie, and Compton. So any one of these riders can win and give them a start anyway. But Davison again seems like he's the guy that's been able to move through the field. We'll see if he can do that again this time. Manson's going to make it hard for him though. Over the finish jump he goes. There's Burgess second, Bremer, Davison right there. A little bit of a gap back to Strode. Then Thompson and Max Compton getting back around. Getting back around Rowe, so Cooper Rowe has got work ahead of him. Then we got Corey Easel. Zach Henry on 32. Bremer making it really hard for Davison to make a move, and not because he's blocking the line, he's just riding the best line and not making any mistakes. And a little bit of water going down on the track. I've got to do that to just keep the moisture in it. But look at Davison skating into that corner. He scrubs the tabletop. Is it close enough though? Scrubs the next tabletop. Does he have the inside? He does. So Davison puts himself in the way, goes through that deep inside rut, makes it work, makes the pass, moves into second place. And we'll see if he can now close up onto Manson. So that's a big ask. Manson has got a decent lead already. But first, Davison's got to get around Burgess. And Burgess has proven that he's not just going to roll over, and if you do pass him, he's going to fight back as well. So coming out of the back section of the track, Manson on the 19, KDM. Then we got the two Husky boys battling it out for second, third. Here goes Davison trying a different line up the straight. Burgess closes the door. They both cut into that inside line. Then we got Kremer, Compton. Oh, and was that Davison that went down on the outside? Just trying really hard to gain that position and just making a lot of work for himself right now as Rowie finally puts away Thompson. That's Nate Thompson for that position. And Caden Strode on the 211 has come out of nowhere in this one and is holding his own in the top five. One little mistake from Jack Davison where it looked like he was going to fight for second, and now he's finding himself 5 or 6 positions further back. That's how close these guys are. One little mistake cost you dearly. Burgess, impressive in second place. Kremer hasn't got closer. Look at Maxi Compton on the charge again. He was intense last race around that he had to come to the field, and he did. Then we got Strode, then we got Rowie, then we got Thompson, and then Davison, who's riding with some irritation after his earlier crash, and he's just picked off Thompson for that position. So next up for him will be Cooper Rowe. And they were first and second the last time around in this race. So they're first and second, but now they got 5 guys in front of them. And Burgess looking over his shoulder. He does have a little gap. Kremer looking over. Don't look, it's Maxi Compton. And he's charging. A lap rider there to deal with. Kremer goes to that main line. Compton to the second line. unfortunately for Compton, that Kremer got that line perfect, so wasn't able to make the move. Up the hill they go. Strode all by himself right now. Cooper Rowe under fire from Devison. Devison up the inside, going down in the bottom corner. Rowe's got the premier line and he holds on to it. As Manson continues to lead, not knowing anything that's going on, nor should he know about what's going on behind him. He probably doesn't want to know. Riley Burgess can't look behind either because there's a couple of riders there that will want to take the position away from Kremer and Compton. Here they go over the centre jump. Compton, can he make it work this time? Side by side, hitting in that next turn. Again, you've got, this time Compton goes outside. Tries the outside line. Loses a little bit of time. But had to try something. Devison has dispatched Rowe and moved up another position. So Devison getting the pass on Cooper Rowe. As Manson clicks off another lap. And Burgess, not much change there in position or time. These guys, Strode as well, solid ride for him all by himself, but Devison is coming back. We've got Nate Thompson. Compton losing a little bit of ground there to Kremer as they had a lap rider. Lap rider didn't really play too much of a part, but Compton's going to have to regroup and go after it. Burgess close in second. He's actually closed the gap slightly, and Kremer on the charge. He's got a bit of space now between himself and Compton, and Devison is just not letting go, not giving up, trying to make up as many positions as he can before this one is over. As we see Kremer on screen, going after second place, going after Burgess. Compton still there, close by. So Kremer with just a couple bike lengths breathing space to be able to put that challenge to him. Oh, there goes Compton. Again, he's been working that line all race. Doesn't work this time. He really needs to try and shut the door. He tries to. There's no room there. Oh, Compton goes down. Compton, he threw everything at him to try and get him, and will he lose any more positions in that? As you get going in front of Devison, Rowie is there as well. I think Strode might have gone through. The last lap now, and there is really nothing in it. There's Strode in 4th place. And he did get up, he just lost that one position to Strode, but now he's going to have to deal with Devison for one more lap. So Strode through there in 4th, Kremer 3rd, Burgess 2nd. And what a ride from Finley Manson. So up next, 9 to 12, 85s. And Liam Millard put on a clinic in his first 85 race, and he will want to replicate that again in this one. Got the whole shot and just wide win. We'll be hoping to do the same again. We are here at round 1 of the New South Wales State Championships at Lake Macquarie Club. We're just about to get going with a 9 to 12 85 class. 5-second board and down we go. And Millard looks like he was in the middle of the start last time. There is a Husqvarna with a lead. It might be him. And he's done it again. Liam Millard, 2 hole shots and leading the way, but Blake Bannon on his back wheel, and we have a race on our hands. Last time around, Millard just got the hole shot, checked out, clear track, and he loves racing here He's riding with a lot of confidence, and let's see if he can put a challenge to one of the best riders in this age group, Blake Bannon. Also, something to note that Liam Millard is a year younger than Blake Bannon, so that is impressive as well, to ride at the level that he's riding. But take nothing away, these kids have been battling each other for years. What's 1 year amongst competitors? It is a lot, but I know a lot of riders go, oh, I don't need to beat him, he's a year older than me, he's not in my age group. But you should want to win regardless of who's in the race, and that's what Millard wants to do right now. He's already got the taste for a win in race 1, and he's leading race 2. There's no reason why he can't do it again. I prefer the outside line in that corner. Liam obviously going inside, just wanting to protect. But if Bannon can get close enough, that outside gives you the inside to the next turn. So we'll see how that plays out. I'm sure Bannon would have seen that, and we'll try and make that outside work unless he can make a pass anywhere else. But we do have a rider down before the centre jump, and we'll see if that affects these riders, because they've got to get to that. They'll be coming up on there shortly. There's a bit of water down on the track. That rider going backwards to try and get that bike started, and hopefully it doesn't affect our leaders. So we do have the yellow flag out, and both riders sort of on their pegs. Taking it easy around there, that's good. Good from both riders, and neither of them jumped the centre jump, and back on the gas again. Then we got Archie Black in third place by the look of it. Millard on 26, the Husky rider. I don't even think he washed his bike after practice. It's just that clean. He's been in front the whole time today. And let's see if Bannon can work this line on this outside. Again, if he can get the momentum, you can see him going for it. If he can get the momentum, all it takes is one little mistake or stand the bike up, and you can get the drive around that outside. But Millard nails that inside line, and no chance there for Bannon. So Blake's going to have to look somewhere else on the track. He can keep working that outside, but needs to start searching for another line. So heading in towards the centre jump, Liam Millard, Blake Bannon, they both clear it, and these two riders are so far in front of the rest of the field. Looks like Archie Black in that third position. Millard and Bannon both still going that deep inside rut in that next corner there. It's caught a few riders out, these smaller bikes. Looks like Ollie Chandler in fourth place. Then Ryder Birchall on 22, Kai Sproul on the 280, then Jamie Ross. And here they come towards the finish jump, Millard, Blake Bannon, and I would say that the track is more difficult now than it was. Even though the track has gotten better, it's actually more challenging because they've had to put water down. It's slippery in some spots. These riders are being careful as well as having to ride different lines.
So, shout out to those guys. You're a top man, Courtney. I love your work.
So I'm in the booth here with Finn Manson as we're having a look at this 85 race, and these riders have been going through lap traffic at the moment. You had to do that in your race. You got the whole shot, you got out front, checked out, made it look easy. If you compare that to your first race in the MX3, it was a lot more challenging. So that looked like just a day out at the practice track. Got out front, rode your laps, didn't make any mistakes, and you actually pulled away from everybody.
Yeah, it felt good. The first moto, I got a good start. I was in second, and then I just was struggling. It was pretty one line. I was struggling to make a pass on Cooper Row, and then I struggled with a bit of arm pump, and made a blue down the back and ran off track, and then regrouped and came away with 5th or 6th, I think. And then that second one, I just did a good warm-up and, got a good start, and then just, rode my own rate, put a few sprint laps down, and then just settled in, and it was good.
So really the big difference was that race start, where the first race you said that you struggled to pass, it was one line, because you got that one main line around the track, which is really fast, and then if you step out of that line, it's not as fast. So the second race, because you got out front, you got to ride that one main line. Everybody else had to struggle with the other lines. So, but as we see a change for the lead, and Bannon finally eventually makes his way around Millard. Now we're going to see if Liam Millard can come back at him and challenge him for this win. I wasn't sure if Blake was going to make the pass there. He was getting close, and he went round the outside of Liam in that previous corner, and the outside became the inside. They were side by side. Bannon had the inside. He took the line away. Now Millard just, I don't know if you... right in front of Millard. Millard gets caught up, and absolutely nothing he could do. The only thing he can do is, because these two guys are so far out front, he might be able to get up and not lose any position. So we'll just have to wait and see there. I was just about to say that Bannon got through those lap riders really quickly and cleanly, and unfortunately for Liam, one of the riders actually clipped the back, and if the other rider, it looked like, or lost the front, went across him. Millard had nowhere to go. He went down, and we'll wait and see. Yep, he's still up in second, so no harm. Well, no harm, no foul. There was foul, but it wasn't on purpose, and let's just hope that. I think that he's definitely still holding on to that second place, I think. So. But that's the problem when you're fighting through lappers. Did you have any problems with the lappers there yourself?
Oh yeah, a little bit, but you just gotta give them a little rev coming into the corners, and try give them a little bit of warning, because they're in their own race too. They're trying to get good results too, so you can't. But they can get a bit annoying here and there, but you just got to deal with it and try to take the best line possible.
Yeah, look, sometimes it's, even Liam gave him heaps of room there, but the rider lost control and just went across like half the track. There was really nowhere for him to go. And like I said, fortunately, I think Liam still got back up in second place.
He just had a lot of bad luck, by the looks like. It was no fault of his own.
Yeah, look, and that's racing, unfortunately. Even if the rider holds the line, anything can happen at any time, and you just got to be ready for that. So, have you got any more races today, Finn? Are you done for the day?
Yeah, I'm done. Yeah, I can just turn senior, so I can only do the MX3 class. So.
Oh, of course, yes. So, and you raced down at Wonthaggi last weekend.
Yeah. I was going pretty good. I was sitting in a P5 in the first race. Yep. And then I just had a little tip over and got up, and then another unlucky thing with the lapper, actually. He ran into me and slammed my ankle, and then I was stuck under the bike for a fairly long time, so that ended that moto, and yeah, it was a bit unlucky, but...
So I'm sure the difference in track conditions between that and this is like completely opposite.
Oh yeah, it is, yeah.
It looked really slippery and choppy out there. I mean, it was choppy at Wonthaggi, but a different kind of rough.
Yeah, it is, yeah. And here's just a lot of stop-start, like 180 turns. We're down in Wonthaggi, it was a little bit more open, more fast speed. But in saying that, the hills and everything, you do come down there pretty quick.
Well, we just saw there, Blake had to stand the bike up in the corner because there was a lap rider on the outside and the lines came together, and he just had to be a bit more careful, but he can afford to because he's got such a big lead at the moment. It would have been a different story if Liam was right there. He may not have been as careful and could have potentially ended his lead. But yeah, look, so you got one more race then tomorrow since you're only riding MX3. And then you're off to round 2. What's that, at Horsham? Pro MX. That's what, in a couple of weeks' time? After Easter. So.
Well, I came up here by myself for this weekend, and then I'm going to stay up here for a little bit and do a bit with Craig Anderson, so that should be good.
Okay. Well, well done for the races that you have had so far. Those you see Blake Bannon get the checker flag, and he's pumped about that. Had to work for it. It wasn't handed to him, and he is going to have a serious competitor in Liam Millard. If Liam keeps pulling these hole shots and riding as smooth, I was going to say smooth and calculated. I mean, again, you know, can't control what sometimes is going to happen in front of you. It is what it is, but at least he didn't get hurt or have any mechanical issue out of that crash. But thanks again and for your time, and good luck for your races tomorrow, or your race tomorrow, and obviously for your next race in nationals and stuff as well.
Yeah, thank you. Cheers.
All right, cool.
Thank you.
So we'll be going to an ad break soon, folks, but stay tuned because we'll be back with round 1 of the New South Wales State Championships here at Lake Macquarie soon.
I'm part of a team working on a first for mining in New South Wales, turning this coal mine into a new hydro power plant and solar farm to generate renewable energy for families and businesses. Projects like this show our industry will keep working to reduce its emissions, already down by 38% since 2005. All while contributing billions in royalties every year to fund our public services. Because here in New South Wales, we mine responsibly for today and tomorrow.
I studied business and commerce at uni. After graduating, I joined the New South Wales mining industry. And my job is to find smarter, safer and more sustainable ways of doing things, like world-leading remote vehicle technology. Building renewable energy to power our mines and communities across New South Wales. And using drones for remote seeding to restore the land and protect our ecosystem. Because in New South Wales, we mine responsibly for today and tomorrow.
The Westpac Rescue Helicopter is here for our community. And this holiday season, we will be ready to respond 24/7. Please stay safe. And thank you for your support. To donate or for more information, visit rescuehelicopter.com.au or call 1800 155 155.
Here we go with the MX1 Pro class, the A and B, and this will be a cracker. This is our premier class over the weekend, as well as our MX2 Pro. And spoke to Cooper Holroyd this morning. He was only expecting to do one race, and look at him on the start again. He is just lightning out of the gate on the Yamaha 28. But again, another great starter, Hayden Mellross. And Hayden and Cooper almost shared the whole shot in the first race, but Holroyd was able to make the best of it and actually take a win. see these riders throw in the bike sideways over the jumps, and it was Foxy that ended up second, and a Whitehead trying to make the move on him. And look at Mellross working that outside line there. Most of the riders still going to the inside, that protective line, but as that line deteriorates, the outside's going to get better and better. So still nothing in it here. These top 3, 4, 5, even 6 riders, it's still pretty close. They've got a tiny gap between second and third, and a tiny gap from third back to fourth and fourth to fifth, but still nothing in it. And we saw that in the MX3 race with Devison, where he was challenging up the front, put the bike down, lost 3 or 4 positions just like that, and that's how quickly things can unfold. And hoping not to see that from these guys, but Foxy riding, oh, look at the scrub to go underneath Mellross as they go up the hill. And now Foxy with a bit more time up his sleeve to work on Holroyd for the lead. Got second place in the first one. He let, I wouldn't say he let Cooper take it. Cooper won that race in his own right, but Foxy sort of got to a point where he felt like, well, you know what, it's not worth trying to charge anymore. And now he does have the time to do it, so we'll see what he does with it. Can he close that gap, or will Holroyd respond and run away with it like he did in the first moto? And it does look that way at the moment. It looks like not only is Foxy not catching the leader, but it actually looks like Cooper Holroyd is actually starting to stretch it out a little bit. At the very least, the gap is staying the same. And maybe after that first race win, maybe Holroyd is trying to break the spirit of his opposition by putting in a few hot laps. Did see him make couple tiny mistakes, and that's an indication of the rider pushing hard, trying to gap the field. Fitzpatrick, I think it is on the Kawasaki. He has been on the gas today. He rode, I believe he rode at Wonthaggi for first round of Pro Max as well. So he's got a lot of talent, and he's showing that today. Seems to like this track. He's got a lot of speed. He moved through the MX2 A and B class earlier. Into the back section of the track, and that gap is stabilised between Holroyd and Fox. If anything, maybe Foxy has closed it up slightly, but Fitzpatrick on the back wheel of Mellross. Through the rollers, look at Holroyd, it almost looks like he's having fun through there, just on the back wheel, monitoring the first 3 and then bringing it down to hop the last couple. Very fast, very smooth. They head towards the centre jump as Holroyd, and you can see he's still full of energy, just throwing the bike sideways in the scrub, as is Fox in second place. These boys I'm sure, do lots of training on and off the bike to maintain their fitness as Mellross has sort of consolidated that third place. He had a lot of pressure from Fitzpatrick earlier, but and managed to weather the storm. And if he can hang on to it, I mean, the leaders are just sort of got away from him a little bit. You can see that, I mean, they are both pushing. And if Cooper can get away more from Fox, it'll just make his life easier. And Fox really, every lap that goes by, he's running out of time. He's got to get closer and put the pressure on and keep the pressure on, either to hope for a mistake or get close enough to make a pass. He definitely does look like he's edging up just a little bit every single lap. But the other problem that he's got is the roost. And anybody that's ridden a 450, even a 250, it hurts. And out here you got marbles out there on top of the hard packed dirt, and that you may not see it in the camera, but you're going to feel it. And you better hope you got armor on and elbow guards and everything for protection. But you'll start to see as Fox gets closer to Holroyd, he won't just take different lines to pass. He's going to be taking different lines to stay out of that roost. I don't think it's a roost that's going to harm your goggles too much, but even then, even when it's not sticky, it hits your goggles, it smudges your goggles. So you'll start to see as Fox gets real close, he's going to be in a different line, especially on the way out of the turns where the acceleration is. It's not too bad following the rider into the corners under the brakes, because there's not much roost coming off the back wheel, but when they gas it hard out of the corner, that's when you feel it in every way, shape or form. And back towards the finish again. And this is probably the closest that Foxy's been all moto. Fitzpatrick goes to the inside of Mellross. No, Mellross closes the door. Can't quite get him. And Holroyd is opening back up again. And again, that could be anything. That could be Fox having to take a different line. It could be the roost. But a bit of a yo-yo effect happening up the front here. One thing I can say about Cooper Holroyd is he's comfortable in the front. He's focused forward. I've not seen him look over his shoulder once. He knows that as long as he hits his marks and doesn't make any mistakes, even if Blake Fox is a little bit faster, which I think these guys are very evenly matched, it's going to be very hard for Foxy to make the move on him. See how they're opting for that second line in that Marshall Point 10 there. It's a lot smoother, doesn't have the hook in it like the inside. So Holroyd stretching it back out again. Another lap down, it actually looks like he stretched it even further. So if Holroyd puts in another couple laps like that, oh look, I don't think Foxy's going to quit. I think he's going to push him all the way to the checkered flag, but it is disheartening when you are throwing everything at the rider in front of you and he still manages to hold the gap or pull away. And Fox again just far enough behind that Holroyd can take those outside lines like he just did to keep his momentum up and not worry about Fox coming up the inside and taking the line away. Coming up the hill. And the other tough thing for Blake Fox is these guys' lines are almost identical. There's very few lines where Foxy can take a different line and make it work. So even harder. One of the outside factors that may affect the lead will be the lap riders, but not many lap riders in this race. About half a grid of riders, and they're all going fast, so not really a factor. And Holroyd seems slightly further ahead again, so he managed to deal with the pressure of Blake Fox and respond to it. The only other thing that comes into it will be the fitness, and we'll see. You can tell by the riding style of the rider whether fitness is playing a part. If they're not scrubbing the jumps anymore, you know they're getting tired. If they're sitting down more, they're getting tired, but I can't see that in these two riders. And mistakes is another indicator, and I'm not seeing any mistakes either. Over the centre jump, Holroyd, Foxy, Fitzpatrick. He's coming round for third. And he has gotten away. So still some time left in this race, at least a couple more laps. And it's almost like Fox has sort of just accepted that position at the moment, and but you never know what can happen. Again, a little slip and you get a little bit of sort of energy back in, and that can turn into a challenge for the lead. And we saw it last weekend in the Pro MX at Wonthaggi with Kyle Webster, second all race. Second all race behind Beaton, and then just that mistake from Beaton late in the race gave Webster the sniff. Webster took full advantage of it, made the pass, and ended up taking 2 wins to lead the series where it could have been even points. So Blake Fox, he's got to, if he can't close the gap, he's got to just stay close. As you can see that Holroyd has stretched it back out again, which is an indication that he is not letting off or backing off at all. And maybe Fox has decided that, you know what, I have put in my best effort, and we're getting towards the end of the race. Again, no second place points is still good. There's no point throwing it away, and the track did get better from the start of the day, but now it's starting to deteriorate and get worse. It's getting slippery, it's getting dusty, loose in some of those main lines, which less traction when you get on the power, and that just results in it being risky, more dangerous if you're going to push it really hard all the way to the end. So if he was still right there with him, I'd say go for it. But we're on our last lap now. And these guys are, pretty settled. The only guy I still see on the track really going for it is Fitzpatrick. He's not that far off Blake Fox, but I don't think he's going to be able to close that gap. And I think Fox is just managing that second place right now. Not far to go now for Holroyd. Got to go up the hill. That's his last uphill for this race, for the day, for the day actually. And he's going to come past and get the checkered flag. And Cooper Holroyd, the 28 machine, and a stellar year he's having so far. 2 wins at round 1 of the New South Wales State Trials in the Premier class. Blake Fox, 2 second places. Riley Fitzpatrick on the Kawasaki coming through in 3rd. Hayden Mellross 4th. Yeah, we're going to go to an ad break, guys, and we'll be back shortly.
I'm part of a team working on a first for mining in New South Wales, turning this coal mine into a new hydro power plant and solar farm to generate renewable energy for families and businesses. Projects like this show our industry will keep working to reduce its emissions, already down by 38% since 2005. All while contributing billions in royalties every year to fund our public services. Because here in New South Wales, we mine responsibly for today and tomorrow.
I studied business and commerce at uni. After graduating, I joined the New South Wales mining industry. And my job is to find smarter, safer and more sustainable ways of doing things, like world-leading remote vehicle technology, building renewable energy to power our mines and communities across New South Wales, and using drones for remote seeding to restore.
So 7 to 9, 50 cc's up next, or on track at the moment. And Mason Ryan, he got the whole shot in race 1. And actually the win, because Harrison Rex, who is our leader at the moment, he took the lead and then went down. So let's see if he can, rectify that. That was close. And went to shut the door just to, balk the other rider. And that was nearly them 2 riders coming together. So we'll see. I think that's Mason out front again in this one. He obviously didn't start in front of us, but he wants to take it.
I'm just giving up 10 years or more to these boys. Enjoy, have a chat.
So Mason Ryan out front, 7 to 9, 50 cc's, second place, Harrison Rex. So these 2 guys, they kind of checked out last race, and they are done the same this one. Good to see our 2 main guys out front, battling for the lead. Harrison Rex throws it away, got sideways through the rollers, and that is going to give Mason Ryan a big lead now at the start of this. At the start of the second race for these 7 to 9 50 cc's, so he can afford to take a little bit of a breather, and Harrison Rex got some work to do to at least try and get back to second place. So in the commentary booth with me, Hayden Mellross, you've just come in from a race. I'm surprised. If it were me, I'd be on the oxygen tank after that one. You mentioned that you haven't ridden much this year. How are you feeling after that one?
I'm spent, to be honest with you. The dad bod life is kind of catching up to me. But no, it's good. The track's awesome. I really, really love lakes. It's very sentimental to me. I won my first ever Australian Junior National Championships here, and it was I love this place. So it's good fun out there. But yeah, haven't rode a whole lot this year. A lot of people know I messed up my ankle when I went over to the US in March last year, and yeah, I've had three operations on it and cortisone injections and endless physio, and it's still not where I need it to be. So for me, it's just I've only rode a handful of times this year, but it's just I just want to get out there and have some fun, and that's what it's all about, trying to find my roots again from when I was out here, riding on 50s and 60s. So just trying to find the enjoyment and get my ass handed to me along the way.
Yeah, okay. And so you've just had a baby. Tell us about that. And I can honestly say, I've got 2 kids myself, and if it makes you feel old, my daughter's 16 and my son's 13. So, but I can honestly say it's the best thing that I've ever done in my life is have kids. I don't know. For you, what is, careful how you answer this one, but they'll be watching in a few years' time, but just how's that going for you? Yeah, I mean, it's great. It is the best thing I've ever done in my life. Having my little boy is really, really special, something to look at, and it's a daily reminder of what you've accomplished, and I absolutely love it. This is his second race he's ever been to. He was asleep at the first one when I did Coffs Harbour at the start of the year, but he was asleep for that first Moto 2, but he come out and it was my partner had him sitting on the fence there with his headphones on, and not that he sees me, but for me it's really special, to come and watch Dad do something pretty cool. I'm not my fittest, I'm not my strongest, I'm not my fastest by any means, but to be able to still ride around there and know that I'm trying to do him proud, it means a lot, because at the end of the day now, I guess my mindset's changed a lot. It's always been result driven, and I want to do it for me, and I want to do it for my sponsors and my supporters and the people that believe in me. But for now, I want to swing my leg over the bike. I want to race. I want to get up on the podium at national levels again, and I want to do it for him, and I want him to be proud of me. So it's really cool how it's like a light switch in your head, and it just changes as soon as you have him. But for him to be here means a lot to me, and I hope he can see me still achieve some big goals that I want to in life. Well, I can honestly tell you that it's just what you're saying about making them proud, going, that's my dad out there. I can tell you an even better feeling like that is when they start to ride a bike and you both go racing on the same day, and he sees you race, you see him race, and you're standing on the start line with him being his mechanic for the start, and he's doing the same for you, holding your bike for you while you prep your gate. There's honestly not much can beat that than going racing with your kids. So you've got all of that to look forward to. I think the hardest thing with it, I can honestly say, is watching your kid out there. You have no control. Yeah. Like, you've got control when you're out there. I'm more nervous when I watch my son race than when I race myself. And unfortunately you can't do it for them. Yeah. You've got to let them do it, and you can't live your career through them either. I had to learn it the hard way with my son. We pushed hard. We got great results, but he doesn't. He's not me, and he does. I guess what I'm saying is he doesn't necessarily share the same passions as I do. He loves his basketball, and that's what he does. But he rides bikes too, and as long as he's riding bikes and I'm riding bikes and we're together and we're happy and he's happy and the family's happy, that's most important. So I wish the same for you. So let's have a look at this race, Hayden. I'd love to get your perspective on the kids out there. We've got Mason Ryan out front on the 242. He's the one on screen at the moment, leading the race. And you can see from the drone shot, gives us a great overview of the track and the lines, and we see as the riders go through. That's, I think, Mason making his way past some of the lap riders. Sometimes it gets a bit tight out there trying to pass the lap riders. How have you found that? Yeah, it's honestly, they're doing a great job of prepping it. There's a few lines out there which is really good, and I, as I said, I just come in from a race, so I know what the track's like, and to see these little fellas go around, look at that technique, standing up the whole way through, sitting down right at the exit, back up on the pegs. That's exactly what I was doing, just standing up,
sitting down right at the exit just to kind of pivot and then getting back out of the seat. So to see these fundamentals in the kids at this age, it's really cool.
Yeah, well, look, they're 7, 8 years old, and you mentioned earlier that the track is super rough at the moment. So can you imagine trying to make it around there on a 50? Actually, that would be a funny sight to get the Pro 450 guys on a 50, on one of the 50 kids, and we have a race.
Yeah.
You guys trying to ride those bikes. I think that would be more energy sapping than riding a 450, because well, that's if you'd even make it up the hills. I'm not trying to say something. I'm just saying that it would be fun to watch as we see one of the riders just tuck the front on the outside of the rut there.
And the camera angles don't do it justice how deep some of these ruts are that these 50s are going through right now. Like, some of these ruts out there would be probably half the distance or half the height of their front wheels. So credit to these boys for just, riding really well. Look at that.
Well, Harrison Rex, he is not only, like, he made that mistake early. He's on the 84.
Yep.
He was second, challenging. Well, he actually led the race initially. Ryan passed him.
Nice.
And
this is for the win.
This flag's going to come. This is for the win. And Mason Ryan hangs onto it by the skin of his teeth. Harrison Rex, what a fight back. He went down in the rollers earlier, and I thought, okay, that's it. And look, Mason obviously, I don't think that he slowed down heaps, but he would have thought, oh yeah, I've got a lead, I can just manage it. But Harrison Rex is, you've got to give the guy credit for coming from so far back, catching up and almost stealing the win.
And that's it. That's like, that's something that never leaves. If you see a little kid like this right now in the 7 to 9 years that has that fire, like, that's something that's going to take him so far in this sport, just to have that attitude of never giving up. You crash early, but you still push on, and that's something that kid's going to have forever, and it will push him to be a successful, dirt bike rider as he grows through the ranks. So really cool to see.
Well, now that you've done 2 races today, the negative of that is that you had to do 2 races today plus practice, so it's more effort today. But at least tomorrow, you've just got one more race, so
that's it.
You can put all your effort into that and not leave anything on the table. You don't have to pace yourself because you don't have another race to do.
Yeah.
So.
Well, I'm definitely taking it easy. Like, I've got stock suspension. I haven't even got suspension in my bike. So for me out there, it's bottoming out on all the up ramps coming down the hills. It's a handful, especially on a 450. I'm sure you can understand. Stock suspension on a 450 is tough. So for me though, it's I'm just taking it easy. I'm not trying to break any records. I'm easing back into it. My goal for this year is just to be healthy and trying to overcome my ankle, and I want to be 100% by Supercross at the end of the year. So for me, I'm just taking it as it comes. I let the boys go if they're pressuring me too much, because I just want to ride smart. And after this, I'm going up to Yamba for 7 days for a family holiday. So awesome. I've got to make sure that we just ride smart, we have some fun, and then go enjoy it for the next week.
No, that's it. Well, look, it's been great having you here. Join me in the booth for that 50cc race, and well done to Mason Ryan for hanging on to that win. Great to catch up with you. Good luck for tomorrow, and enjoy your family, and I hope you have a great year.
Thanks, mate. Appreciate it.
So that, I think, brings us to the end of day 1 of the New South Wales State Championships here at Lake Macquarie. We have actually entered into a little bit of tomorrow's program. We were running really well for time, and that gave us the opportunity to click off a few more races. So as we pan out from the drone shot, and as it brings the day to a close, we want to thank everybody for coming along and participating and watching. And viewers at home, I hope you enjoyed it, and please tune in tomorrow for day 2 of the New South Wales State Championships round 1 here at Lake Macquarie. And thank you to our partners as well, New South Wales Mining, Whole Shot Graphics, Gall Brothers Medical, Sideline Sport, National Motorcycle Alliance, Westpac Rescue Helicopter, Black Dog Institute, and the Lake Macquarie Motorcycle Club. And to my co-commentator today, who's been on, mostly been swinging off the mic on track today, Jules. It's I think been good for the spectators here today to at least get some action on the day mic as well.
I'm part of a team working on a first for mining in New South Wales, turning this coal mine into a new hydro power plant and solar farm to generate renewable energy for families and businesses. Projects like this show our industry will keep working to reduce its emissions, already down by 38% since 2005, all while contributing billions in royalties every year to fund our public services. Because here in New South Wales, we mine responsibly for today and tomorrow.
I studied business and commerce at uni. After graduating, I joined the New South Wales mining industry. And my job is to find smarter, safer and more sustainable ways of doing things, like world-leading remote vehicle technology, building renewable energy to power our mines and communities across New South Wales, and using drones for remote seeding to restore the land and protect our ecosystem. Because in New South Wales, we mine responsibly for today and tomorrow.
The Westpac Rescue Helicopter is here for our community. And this holiday season, we will be ready to respond 24/7. Please stay safe and thank you for your support. To donate or for more information, visit rescuehelicopter.com.au or call 1800 155 155.
Our organisation represents the mining industry in New South Wales. We have nearly 100 member companies and we represent the mining workforce of over 30,000 people that work in mining in New South Wales. Over 800 people work in mining in the Lake Macquarie region and over 160 local businesses in the Lake Macquarie region are part of the mining supply chain and around $200 million each year is spent by the mining industry in the region. It's an important part of the mining industry in New South Wales. It's an historic coal mining region with coal-fired power stations and coal mines located in the Lake Macquarie region. Well, our organisation and many companies in our industry support local community teams right across the state. And we have a long-standing partnership with the Newcastle Knights, obviously based in the Hunter region, that has endured over 12 years or more. Through the highs and lows of the Knights seasons, through the highs and lows of our industry's fortunes as well. It's an important demonstration of the partnership between our industry and sport and local communities, particularly in the Hunter region, and our support for this event today is part of that too.
Hi, I'm Sean from Gorbros Medical. We specialise in joint bracing for knee and wrist bracing, as well as other compression bracing. We specialise in measuring, fitting, repairing and servicing bracing and making sure the support is optimal for your unique anatomy. Three main products we do is CTI knee braces, pod knee braces and All Sport Dynamic wrist braces. We specialise in the knee bracing, which we've done for over 30 years, doing CTI knee braces since the late 80s. We've taken on pod in the last 10 years, which has been an amazing product for entry-level riders up to your pro riders. And also we have our wrist braces designed to stop hyperextension in the wrist, and we've been partnered with them since the 90s, so a long, long time. We specialise in measuring and fitting for them all, where even CTI and ASD have custom wrist bracing and knee bracing, so full custom bracing for your unique anatomy that fits like a glove. We're partnered with Motorcycling New South Wales as we want to go to all the events and display our product, personally fit people and give them the best service possible. We're very happy to join Motorcycling New South Wales this year and partner with them. It's been great working with the team. It's been easy, smooth, and getting to the events, working out how to get to the events. All the information I require to be on ground and help my customers has been a very, very simple process, and it's been a joy to work with Motorcycling New South Wales.
over 20 years, the Black Dog Institute has been trusted to listen to the experiences of real people. Every day, we work to uncover data, patterns, and insights into mental health to develop actionable, practical solutions. It takes pushing boundaries to be an international leader in digital health. Not only researching and developing the technology, but also making it accessible to everyone. From clinical treatment and online support to early intervention and prevention programs, we're on the cusp of a new era of mental health science and action. As our technology advances and our scientific research continues, our ability to innovate and impact does too. With the ripple effect of our work being felt for generations to come and bringing hope to millions more. Together, we can continue to tackle the big issues in mental health.